Tokyo Ghoul, I became an investigator. Chapter 51. Senior Hwiki. Come back quickly, it's too dangerous. Yaman Kotaro said anxiously. You guys go, I'll be in charge now. Huichi glanced at Zhenhu Wusu and others and then said something that shocked them. But, Cao. Chang wanted to say something but Huichi gestured for them to leave. I will report the credit, and I will handle it now. Do you understand? Forget it, since the highest-ranking investigator in District 20 has spoken, we can't disobey him. Mado Ryuxu looked at Fueguki Ryoko with regretful eyes, as if he regretted that he had said too much nonsense and didn't kill her directly. The tense atmosphere gradually subsided, and only Hwiki, Fueguki Hinamai and Ryoko were left in the field. What a lovely and well-behaved daughter, it's a pity that she died at such a young age. Wei. Key voice was like the whisper of a devil, and every word pierced into Fueguki Ryoko's heart and caught her biggest weakness. After hearing Huiki devilish words, she immediately hugged Fueguki Hinamai tightly with both hands, and watched Huiki body tremble slightly with nervous eyes. What are you going to do? Let my daughter go. I will agree to anything you ask. I only ask you to let Hinamai go. What can you afford? Or do you want to tell me all the information about the coffee shop? Huichi said after careful consideration. On the way here, he had planned to make the ghoul play the greatest value before his death, but he didn't expect to find out that the ghoul was the mother and daughter in the coffee shop when he got here. If the mother and daughter were ghouls, then the people in the coffee shop were likely to be ghouls too, and Kaneki-ken could work in the coffee shop. It's really interesting. In addition to the one-eyed Takatsuki Izumi, the artificial ghoul Kaneki-ken is actually accepted by the ghouls. This mother and daughter made Huiki change her mind. Sometimes it is better to play the long game than to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Huiki chose the long game without hesitation between the short term and the long term. I can control Kaneki-ken's movements and let those ghouls find information for me. If they refuse, I can just kill Fueguki Ryoko. It will only benefit me. Recently, Huiki has been very busy with work. On one hand, there is the bronze tree that CCG has been eyeing for a long time, and on the other hand, there is the mysterious Joker organization. As a special investigator, I have to find the root cause and eliminate the ghouls that are harmful to society. Me, Ryoko, hesitated, and was very conflicted about whether to tell others about the coffee shop. However, they accepted her and did not mistreat her when she was in the most difficult time. Don't want to tell me? Can you tell me, little Hinamai? I'm telling you, can you let your mother go? Hinamai. Don't say it. Ryoko beside her interrupted, looking up at Huiki with gloomy eyes. Through Ryoko's eyes, Huiki could clearly perceive the complex emotions, anxiety, uneasiness, struggle, choice, and the desire to survive. At this moment, Ryoko was also struggling, which side should she choose between the child and the benefactor? Is the 20th district such a good place, or did that coffee shop really do it? Over the years of experience as an investigator, Huiki has seen many ghouls' despair, hatred, and curses before they die. They can sell anything to survive, including family, friends, companions, and even teammates who were thrown into the air the next second to block the investigator's steps and gain a greater chance of survival. And now, for the first time, I have seen a ghoul consider other ghouls. Da 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 da. The heavy rain hits the umbrella, and the sound is mixed with the sound of footsteps. Companions. Huichi could clearly sense the footsteps behind him getting closer and closer, and finally stopped at the corner. Executioner. Ken Kaneki, who had been chasing hard, hid in the corner, only showing his head to peek into the street, and what came into view was the tall figure of Huiki, the familiar gold-threaded suitcase and the special search suit exclusive to Huiki. This suit is the new equipment, and the surface is covered with dense RC cells that can effectively block the attacks of S-class ghouls, and the defense is equivalent to that of A-class Kai-He. However, these surface functions are not what Huiki values. What she really values is that an SS-class short sword Quinqua Chanyi can be stored inside to prevent unexpected needs. The Quinqua is made of SS-class Yuhi Ghoul red dress, which has the advantages of being small, hard, and sharp. It is the top SS class in Huiki's collection. As for the only SSS class Shash's whale, it is still under repair. It was damaged too badly in the battle with Takatsuki Izumi and needs to be maintained with RC cells for a long time. Madam, I will give you 5 more minutes to think. After saying that, Huichi pulled out a Quinqua flying knife from his arms, and the blade reflected like a mirror. Finally, a black-haired boy appeared on the blade. The other party was wearing a white eye mask and looked at this side nervously. Kaneki Ken. What a nice chance encounter. After learning that the figure behind him was Kaneki Ken, Wiki no longer paid attention to the back and turned to look at the mother and daughter in front of him. Now Wiki was also curious about what a ghoul could do, whether to sell out others for his own child, or to abandon his own child for the sake of others. Hinamai, please forgive me, I really can't do it. Fueguki Ryoko bit her lips tightly, bright red blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and she answered with a pale face. At this moment, Ryoko's eyes lost their former luster, and her trembling lips could not express the pain in her heart. She hugged Fueguki Hinamai tightly with both hands, and tears of pain flowed down the corners of her eyes. Fueguki Hinamai shrank in her mother's arms with a pale face. Mom, Mom! Forgive me. This is your choice? It really surprises me, you only need to tell me the information about the ghouls in the coffee shop and you can survive. Why must it be like this? Is it possible that the emotions there far exceed family affection? What you don't understand? Understand ghouls? I have personally witnessed many ghouls killing each other for survival, they were teammates one second and betrayed the next. In the eyes of those ghouls, it seemed that they only had themselves. Fueguki Ryoko stopped talking and quietly waited for death to come. How should I do? The other party is the executioner, can I do it, Mr. Itari? I told you to run away if you see me, but the mother and daughter of Dikao. Kaneki Ken's forehead was covered with sweat, and he kept thinking in his mind to come up with the best method. After a moment, Wiki took back the flying knife in his hand. Hinamai, let's make a deal. It's my appreciation for you and your daughter. Oh wait. Chi smiled and looked at Fukao Hinamai. I want my mother to leave, Ken. May I, Investigator? No, but I can let you go. Chapter 52. I just want my mom to leave, just let mom go and I'll tell you everything I know. Hinamai, don't say anything. Fueguki Ryoko shook her head at Hinamai, her voice filled with pleading. 5 minutes had passed. Even though the time was up, Huichi still didn't make a move, and watched the scene quietly. It was the first time in several years that she saw such strong emotions between ghouls. I'm sorry your mother can't leave. Hinamai, you help me monitor someone and I will ensure that your mother stays alive. I will send you a video of your mother every week. After that, Wiki took out a mobile phone from his arms and handed it to Hinamai. What are you going to do? Hinamai, don't answer, as a mother. Miss Fueguki Ryoko, you'd better shut up. This is a deal between me and Hinamai. If you interrupt me again, I can't guarantee your survival. Huiki's eyes gradually turned cold, and his tone threatened Fueguki Ryoko. I promise. Please give me your phone. He, what a wise choice. Let me see your feelings. Remember, I asked you to monitor Kaneki Ken. You also know the consequences if others know about it. No. Boom, boom. Just as Fueguki Ryoko was about to shout, her vision went dark and her whole body crashed into the wall. Mother. Let's say goodbye now. I hope you can keep a close eye on Kaneki Ken. Wiki picked up Fueguki Ryoko, whose pupils were dilated, and threw her hard against the wall. Boom. Boom. The sounds of flesh hitting the wall were intertwined. After multiple collisions, Fueguki Ryoko came back to her senses because of the severe pain. Come with me, or you don't want Hinamai to die here, right? Hatchling, reality. Mother. Fueguki Ryoko, who was walking in front, had tears in her eyes and kept looking back at her daughter in the alley. For the sake of your daughter's life, you should know what to do. Huichi held up an umbrella and walked to the entrance of the alley with Dikao Ryoko. There was a noisy sound of footsteps beside them, as if they were avoiding them. Are you running away? This won't do, how can you achieve my goal when you are so weak? Get stronger quickly. Ken Kaneki looked at the corner and shook his head. The rain was pouring down, and Hinamai watched her mother gradually go away. The pent-up emotions finally came out, and the sound of her crying echoed in the alley. Kaneki Ken came to Hinamai's side after observing the two people going away. Do not cry, let's go back to the antique shop together. The store manager and his team will definitely have a solution. 1 hour later. District 23, Quicolia. Excuse me, what is this? Quicolia prison warden Huichi looked at Fueguki Ryoko beside Huichi. Ghoul, give her a prison. Hey? You are such a rare guest. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen you bring back such a low-level ghoul. Really? Do you still remember the ghoul I brought back? Who doesn't remember personally capturing SS-level Kami Shiro Karong and SS-level Priest Donato Pripula? Catching ghouls is the duty of the investigators, but the strength of catching ghouls is different. Indeed, apart from Eri Makisho, almost no one can capture SS level and above on their own. Hizaki. Fukame took the two of them around and through many prisons. Which one do you want? How do you want it? Anyone? Wiki pointed to the prison in the corner. Fuka Ryoko walked into the prison. This one was much better than the prison on the lower level. There was no fully enclosed door, and there were a few books in the room to kill time. Recording a video will at least prove that I didn't break my promise, right? Huichi handed the phone to Fuka Ryoko with a half smile. Good. After a moment, Huichi put away his phone with satisfaction. There were only a few simple words in the video. Hinamai, don't worry about me, I'm living very well here, please don't come. Judging from Hinamai's attitude, no matter what Ryoko said, it would be counterproductive. After sending the video on her phone, Wiki went to the bottom of the prison with a smile. The heavy quinquo steel door slowly opened. The busy executioner of CCG actually came to see me. Are my child and Kotaro Aman okay? Your child? I forgot that Aman Kotaro became an investigator. Huichi had forgotten what happened in the logistics of that battle. He has grown up. Enough of the crap, do you know anything about the Joker organization? I'll also tell you some outside information. Joker? It's a very old organization. With my information, I don't think I can help the executioner. Humorous priest, forget it if you don't want to say it. Huichi shook his head regretfully and left Quicolia. Manager, Hinamai's mother has been taken away. Kaneki-ken said in a depressed mood. Hey? He was arrested? Call Sifang and the others upstairs for a meeting. At this moment, Hinamai was hiding in her room watching the video on her phone, tears streaming down her face again. Hinamai, don't let me down. There was another message on the envelope. There were knocks on the door. Hinamai. Hearing the knock on the door, Hinamai wiped away her tears, put her phone under her pillow and ran out in a hurry. Everyone in the antique coffee shop had gathered in the conference room, and the atmosphere around them fell into a strange silence until Hinamai walked in, and everyone spoke to comfort. Thank you all, Hinamai. Sat on the sofa in silence. Hinamai, we plan to send you to live in District 24, where there are some antique ghouls. District 24, where is that? I don't want to go there, I want to stay in the antique. But, the executioner has seen your face, right? The next time he comes to inspect District 20, you will most likely die. District 24 is the best choice right now, Hinamai. Don't want to go, I was unfamiliar with the place and I was scared. The people in the antique coffee shop were very nice to me and I was reluctant to leave, don't you all like me? Hinamai shook her head firmly, her red and swollen eyes about to shed tears again. Without, no. Gu. Jian Yuan hastily denied. Go back to your room first, Hinamai. The store manager sighed as he looked out the window. Everyone watched in silence as Hinamai returned to her room. The next moment, the door was opened again a few seconds after Hinamai left. What's wrong with everyone? Kirishima. Tuka opened the door and felt the strange atmosphere in the room. Hinamai, the mother was taken away by the investigators. Bang! Kirishima Tuka slammed her fist against the wall. Chapter 53. Ms. Ryoko. Why, she never killed anyone, why did it end up like this? Hinamai, where's Hinamai? Dongxiang looked around and found that there was no Hinamai in the house, so she asked hurriedly. I just went back to rest. After our unanimous discussion, we decided to send Hinamai to District 24, but... The manager was interrupted by Kirishima Tuka before he could finish his words. How? Can Hinamai survive in such a rubbish place? Besides, even if Hinamai survives in such an environment, she will probably be contaminated. Ahem, Dongxiang, you are too emotional. The manager hasn't finished speaking yet. Hinamai doesn't want to leave the stable area, so what should we do? Sifang finished the second half of the manager's words. I'm sorry, I was rude. Dongxiang leaned against the wall and apologized in a low voice. Kill all those investigators, to avenge Miss Fueguki Ryoko. We also have Mr. Sifang, as long as everyone works together, we can do it. No, if 20 Beiju dies, CCG will definitely pay attention and send more people until all dangers are eliminated, that is, to annihilate us. But, Dong. Xiang was excited and wanted to say something else. No, we can't attack the Ghoul Investigator. For everyone's safety, the best solution is to give up. Store manager interrupted Kirishima Tuka. The store manager was also very sad about Fueguki Ryoko's departure, but he had to make such a choice for the sake of stabilizing the area. All the companions have been killed, suffering in silence is the best choice. Hinami's parents are all gone, don't take revenge, she is so pitiful. Miss Fueguki Ryoko is not dead, she was just taken away. Kaneki-ken saw Kirishima Tuka's emotional fluctuations so much, and after hesitating for a moment, he chose to speak out and answer. Taken away? What's the difference between being taken away by the investigator and being dead? There is still a chance of survival. As far as I know, many ghouls are imprisoned in Quicolia in District 23. Miss Fueguki Ryoko is likely to be there. The store manager looked out the window, which was the direction of District 23. Who did it? Kirishima Tuka at the door asked the question, but no one answered for a long time. All Tuka got in response was the depressed looks from everyone. Can't say or dare not say, then I will start from the bottom to investigate the officials and murderers. Stop. Stop your thoughts, that will only bring disaster to District 20. Sifang looked straight at Kirishima Tuka, and the warning in his heart was self-evident. Executioner, he took it away. In the tense atmosphere, someone mentioned these 3 words, and Dong Xiang, who was about to continue arguing, was silent for a moment. The 3 words executioner weighed on everyone like a mountain. None of the ghouls present could guarantee that they could beat the executioner, and even if they joined forces, they had no confidence in winning. Based on my personal experience, I can tell that Fueguki Ryoko will not die. The executioner is a principled man. I have observed him before. At least according to my information, the ghouls he killed were all wanted by CCG. If Fueguki Ryoko had no wanted record, there was still a great possibility that she would survive. The store manager recalled a coffee in his early years, and that was the time when the store manager decided to observe Hwiki. Because that period was the time when Hwiki changed the most, her attitude towards missions was better than that of Gen Huixu, and her almost obsessive acceptance of missions made the outside world begin to know the name of the executioner. Can us, Dong. Xiang opened her mouth several times and wanted to say something. Take care of yourself and don't let yourself get caught up in revenge, everyone has their own life choices. The manager's final words marked the end of the antique coffee shop meeting. Hwiki paused as he looked at the message on his phone. The message on the screen asked him to come to the headquarters in a while, but it did not specify the time. Instead, it seemed that he was on standby at any time. After thinking for a few seconds, Hwiki's fingers tapped on the phone. Beep, beep, beep. This is Merit. There is nothing going on in District 11 recently. Why did the headquarters let me choose my own time to go? The situation in District 11 is better. The Speaker General postponed the meeting. Oh, what are the director of the headquarters and the General Speaker thinking? If you have a disease, don't treat it as soon as possible. I don't know, anyway, let's listen to the headquarters first. Huichi hung up the phone and tapped the table with his fingers. It's inexplicable. In the afternoon, the people in District 20 are getting off work, and a crowd is gathering at the door. What exactly does Hwiki want to do? Kokang, don't guess. How can you guess the way a special investigator thinks? Zongdan patted Kokang's shoulder and reminded him implicitly. Yes, it's my fault for talking too much. Cao Chong immediately realized that he shouldn't talk too much here. Aman Kotaro. Grassland. As he was about to leave, Kotaro Yaman stopped when he heard the voice. Do you want to have a meal together? It's rare for us to leave together. Okay. Yaman thought about his schedule and agreed. You guys are quite happy. After coming downstairs, Huichi met the 3 of them. Hey, would you like to come? I'll treat you. Cao Chong patted his chest and looked at Huichi expectantly. Forget it, just enjoy your meal, don't forget to bring quinqua. Looking at the empty hands of the 3 people, Huichi kindly reminded. But no, ghouls don't care if you have a quinqua or not. As an investigator, you must carry a weapon to ensure your safety. Good, ×3. Seeing the three people like this, I couldn't help but laugh. I have been too lax recently. I hope it will be the same tomorrow, and we can meet. Huiki left CCG Zone 20 with her quinqua. The dim sunlight shone on the street. Buzz. The phone in Huiki's arms vibrated. He opened the phone and saw an email. Clicking it, he saw a variety of pictures. The most frequently appearing one was a black-haired boy, who was making coffee in the photo. The value has been demonstrated. Huiki casually sent a recent photo of Fuka Ryoko and turned off the phone screen. The next day. An ordinary working day began. Huiki sat in the office to investigate information as usual. This time, the focus was on the Joker organization. There was a book on the table with a photo of a person on it. Author, Ogura Hisashi. Huiki was a little depressed. She accidentally noticed the Joker organization and casually searched it on the CCG internal search engine. It turned out that there was information about the Joker organization. The Joker was cleared out once by Arima Takashi in the early years, and now there are signs of it stirring again. Swish swish, flipping through Ogura Hisashi's work, looking at it page by page with curious eyes. Chapter 54. Close the book after half an hour. It needs to be investigated, but unfortunately I can't spare the time. Huichi rubbed his brow and sighed. Judging from the recent tension in District 11, he had no time to investigate at all. He could only think of other ways to investigate. First of all, the people in CCG could be ruled out. He couldn't command those above the special rank, and he didn't trust those below the special rank. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he became. Whether it was personal affairs or official affairs, he couldn't spare extra time. Do we have to use Fueguki Ryoko to threaten those ghouls to go find Gudong? No, it's not advisable. I don't know how close they are. Otherwise, it will backfire. I rejected Fueguki Ryoko's plan in my heart. Her only role now is to let Hinamai monitor Kaneki-ken. As for other uses, I can only slowly test the bottom line of the ghouls in Gudong. At CCG Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau's 1st District Headquarters, Huichi was fiddling with her phone out of boredom, while Merat Isai was walking around beside her, his anxious expression difficult to conceal. Stop it, I'm going to feel dizzy. Huichi put his phone aside and said. How can I stay quiet? The area I'm in charge of, District 11, is being attacked by ghouls, and the higher UPS haven't given me the authority to command. You better hurry up. Without the command authority, it is difficult for us special officers to intervene. At this moment, Huichi was also helpless. He also wanted to rescue the investigators of District 11, but there was no way. Merit came to the night with this anxious mood. The green dots on the big screen became fewer and fewer, and red dots appeared instead. These red dots were distributed in the corners of District 11. If things continue like this, there will be almost no one left alive in District 11. The two looked at the real-time data on the screen with heavy eyes. Beep, a phone rang on the workbench nearby, and before the staff could get through, Merat Isai rushed over. Hello. How's District 11? A ghoul resembling the bronze tree appeared, and the other party has already sent out branch personnel. Ah. Hello. Hello. Merat Isai had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly shouted into the phone, hoping that the other party would answer him. This is the last one. They. Voice coming from the phone was completely different from before, and the tone was undoubtedly that of a ghoul. Bastard. I must kill you. Click. The call was hung up by the ghoul on the other side. At the same time, the phone in Huiki's coat vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. Huiki slid the screen of the mobile phone, and a message came to her. Sender, Hinamai. Picture 1, a group of 4 ghouls of unknown origin entered the antique coffee shop. Picture 2, one of the men without a mask fainted on the ground. Picture 3, the man was communicating with Kaneki-ken and Tuka. Picture 4, another ghoul appeared and looked at the coffee shop with a scrutinizing attitude. Picture 5, Tuka was injured by Yuhi, and Kaneki-ken seemed to be fighting. Picture 6, Kaneki-ken's head was grabbed by a big hand and hit the table hard. Picture 7, the unconscious Kaneki-ken was taken away by a tall ghoul with short hair, and there was suspected to be a shemale around him. Huiki stared at the last picture with his eyes, remembering the other party's face that was slightly turned to the side, and the other hand had been clenched into a fist at some point. At this moment, the temperature continued to drop with Wiki as the center of the circle, and the staff around him sneezed from time to time. Even if they were wearing suits, they could not isolate this coldness. Achoo! Achoo! Why is it so cold? Is there something wrong with the machine? Marut Isai, who was not far away, also noticed the change in temperature and his face was full of confusion. In the distance, the battle-hardened Black Rock was keenly aware of the reason for the temperature change. This wave of coldness was murderous intent, a high concentration of murderous intent. The gecko of the bronze tree? Good, very good. Hui Qi stood up and put the phone in his arms, the anger in the depths of his eyes continued to burn. Hui Qi did not expect that Kaneki-ken could be captured by the bronze tree. Gecko, you'd better pray that Kaneki-ken survives, otherwise I will use your body as a container to experiment with Kagun. My mind recalled the failed ghoul experiment done by Kano Akihiro. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing Wiki suddenly stand up, Marut Isai subconsciously asked. I can't wait to go to District 11. Hui's mouth twitched, and she put on a smile that was uglier than a ghost. This scene subconsciously made Marut Isai take a few steps back and swallow his saliva. Half an hour before Hinamai posted the photo. Big brother, I can read this word. Great, great, Hinamai has a really strong learning ability. Kaneki-ken praised Hinamai while cleaning up the cups while Toka watched this scene quietly. Although Hinamai's mother was missing, in the eyes of everyone it was no different from being dead, but no one expected that Hinamai could quickly get out of the shadow of losing her mother. Hearing the encouragement and praise from her older brother Kaneki-ken, Hinamai happily looked at the book and tried to recognize the next word. However, this tranquility did not last long. 4 people who looked like ghouls walked in from the door of the coffee shop, 3 of them wearing hats and masks, and one of them who looked like a leader showed his full face. The man walked in aggressively as if he was looking for something. Is the manager here? The store manager is not here at the moment, I can tell you. Kaneki-ken looked at the man in front of him. Hey, if you have any questions, at least order a cup of coffee. Kirishima Toka pointed her finger at the man and shouted in an unfriendly tone. Tisk. Got it. 3 minutes later, the 3 of them sat together. My name is Manjo Shoaki and I am from District 11. Do you know Kami Shiro Riz? I am an old acquaintance of Ms. Riz in District 11. Hey? Kami Shiro Riz? Why do you think she's here? Toka leaned forward slightly and stared at the man in front of her. Miss Riz seemed very interested in this coffee shop before she left. What's that smell? So familiar. Manjo Shoaki said halfway when he felt a familiar smell in the air, and his nose kept moving to try to distinguish the smell. As the smell poured into his nose, Manjo Shoaki looked at Kaneki-ken in disbelief, grabbed Kaneki-ken's collar with his right hand and roared. Why? Do you smell like Kami Shiro Riz? Let go of me, you bastard. Don't act wild in the store. Kirishima Toka next to her said in a bad tone, as if she was going to fight him if they had a disagreement. However, at this moment, Manshang was extremely excited, his eyes fixed on Kaneki-ken. You? Are you her boyfriend? Misunderstanding, I am not her. There are many different ways to say she in Japanese. In this sentence, it means girlfriend. What? Bastard. Girlfriend. Manjo attacked Kaneki without restraint, but all his punches missed, and Kaneki raised his head and accidentally hit Manjo's chin, causing his head to fall heavily to the ground. I passed out. I knew this would happen. Sorry. I'm sorry, our boss Wanshang has caused you trouble. The 3 ghouls explained helplessly. The 3 people accompanying him were unexpectedly polite and did not do anything out of line because of the boss falling to the ground. Very weak. Hinamai in the corner looked at the unconscious figure on the ground. At this time, Hinamai had already picked up her phone to choose the angle to take a photo. In the frame, there were only Kaneki-ken and the foreign ghoul, and Kirishima Dano was not in the photo. Chapter 55. The police station has given the latest number of survivors. Marut Isai said with a serious face. How many? 0. Hearing this, Black Rock closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. There is also good news. I have obtained the command. In 10 days, we will gather troops to attack District 11. 10 days to attack. Kaneki Ken's life and death is too uncertain, so he must speed up the time. I also have to ask Kano Akihiro about the progress of the experiment. Wiki thought about what Marut Isai said and made up his mind. Outside, Wiki fixed his eyes on Marut Isai, with a hint of chill in his tone. 10 days? That's too long. Is 5 days enough? 5 days is too long, CCG needs a lot of adjustments. I believe in your ability, Marut. Leaving this sentence, Huichi walked out of the meeting room. Why is Wiki's mood swings so drastically? Yukinori Shinohara, Iwa Kuroiwa and Marut Isai, who were sitting in their seats, watched Wiki leave, and this question popped up in their minds at the same time. Outside, Wiki took out her cell phone and made a call. Akihiro. Kano, how's the progress of your experiment? Very good, the new material has been withstood, they are recuperating after the operation. I was just about to tell you the good news, but I didn't expect you to call me first. The experiment was successful. How many test subjects appeared? Kana Akihiro's answer made Wiki breathe a sigh of relief. Even if Kaneki Ken died, she still had a backup candidate. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded 2 at once, what rare luck. 2 of them, you keep an eye on them, Kaneki Ken might be in danger now that he has been captured by Bronze Tree. I will not leave the lab until the 2 of them are proficient in using the Kagun. As for Kaneki Ken, I still need to observe him and maybe I can find a failure point in him. However, according to my information, Bronze Tree seems to want Kami Shiro Riz, and it is highly likely that he will not attack Kaneki Ken. Riz? What did Bronze Tree want her for? To recruit her into the organization. Not sure. Akihiro Kano, who was on the other side of the phone, stared at Riz Kami Shiro in the petri dish, his eyes becoming more and more satisfied. Do you need any more human material? If you do, go to Zayasen Street in District 16. I remember there are a few murderers there. Oh wait. Key tone gradually relaxed, without the previous coldness. There is no shortage of them recently. If you have time, come and take a look at the latest experimental subjects. Their fusion is surprisingly perfect. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Huichi returned to CCG. Kaneki Ken, you can't get into trouble yet. You are a pathfinder on the route road, and the experience you bring is valuable. Amen, this Quinqua must be suitable for you. Mado Wyuxu took Amen Kotaro to the headquarters of the 1st District. Senior, what do you mean? Yaman looked at Madoka Wyuxu's actions in confusion. The other party didn't seem to be willing to give him a Quinqua. Quinqua is in the headquarters of the 1st District. I can't let you use the one I modified myself. After that, the 2 walked into the headquarters of the 1st District and passed through the RC inspection door. In the distance, a figure appeared in the sight of Amen Kotaro, sitting on a chair. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the other person's face became clearer. Oh wait. Chi Special. Hey, why are you here after such a long time? How come you are stranded out there? Genhu Yuxu came to Huiki and teased him. Move your big eyes away, what are you doing here? Huichi was looking at Genhu Yuxu with a sidelong glance, and retaliated mercilessly. Of course, I brought Quinqua to Kotaro Amen. After all, he will soon participate in the expulsion battle of Area 11. A Quinqua in hand will obviously improve his combat power. Really? It's surprising that you didn't give your inferior products to Yaman. Huiqi's tone was quite teasing, but Genhu Yuxu beside him didn't care and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. I've also been assigned to the expulsion battle in District 11. It's so exciting, ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Huiqi's mouth twitched. Did Marut Isai go crazy to assign this guy here? I'm going to go get Quinqua with Yaman first. See you later. He he he. In Area 11. Kaneki Ken, who was in a coma, just woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Kirishima Arita. Seeing Kaneki Ken wake up, Kirishima Arita kicked him in the stomach without hesitation and shouted in a very bad tone. Just woke up, why didn't you fall asleep? Come with me. Kaneki Ken, who had just woken up, was still a little confused, but Kirishima Aya kicked him awake with a few kicks, and then slowly stood up and looked around with confused eyes. There were only a few concrete pillars around, and the rest were structures similar to rough houses. The cold wind blew on Kaneki Ken's face, and the coldness made Kaneki more energetic. After a while, Kirishima Aya stopped in front. I'll give you a piece of advice. The people above are different from me. They have no concept of sensibility. After saying that, Kirishima Audiobook pushed open the door in front of him. The bronze tree ghouls of Area 11 gathered in a building. There was a dark mass of people around them. It was roughly estimated that there were about 100 of them. There were two figures sitting right above them, and a circle of bronze tree cotters surrounded them. At a glance, there were many people Kaneki was familiar with in the ghoul group, including Manjo, Nico, Gecko, etc. The tall and thin man at the back is called Tadara, and he wants to see you. Kirishima Audiobook signaled Kaneki-ken with his eyes, and then urged Kaneki to go over. It's scary. Kaneki-ken felt the strange atmosphere around him. The hall was silent. All the ghouls were silent, as if they were waiting for Tadara's order. However, Kaneki still came to Tadara and looked at him with doubtful eyes, wondering what he wanted to talk to him about. Please, excuse me, pft. Before Kaneki-ken finished speaking, Tadara's hand had already stabbed into his abdomen. The other party's big hand seemed to grab something inside his body. Kaneki-ken could clearly feel that it was something he had never had before. Here on the left, it is indeed Riz's katana, so it seems that Riz should be dead. Totaro looked down at Kaneki-ken with cold eyes as if he was looking at garbage, and threw it on the ground. Kirishima. Kento, I'll keep this guy for you to play with. Bright red blood dripped down Totaro's fingers, and the severely injured Kaneki-ken curled up his body. Dead? This is not what someone wants to see. Yoshimura Kanji sighed as he looked at Kaneki-ken on the ground. As expected, we have to start with the doctor who escaped. Hearing this, Kaneki-ken endured the severe pain and climbed up. What does this mean? It seems that old man Fankin didn't tell you? He didn't tell you. Did you really think that you had only a heart transplanted? Looking at Kaneki-ken's expression, Duo Duoliang squatted down and told him the truth in a pitiful tone. Chapter 56. What you transplanted is the hermaphrodite. As for the internal organs, do you think you can use someone else's? Kaneki-ken was shocked, his mouth opened wide, and the words of Tadara were echoing in his mind. The store manager knows everything, but he didn't tell me. You are Kano Akihiro's test subject, the old man's pastime, just like a potted plant, the branches will be cut off when they grow long. Tadara's words penetrated Kaneki-ken's brain, and now he knows the truth. It turns out that the manager is also deceiving himself. What a gentle pair of eyes. You didn't show any anger or hatred even when you were deceived. It seems that you are happy there. At this point, Tadara stopped talking, but his eyes were full of mockery as if he was looking at a clown in a circus. Yoshimura Kanji jumped down from his chair and said, Tadara, we should go, otherwise CCG will notice it and there are ghouls waiting for us there. Well, everything is going according to plan. As for this, Naroi is in charge. After the two left, Kaneki-ken returned to his room and sat down, with Tadara's words echoing in his mind. Whether it was the attending Dr. Kano or the manager of the antique coffee shop, they were all like bugs drilling in and out of Kaneki-ken's mind. Even though the store manager hid something from me, he saved me. He gave me food, shelter, and language. If it weren't for the store manager, I would probably be dead now. Kaneki-ken's confused mind flashed through images one after another, with the antique coffee shop always in the background. At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor, and the direction of the sound was exactly the room where Kaneki-ken was staying. Wanshang? You shouldn't be here, right? Jinmu looked at the man in front of him and spoke subconsciously. I actually came to find you to escape from the bronze tree. Of course, I am very grateful that you hid the news that Riz was dead. Manjo's eyes were lonely and his tone was sad. It turned out that Manjo talked with Kaneki-ken for a long time after waking up in the antique coffee shop. The most asked question was about Riz's whereabouts. But Kaneki-ken lied for Manjo's sake and Riz had left Area 20. Soon, Manjo took Kaneki-ken to a room. In the room, Kaneki-ken met Manjo's three younger brothers again, and there were other people, a mother and son and several men. Hello everyone, I am Kaneki-ken. Seeing everyone looking at him, Kaneki-ken said quickly. Well, since you were brought here by Manjo, it means we have the same idea, to escape from the bronze tree. They. Man nodded to Kaneki-ken, and then introduced everyone in the room. It is said that the ghoul who leads the bronze tree is also one-eyed, just like Kaneki-ken. Those guys call their leader the One-Eyed King. I don't know the details, after all, we are low-ranking people who don't know the internal information of the organization, but people like Naroi should be direct subordinates. Manjo told Kaneki-ken about the composition of the bronze tree. The most important thing is that according to my investigation, Gecko, Kirishima Ayadu and Naroi will go out at the same time in 5 days. At that time, we only need to face the 2S level ghouls, the Ping brothers. Bing brother? Kaneki-ken asked doubtfully. Naroi had met the man who never spoke, but he had never heard of the word Bing brother. I don't know where they came from, but they command a bunch of ghouls, and now almost all the ghouls in Area 11 are under their control. When it comes to the Ping brothers, Wanzhang also shook his head regretfully, and the other party's information was very vague. Little did he know that these words fell into someone's ears. In the CCG headquarters, Huichi sat in a chair waiting for someone. A minute later, 2 people came from a distance. They were Jisuk and Takaizawa Masamichi. Hello, Special Investigator Huiki. Fa Si Xiongja greeted politely. Yet, Huiki just nodded. Takaizawa Masamichi on the side looked at Huiki excitedly, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Hello. Special Investigator Huiki. The legendary executioner. How could that guy Mato Akira have kept it a secret for so long? After saying this, Takaizawa Masamichi bowed to Izuki. As a second-class investigator, he had to show his courtesy when meeting a special-class investigator. Stop, don't bow to me, just shake my hand. Huichi shook her head and used her hand to stop Takaizawa Masamika's action. When she was in District 20, she never let anyone bow to her. Handshake. Takaizawa Masamichi, who was interrupted, said in disbelief when he saw the hand in front of him, but his body did not slow down at all. He quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wiped the sweat off his hands. After a while, Jiji and Huichi were discussing the temporary ownership of District 20, while Takaizawa Masamichi was already immersed in his own fantasy. The higher UPS asked me to temporarily take over the ownership of District 20. I wonder what Huichi thinks. Temporary? Got it, I'll come back to manage it after I finish dealing with Area 11. Huichi answered without any hesitation. Now the ghouls that he was focusing on were in Area 11, so it didn't matter if he put Area 20 aside for the time being. Well, thank you Huiki for your cooperation. Fa Si Xiangji was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Huiki to agree so quickly. On the way back, Takaizawa Masamichi looked at his palm excitedly, wishing he could remember the scene forever. Special Officer Huichi actually shook hands with me, but I am only a second-class investigator. Did he see my potential? I am the only second-class investigator in the entire CCG who can get the executioner's handshake. After work, Takaizawa Masamichi couldn't wait to go home and record everything that happened today, and he gave a heavy description of the scene where Huichi shook hands with him. At this moment, not only CCG is busy, but also the antique coffee shop in District 20 is also discussing Kaneki research. The bronze tree is full of ghouls born to fight. It is very difficult to rescue them. Besides, there is also the CCG fighting with them. They are also elite troops. They. Store manager looked at everyone with a serious expression. They. Worst result is to face both sides at the same time. I hope you are sure that you will save Kaneki-ken even if it means risking your own life. As soon as the manager finished speaking, Hinamai immediately expressed her attitude. Of course. I can't bear to see my big brother leave. You must save me, even if it's just me. Dongxiang answered firmly. I want to go too, just as a way to repay Kaneki-ken. Nishio-kin pushed his glasses and answered casually. At this moment, everyone in the antique coffee shop knew that it was very dangerous to save Kaneki-ken, but Tuka, Nishio-kin, Irimi Xian, Fueguka Hinamai and others were still determined to rescue him. Seeing this, the store manager nodded slightly. Let's start planning the rescue plan now. A few minutes later, the door of the coffee shop opened. Everyone looked and saw a man with blue hair, Jukiyama Shiyu, as well as Idari Ikiri and the masked master, Yuta. Kaneki-kun. Please wait for my rescue. Jukiyama Shiyu shouted in an excited tone. Masked Master Yuta and Ito Kiri were preparing masks to blend in a floor plan of the Bronze Tree Ghoul gathering place in Area 11. Chapter 57. CCG's Special Anti-Ghoul Countermeasures Team, the second meeting room. Hwiki and Sosuijozo are already in place. Crunch, crunch, slurp. Sosuijozo beside him was eating potato chips, sucking the residue off his fingers with his mouth from time to time, while Hwiki didn't say anything but just quietly thought about one thing. Is the one-eyed king of the bronze tree Izumi Takatsuki? With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open. Sosuijozo saw that it was Amin Kotaro who was coming towards him, and immediately greeted him. Good morning, Investigator Amin. Good morning, Sosuijozo. Good morning, Special Investigator Hwiki. After greeting, Amin Kotaro saw Sosuijozo's current appearance. He was dressed in shabby clothes and there were all kinds of snacks on the table. Where's your tie? And your buttons? Besides, the embroidery on your body should at least look like an investigator's, and the thread ends will cause the wound to get infected. Yaman Kotaro's voice gradually lowered, and I don't know if it was because of Hwiki beside him, but he turned to teach Sosuijozo a lesson with an admonishing tone. The thread is sterile, so it won't cause any harm or infection, and it's very beautiful when sewn into the skin. Sosuijozo said as he performed a sewing trick for Hwiki and Amin Kotaro. Problem teenager, ×2. This sentence occurred to both Hwiki and Amin Kotaro. When Amin sat down, the next figure walked in. Good morning, Inspector Takaizawa. Sosuijozo beside him still greeted happily, not caring about his sloppy appearance at all. Good morning. Can you clean up the snacks? Takaizawa Masamichi said with a frown. The snacks on the other party's table were too dazzling. As an investigator, how could he do this in such an important meeting? Huichi Special. Good morning, Investigator Yaman. It was not until Takaizawa Masamichi completely entered the meeting room that he noticed that there were two people besides Sosuijozo, one of whom was the executioner he had been thinking about. I see the executioner again. Was I right just now? As an investigator, I must show my basic qualities, and I will definitely make Special Officer Hwiki look at me with new eyes again. Thinking of this, Takaizawa Masamichi suppressed his excitement and sat opposite Hwiki. In the silent meeting room, only the sound of Sosuijozo eating was heard. Can this guy shut up? Stop eating. The special officer is still here. How can a mere third-class investigator be so ungrateful? How did he get in? And he didn't listen to me. Takaizawa Masamichi was almost losing control under his calm expression. He told this third-class investigator to clean up the table as soon as he entered the room, but he still acted as if no one was around. Third-class investigator, can you please stop eating and take the snacks away? After thinking it over again and again, in order to make a deep impression on Hwiki, Takaizawa Masamichi still whispered to remind Sosuijozo. Do you want to eat? I can share some with you. Sosuijozo misunderstood and pushed one of the snacks in front of Takaizawa Masamichi. Looking at the snacks in front of him, Takaizawa Masamichi's face turned pale, and he didn't even dare to look at Hwiki. At this moment, his heart was on the verge of breaking. It's over, it's over. Special Officer Huichi wouldn't think that I'm the same as this guy, right? Don't have a bad impression of me. I'm a second-class investigator and he's only a third-class investigator. We're different. Little did he know that Huichi had already wandered away and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. You bastard! I told you not to eat. As a third-class investigator, you must listen to the second-class orders. Takaizawa Masamichi snatched the snacks from Sosuijozo and roared. The next second. With a thud. Sosuijozo's fist came to Takaizawa Masamichi's face and knocked him to the ground. Such a loud noise in the house woke up Hwiki, who was in a daze. Stop, stop. Huichi frowned and stopped the two people's actions. Why are these two newcomers still fighting in the conference room? Hearing Huichi's cold words, the two stopped their actions. Sosuijozo was as obedient as an elementary school student, and Takaizawa Masamichi did not dare to make any moves. This will not happen again. From now on, no violence will be allowed in the meeting room. Yeah, I will. After hearing Hwiki's scolding, Sosuijozo did not feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he quickly packed up his snacks and sat down on the chair obediently. Long before coming, Shinohara Yukinori told Sosuijozo one sentence. When I'm not here, if you have any questions, you can seek help from Special Investigator Hwiki, and I will negotiate afterwards. For this reason, Sosuijozo listened to Hwiki's words very much, and Sosuijozo had a high degree of favorability towards Hwiki. The other party did not put pressure on him, nor did he scold him. Even if his image was not good, he did not say bad things to him. Thinking of this, Suzumiyajozo sneaked up to Hwiki with a mysterious expression, until he took out the chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Hwiki. Chocolate? That's thoughtful. Huichi took the chocolate and replied calmly. This scene was like a bolt from the blue in the eyes of Takaizawa Masamichi, and his pale face had spread to his lips. It's over. It's over. It's over. He turned out to be a man of special investigator Hwiki. My life as an investigator is over. Even Mr. Jisuk can't save me. Go back and sit down. Hwiki said to Takaizawa Masamichi in the distance. Hearing Hwiki's words, Takaizawa Masamichi returned to his seat in a daze, staring at the table with lifeless eyes. He seems to be in the same grade as Mado Akira, right? Why didn't Mado Akira come to CCG? I'll ask him after the meeting. Since the last time we met, I felt that he looked familiar. I always felt like I had seen him somewhere, and Mado Akira seemed to have mentioned him vaguely. After a while, everyone in the meeting room arrived, and started this routine meeting. Half an hour later, Huichi stretched her waist. Every day there was a meeting session that she hated. It was really too distressing, but she had to participate. After the meeting, Huichi stood up and walked out the door. Takaizawa Masamichi, come out for a moment. Boom. This sentence completely broke the already shaky Takaizawa Masamichi. At this moment, the surroundings of Takaizawa Masamichi became visibly depressed, and he himself was like a walking corpse. Bye. Suzumiyajozo didn't even forget to say hello when he left. 3 minutes later, Takaizawa Masamichi appeared in Hwiki's office. Excuse me. Hwiki, did I do something wrong? Wrong? What does that mean? Just now, I had a physical conflict with Suzumiyajozo. I know this is not right for an investigator. Please give me a chance. That's not important, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Huichi looked at Takaizawa Masamune standing at attention, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was not an old-fashioned person in the workplace, and he must have been scared by this kid. Ah. Then why are you looking for me? The gloom on Takaizawa Masamika's face disappeared, and his spirits perked up again. Chapter 58. Mado Akira should have graduated, right? I see you're already a second-class investigator. That guy went to study. Takaizawa Masamichi replied gloomily. Oh, is that so? Then I know. After getting the answer she wanted, Huichi encouraged Takaizawa Masamichi and painted a big picture for the newcomer. At night, Yoshimura Kanji had already left, Naroi and Kirishima Shien were both out for a meeting, and Gecko and the others also went shopping. Everything was just as Wanzhang Shiyi had planned. There were only the two brothers Ping in District 11. Good opportunity, hurry up and run away, Brother Ping is usually lazy and won't be discovered. Wan Zhang led everyone to flee outside Area 11. The people around him cheered from time to time, and finally got away from that terrible organization. Thanks to Wanzhang, otherwise it would be really difficult. What a smart mind, you deserve to be the captain. For a while, the praises for Wanzhang Shiyi were endless. As everyone arrived at the outer area, everyone gradually relaxed, without the previous tension, and even began to talk and laugh. Everyone was so relaxed that they didn't notice that there was a sentry on the tree. The ghoul looked at the person below with confusion. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Ah! The ghoul on guard was killed by the man behind Manjo before he could finish his words, but his dying cry still attracted the Ping brothers. Bastards! Who told you to act without permission? Run! At this moment, Wanzhang felt like he was betrayed by a stupid teammate. He just used the strength of the ghoul to trick him in and kill him without even letting him scream. Looking at the Ping brothers rushing towards him from a distance, a boy named Guangren in the team stood in front of his mother. Mom, I'm here to protect you. No. Come behind me. Guangren's mother shouted anxiously, holding Guangren tightly with her right hand. Run. Kaneki-ken and I will hold them back. In a hurry, Manjo brought 3 younger brothers to the front of the team to resist the attack of the Ping brothers. However, the 3 younger brothers and Kaneki-ken were the only ones who could really fight. Manjo now didn't know how to use his Kagun at all, and a bloody hole was opened in his chest the moment he came into contact with the Ping brothers. Kaneki-ken, who barely reacted, hurriedly used his Kagun to fight them. With the advantage of his Kagun, Kaneki-ken and the Ping brothers maintained a tie for the time being. Manjo's 3 younger brothers could only harass Kaneki-ken when the time was right to do so, relieving Kaneki-ken's pressure from the side. For Kaneki and Manjo, this result was exactly what they wanted, and they were responsible for delaying the time of escape. However, a voice was heard in the woods. "Do you need help?" 2 people walked out of the woods. The leader was Gecko, who was holding the man's head with one hand and the woman with the other. Nicole behind him was holding Guangren in her arms. "What? No." Seeing this scene, Wanzhang's eyes were bloodshot. His plan had failed. No one escaped alive. "Wanzhang-kun is so cute. If it weren't for Nicole, I would have let you run away." The gecko's eyes were full of ridicule. Wanzhang, who was lying on the ground, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Back to the original topic. According to the regulations, escaped ghouls will be executed. Of course, I don't care about these things, and I don't care about other people, because in my eyes, there is only Kami Shiro Riz. So, Kaneki-ken, can you be my subordinate? I can let the others leave alive. Gecko's words made Kaneki-ken stagnate on the ground, and the Ping brothers in the distance looked at Gecko with fear. Now the only cadre in District 11 is Naroi, who doesn't care about anything at all. In other words, Gecko is the actual controller of District 11. "Brother Ping, you won't object, will you? Otherwise, I don't mind killing 2 first." When the Gecko saw Brother Ping still staying here, his Kagun broke out of his body, and his face looked sinister. "Tisk, go." Seeing Gecko reveal his Kagun, the 2 brothers retreated a few steps in fear and finally returned to the bronze tree stronghold. Kaneki-ken looked at Gecko with a trembling body. He clearly felt that the other party was powerful when he revealed his Kagun just now, and now there was a hostage in the other party's hands. Under pressure from the 2, Kaneki-ken agreed. "Ha ha ha, a wise agreement. I treat my subordinates very gently. Nico, go and lock those guys up alone." The reckless voice of the gecko echoed in the woods, and Wanzhang and his 3 younger brothers who had awakened on the spot all looked at Kaneki-ken who was walking away. "Damn it! That guy!" Wanzhang said in a painful tone. He knew very well what a cruel guy Gecko was. The last person who was taken away might have gone insane. On the road leading to the darkness, there was a constant rustling sound. A centipede was lying in the grass. The words winding and remote were how Kaneki-ken felt. The road he followed behind Gecko became more and more rugged. He seemed to have come to a remote place in District 11. "We are almost there. The big house in front is where I usually greet my men," Gecko said excitedly, and his pace quickened as he became impatient. "What is that?" Kaneki-ken stared blankly at the house in the distance. Its shape was like a birdcage. At the same time, a premonition surged from deep in his body that he would never like that place. But if he didn't go, Manjo, Mitsuko and his mother would be killed. Thinking of this, Kaneki-ken chose to suppress the restlessness in his body and followed the gecko into the house. Entering the house, Kaneki-ken saw a ghoul who was tied to a chair, his hands and feet were locked with black shackles, and his body was covered with bruises. There was an iron tube in front of the ghoul, which was filled with bloody fingers and toes. At the sight of it, Kaneki-ken's back suddenly went numb. "That's my subordinate. Don't be afraid, he did something wrong and needs to be punished." Noticing Kaneki-ken taking a step back, Gecko explained with a friendly expression. Then, Gecko took out a needle from his pocket, which had some liquid in it. "Do you know what this is?" Without waiting for Kaneki-ken to answer, Gecko explained to himself. RC inhibitory fluid is specially used for decomposing ghouls' bodies and performing surgery. It is a special product exclusively for CCG. Once injected into the ghoul's body, it will suppress the activity of RC cells. At that time, the ghoul's body will lose its resistance like a human, so the next step can be carried out, surgery. "Do you know how to inject the liquid? After all, the ghoul's body is very tough." "No. I don't know," Kaneki-ken swallowed his saliva, his eyes mixed with a bit of fear. "Let me tell you, there is only one place on the whole body, that is mucous membrane." "Ha ha 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 ha." Gecko's tone became stronger and stronger, his body trembling with excessive excitement. At the end of his speech, he turned around and looked at Kaneki-ken without hesitation. holding Kaneki Ken's neck tightly with one hand and holding the needle with the other hand. The tip of the needle flashed with a cold light and stabbed directly at Kaneki Ken's pupil mucous membrane. Chapter 59. The next moment, a shrill scream echoed through the room. Kaneki Ken's voice was hysterical, the pain in his eyes was unbearable. However, Gecko was watching this scene with appreciation, muttering to himself. Even for ghouls, the eyes are very fragile. Ha 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 ha, let the sound of pain be even stronger. Ha 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 ha. Crazy. This madman. Gecko's target has been me from the beginning. He wants to torture me for fun, not to use me as a subordinate. Kaneki Ken finally thought of the answer in his mind. He recalled that everything Gecko did was based on him, such as the antique coffee shop and letting Manjo and others go just now. But it was useless for Kaneki Ken to think of the answer now. As the RC inhibitory fluid was injected into the pupil, Kaneki Ken clearly felt that the RC cells in his body were silent. The entertainment show has begun, he 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 he. Gecko excitedly grabbed Kaneki Ken and pressed him to the chair, then tied him up with black handcuffs and leg cuffs. I can't bear it anymore. I wish Nicole was here, let me do some foreplay first. The speed of Gecko's hands increased, and he immediately pulled the cart back after tying up Kaneki Ken. Gilu, clatter, clang, the cart made a complex sound, including the wheels rolling on the ground, the table vibrating, the props in the container colliding, etc. Let's start like this. Ka ka ka. Kaneki Ken's only eye watched in horror as Gecko took out a pair of pliers from the car. From now on, for every one I cut off, you have to answer me 1000 to 7. If you answer wrong, there will be a deeper punishment. Gecko looks down at Kaneki Ken from above. Gecko didn't give Kaneki Ken a chance to speak. After explaining what he had just said, he squatted down without hesitation and clamped his big toe with pliers. Crack, crack, the bone was squeezed by the external force and made a sound of being overwhelmed. At the same time, the flesh was torn, and blood dripped along the wound of the big toe. No. Stop. Stop. Stop now. Goo goo. It hurts. Stop now. Kaneki Ken roared with a ferocious expression, his pupils were filled with bloodshot, and his mouth could not close because of the pain of tearing. Broken, broken, Kaneki Ken said it subconsciously. He could clearly feel the loss of the feeling of his toes. Ha 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 ha, tell me. Tell me. 1000 to 7. Tell me. 1000-7 equals 9, 9, 3. Although I don't know what the meaning of Gecko asking me to say this is, I still say it. Great. Then I'll give you a reward for the correct answer. Ha 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 ha. Gecko could no longer hide his excitement, and the pliers in his hand immediately clamped the next toe. Crack, bang, snap. The bones rubbed against each other, mixed with Kaneki Ken's miserable and desperate screams. 993, 986, 979, 972, 965, 958, 951, 944, 937, 930. The 10 numbers were so long that Kaneki Ken felt as if he had spent several years. All the toes on his feet had disappeared, leaving only red flesh and bloodstains, and one could even see the bones through the exposed flesh. The heart-wrenching pain had made Kaneki Ken numb, and he leaned decadently on the chair, his face pale and his eyes black. Not enough. Not enough. I want more. Plunder, plunder, plunder. I want more and more. Gecko's pupils burst into a greedy look. He was extremely disappointed that he did not hear Kaneki Ken's screams. The 10 toes in the iron bucket were scattered in the corner. Fingers, fingers, are also okay. Crack. No. Don't. Kaneki Ken's screams rang out again in the room. The pain from his fingers connecting to his heart far exceeded the pain from his toes. Kaneki Ken's eyes were bloodshot and his body was shaking. 937 equals. Tell me. Tell me. 923, Kaneki Ken responded with a hoarse voice. Due to the excessive screaming during the torture, his throat had long been overwhelmed and his vocal cords had been worn to varying degrees. It's perfect. Dong. 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 There were sounds coming from the iron bucket from time to time. That was the sound of broken fingers falling into the iron bucket. Soon, Kaneki Ken's shrill wails were weakening, only the sound of a few numbers remained. The excessive pain made Kaneki Ken's nerves weaken and numb. Similarly, Kaneki no longer had any toes, and his fingers also disappeared cleanly. Hey! 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 Gecko was panting violently, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. He looked at Kaneki Ken with a satisfied tone. See you tomorrow. After that, the gecko walked out with a silly smile, leaving Kaneki Ken alone in the huge house. Watching the gecko leave, Kaneki Ken finally breathed a sigh of relief. His body instinctively wanted to curl up to find a sense of security, but Kaneki Ken, whose hands and feet were tied, could not do it at all, so he had to let his body spread out. At this moment, the feeling of emptiness in his body and mind lingered and filled Kaneki Ken's heart. Store manager, Irami, Furuma, Tuka, Hina, Nishio Nishiki, Antique. In order to seek a sense of security, Kaneki Ken's mind automatically emerged with the happy and wonderful times in the antique coffee shop. That was the place where he was helped after he turned into a ghoul, and it was also the place that gave him a second home. He really wanted to go back. As time passed, the effect of the RC inhibitor was fading. Kaneki Ken's toes grew out first, and the process made him feel unbearable itchiness, as if a centipede was crawling in his feet. The dense limbs caused this feeling. After the toes, the fingers. Everything grew in the order of the gecko. Watching himself grow again, Kaneki Ken remained silent as he saw the limbs coming out. Humans don't have this kind of regeneration ability. Click, the door of the room was pushed open. The gecko is back. Kaneki Ken trembled subconsciously, and had an instinctive fear of this sound. The gecko in the distance came over, and after seeing that Kaneki Ken's fingers and toes had healed, an inexplicable light bloomed in his eyes. Perfect healing speed, you are stronger than the last toy, now you are my new favorite. Where are yesterday's numbers? Gecko's voice sounded like the devil's whisper. Kaneki Ken used all his strength to raise his head and look at Gecko. So, it turns out to be the second day. Seeing this scene, Gecko asked again with a kind face. Where are yesterday's numbers? 860. Oh, congratulations, you got the answer right. You still need to wait for some time for the reward because the preoperative procedures have not been completed yet. Ah! The metal syringe pierced into Kaneki Ken's eyes again. Rather than eyes, if you look closely, it's the mucous membrane below the pupil. Chapter 60. The shrill wails echoed in the room again. Under such torture, Kaneki Ken's eyes were blurred, his vision was doubled, his spirit was weak, and his throat gradually lost its voice. Every time he tried his best, it also meant that his hands and feet were robbed again. The bloodstains under the chair gathered into blood, and the blood accumulated into a pool of blood. The bottom of the iron bucket beside him could no longer be seen, because it was filled with fingers and toes. The miserable state of the ghoul that he saw at the first sight was repeated at this moment, but the victim had changed. The number gradually went from 862. At this time, CCG was still in a meeting. Marut Isai was carefully analyzing the situation in Area 11 and the first thing the team should do after entering Area 11. Hwiki was restrained in the command vehicle by Marut Isai, because as the strongest force in this battle, Hwiki must listen to Marut Isai's command to exert the best combat power. Marut Isai is recognized as the best commander in the entire CCG. No one will deny his plan because there is no second better plan. After the meeting, Hwiki looked at the watch on her wrist. It had been 3 days since Kaneki Ken was captured, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Hwiki, do you really hate this person? Suzuya. Jozo came over and noticed the information on Hwiki's desk. The face of the person was exactly that of Gecko. Yes, I hate him. When he was serving his sentence in District 23, Quikolia, he killed the detained investigator and escaped. Huichi told all the information he had, but Suzuya Jozo was not interested in it. He just took out a knife and gestured at the picture of the gecko. Hey! You bastard! Who allowed you to swing a knife at Huichi? Yukinori Shinohara, who was chatting in the distance, noticed this scene and immediately put down what he was doing and ran over. No, I didn't. Huichi didn't like him, and I didn't like him either. Suzuya. Jozu pointed the dagger at Gecko. Then you can't. Okay, Suzuijozo is just a child, don't be so picky. Since Suzuijozo has this intention, I will reward him with a quinqua if he can kill the gecko. Huichi said with a tone of laughter and tears, looking at Suzuijozo with a caring look. Well then. I was negligent in discipline, I hope you don't take it to heart. After hesitating for a moment, Yukinori Shinohara apologized to Huiki. No, it's not easy for you to raise a child. And he was raised by a ghoul. Thank you for your understanding. After the meeting, Huichi stood up and left. What would you do in the antique coffee shop? Give it up or save it? Tuka. Kaneki-ken looked at the figure in front of him and asked subconsciously. In Kaneki-ken's eyes, Tuka appeared in front of him and stretched out her palm towards him. Come back to antiques with me. Well. Ha ha ha, as expected of a scaled horned ghoul, his healing ability is so outstanding, and it's Kami Shiro Rizkagun, which makes this healing ability even more outstanding. At some point, Gecko appeared in the house again and observed Kaneki-ken with admiration. His fingers and toes were healing for the 5th time, and his healing ability was far better than the previous one. Let's start the 6th time, ha 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 ha. Boom 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 boom. This time, the gecko was extremely excited about the abuse, and cut off the toes very quickly, with a frequency far exceeding that before. Nicole, who was standing by, was watching this scene. Because the gecko was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and play Kaneki-ken to death, the gecko did not hesitate to attack Nicole at the most excited moment. Puff! The big hand stabbed Nicole's abdomen and dug out a piece of flesh. Ugh! Gecko, the pleasure came too suddenly. Nicole held her shy face with both hands, her eyes enjoying it like a cat being stroked. 556, 549, Kaneki. Ken's instinctive answer was that the abuse over the past few days had gradually caused Kaneki-ken's mind to split. After waiting for the gecko to leave, Kaneki-ken's mind once again emerged with the antique coffee shop and others, recalling the past bit by bit, until his mother. Are you all right? My mother in my memory always taught me that it is better to be the one who is hurt than to hurt others. If I have love and kindness in my heart, it doesn't matter if I suffer losses. I will be very happy this way. P.S. Mr. Ishida's works have a deep philosophy. This paragraph reflects the social contradictions at that time. Thinking of this, Kaneki-ken's eyes burst into tears. Mom! Mom! Have I become what you expect me to be? The rest time is always short. After several hours, Kaneki-ken once again saw his fingers and toes. They were like hair, being torn off and growing. Don't grow anymore. No more. I don't want to be tortured anymore. No. Why has my body become like this? At this moment, Kaneki-ken only felt that he was a monster, a ghoul. Yo, Kaneki is doing really well, he has grown back so quickly. Gecko is still so punctual, every time Kaneki-ken recovers, he will definitely appear in the room 10 minutes later. Thanks to Dr. Kano, I got such a suitable toy. But recently I heard that he created 2 more experimental bodies. He actually used Riz to make a ghoul. Kaneki-ken got the key information from Gecko's words. Just when he was about to ask more, his eyes looked at the thing in Gecko's hand in horror. That, what is it? Just by looking at it, Kaneki-ken got goosebumps on his back and felt even more uncomfortable. The Scolopendra subspinipes is the largest centipede in the country. I heard that the largest one can reach 20 centimeters. It's a pity that the one in my hand is only 15 centimeters, but it's also the one I carefully selected. Gecko came over with a happy expression, and shook the centipede in front of Kaneki-ken's eyes. Just put it in your ear like this, hee. This scene instantly made Kaneki-ken sweat profusely, and his throat was even more hysterical. Stop it! Stop it now! No! Please! Don't do this! Stop it now! Kaneki-ken tried his best to move his head to prevent the gecko from putting the centipede into his ear, but the gecko seemed to have a countermeasure and immediately held Kaneki-ken's neck tightly. The centipede got into Kaneki-ken's ear little by little. But the gecko was not done yet. After putting the centipede into his ear, he took out a piece of cloth from his pocket, folded it repeatedly and covered Kaneki-ken's eyes and ears. After losing one sense, the other senses become more acute, ha 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 ha. Just as the gecko said, Kaneki-ken could clearly feel the centipede drilling in and out of his ear, wriggling its disgusting body and swinging its terrifying tentacles. Kaneki-ken was trembling all over, and his hands and legs could not get rid of the handcuffs no matter how hard he struggled. Blue marks could be clearly seen under the traces of his struggle. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Immersed in his spirit, Kaneki-ken didn't seem to notice that in the outside world his mouth was wide open, tears were streaming down his nose, and he was laughing creepily. Chapter 61. Kill me. Kill me. If I could go on like this, it would be so much fun, ha 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 ha. Kaneki-ken's mind was in a mess, his spirit was split, and his body was excited. He didn't know when his tears had dried up, leaving only the burning pain. Under this extreme torture, Kaneki-ken fell into memories. Is Dongxiang safe? How is Nagachika doing lately? Kaneki-ken, who was immersed in his reminiscences, felt his blindfold being taken off. Who is it? Riz. Looking at the beautiful and elegant person in front of him, Kaneki-ken found the answer. Kaneki-kun, why did your hair turn white? That's funny. Kami-shiro Riz held Kaneki-ken's chin with one hand and looked at him with a mocking look. What your mother taught you is really interesting. In order not to hurt others, you have to make yourself the one who is hurt? Do you really think you live by this doctrine? Even though Kaneki knew it was an illusion, he sank into his memories again. Listening to Riz's questioning, Kaneki-ken lowered his head slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and then spoke. That's what my mother taught me, so you listen to the dead. Riz filled in the second half of Kaneki-ken's story with a sense of malice, because the funeral of Kaneki-ken's father had already appeared in the revolving lantern. In the memory, the scene was a wooden coffin with mourners standing on both sides. These people were wearing black suits, but their necks were white. In other words, they had no heads. Dad? Yes, when I was 4 years old, but why can't I remember his face? Because you never paid attention to him. You only care about your mother, right? Selfish child. Riz leaned on Kaneki-ken's chair, lowered her head slightly, and put her red lips close to Kaneki's ear. No, that's not the case. SHH, keep your voice down, I want to see a new performance. A finger was placed on Kaneki-ken's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. In the memory, Kaneki-ken chose to read the books left by his father in order to know what kind of person his father was. It was also at that time that Kaneki gradually fell in love with reading. On the stage, the young Kaneki-ken was performing poorly, and the small figure was walking unsteadily in the performance costume. Kaneki-kun is so cute, he's a great protagonist. Riz looked ahead with interest. I wasn't. I was just forced to perform on stage. Kaneki-ken answered with an embarrassed look on his face. He didn't know how to refuse others, and hurt himself. At this time, the scene changed again, and it was Kaneki-ken's mother who appeared. My mother is a very gentle and excellent person. She taught me Chinese characters, took care of all the household affairs and worked part-time outside. Just seeing this, Kaneki-ken couldn't wait to introduce her. Every time he mentioned the word mother, his tired eyes showed admiration. Haha. What do you mean? Kaneki-ken asked with an abnormal expression. Facing Kaneki-ken's question, Riz did not give any answer, because the answer was already given in her memory. At some point, Kaneki-ken's aunt, mother's sister, appeared at home. She seemed to be talking to her mother and finally took away a bag of subsidy money. My aunt's family was very poor, and she often came to ask for some money shamelessly. Although her family was not well off, my mother still did her best to help her. Kaneki-ken's voice perfectly matches this memory. What a terrible parasite, why do you want to help? Look at your mother. As a ghoul, I feel tired for her. Riz's tone was very sad. As a ghoul, she couldn't stand it. With her aunt's husband in debt and unemployed, Kaneki-ken's mother had to work part-time, and she had to work a lot of jobs, for a long time. She died of overwork. Kaneki-ken was only 10 years old at that time. So in order to make up for her sins, her aunt took Kaneki-ken to her home. At first, Kaneki-ken tried hard and wanted to be a part of their family. Kaneki-ken handed his full mark test paper to his aunt. There is no doubt that Kaneki-ken was praised by his aunt, and his aunt was still complaining about her child, saying that it would be great if he could study as well as Kaneki-ken. After being praised, Kaneki-ken studied harder. The second full mark test paper appeared in his aunt's hands. Instead of getting the praise he imagined, he was greeted with dislike and disgust. His aunt frowned and said in a bad tone. Are you mocking me? Go back to your room with your test paper. It turns out that my aunt's children don't study hard, and Yuichi is addicted to video games every day. Gradually, my aunt no longer pretends, and always speaks ill of Kaneki-ken. Over time, Kaneki-ken feels that this home is no longer comfortable. The home given by his parents has disappeared, his aunt's home is disgusting, and the only pillar in his heart is that man. Nagachika Hideyoshi. The two chat about meaningless things every day, but it is also a kind of redemption for Kaneki. The memories were interrupted, and Riz patted Kaneki-ken on the shoulder. See you later, the master is here. Because the gecko walked in and interrupted Kaneki-ken's memories, Kaneki-ken, who was immersed in his memories, only remembered that he seemed to have suffered torture once. Kaneki-kun, I have to admit that your body and spirit are so tenacious, so I had to do one thing with great painstaking efforts. Gecko pulled off Kaneki-ken's eye patch and pushed the scarred Guangren and his mother, Miss Hui, in front of Kaneki-ken. Mr. Kaneki. Come. Make your choice. Which one do you want to survive, the mother or the child? In an instant, Kaneki-ken's eyes widened and tears welled up again flow out. You are lying, right? You. Didn't you promise me? Why? You are lying. Oh? Promise you? You believe a meaningless lie. Gecko was amused by Kaneki-ken's words and replied in a nonchalant tone. It's really funny that you can endure this garbage for so long, ha 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 ha. Asshole. Thank you for the compliment. So which one do you want to save? Or which one do you want to kill? They. Excitement in the gecko's eyes almost erupted. Such an exciting moment made the gecko burst with joy. I can't choose at all. Kaneki-ken's heart was filled with grief. He had lost his mother and knew the pain of being without a mother. A mother would feel the same way if she lost her child. At this time, Kaneki-ken noticed the shape of Huey's mouth. When these shapes were put together, it meant Guangren. Why do I have to choose? How am I different from a murderer? I indirectly killed someone. Don't hesitate. Choose quickly, Mr. Kaneki, do you want them all to die? The gecko glanced at the mother and son below, as if he wanted to find a pleasant way to kill them. Chapter 62. Hui, lying on the ground, constantly uses her eyes and mouth to signal Kaneki-ken. She only has one idea, which is to let Kaneki-ken give up herself and let the child live. Time ticks by. Hey, hey, hey. Choose quickly, I can't wait any longer. Dead child or dead mother? I think it's better to have a dead mother, right? I heard that mother's love is great. Gecko grabbed Kaneki-ken's hair with his right hand and shook it, and pointed his left finger at Hui. When Kaneki-ken heard Gecko talking about his mother, his pupils changed, but he still didn't speak. Give me an answer, give me an answer. Give me an answer. Give me an answer. The gecko's patience was gradually worn out. He looked at the mother and son fiercely. His right hand stopped grabbing their hair and began to lock their throats. What to choose? What do you want me to choose? If you insist on choosing, then just kill me. Kaneki-ken shouted hoarsely. Hee, okay, okay, the gecko's face turned cold, and he walked to Huey's side. Little kid, watch how your beloved mother died. Even Nicole couldn't stand this scene, and she stopped the gecko's evil taste. After all, killing the mother in front of the child was too sinful. Hey? Are you ordering me around? Damn demon! In that case, I'll just kill the kid first. The gecko gave up on Hui and grabbed the kid's neck with his other hand without hesitation, tightening his grip on Guangren's neck little by little. Snap! Snap! The neck made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Under the gecko's powerful strength, Guangren's legs swung in the air, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry his hands apart. If I do this, I won't have to see my mother die, right? Right. 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 Gecko was like a madman at the moment, and Nicole didn't say anything. No, please, kill me and let my child live. Light people. My child. Heart-wrenching screams and desperate cries echoed in the room. Huey's eyes were full of bloodshot, tears flowed down. Mother. The light man's voice gradually faded, and his struggle became less intense. My child. Guangren. Huey's pleading voice and Guanggren's voice calling for his mother surrounded Kaneki Ken's ears. Ka. Bang. A small figure fell to the ground. Guanggren. Child. Hui shouted anxiously, crawling over with her hands and feet, looking at her child, and tremblingly touched Guanggren's face with her hands. Then she hugged the child tightly in her arms. At this point, Huey's mother knew that her child had left her. At this moment, her eyes were empty and dull, and only the tears on her face proved that she was alive. This scene was captured by Kaneki Ken, and the arrogant gecko was still laughing and saying infuriating words. I can do whatever I want, ha 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 ha, it's unreasonable for a mother not to accompany her child when his or her child dies, go to hell. Gecko used his Kagun to tear Kei and Mitsudo's bodies into 2 pieces alive. Before leaving, Gecko did not forget to mock Kaneki Ken as a hypocrite. Hearing this, Kaneki Ken's face turned pale, and he wanted to explain something but couldn't. Nicole watched this scene with regret. Although I can't save you, but at least die a kind death. Then he used his Kagun to sew the bodies of the 2 together, and finally let the mother and child hug each other. In the blink of an eye, Nicole also left here, and Kaneki Ken was the only one left in the room again. Someone come, save me, save me, save me, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Kaneki Ken cried, his drooping white hair showing his age. Yo, 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 who will save you? You are the only one in the room, do you want to rely on the dead? Are you going to make them live? Riz still had that vicious tone, mercilessly mocking Kaneki Ken's hypocrisy. Bad luck. There is only bad luck around me. I just want to live a good life, what did I do wrong? Kaneki developed the doubts in the depths of his soul. After the transplant of the Kakuha, his life began to be full of misfortunes. Ha 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 ha, blaming all your failures on bad luck, you are so silly and cute. Riz walked in front of Kaneki Ken, hugged Kaneki Ken's head with both hands, and her tone was gentle but deadly. You have brought all the misfortunes upon yourself, but you cannot resist them. You can only watch the people around you die one by one. All the misfortunes in this world are caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved. It all started with you being a simple, weak, and stupid person. If there hadn't been an executioner, you would have avoided such a miserable life. You don't have to be deceived by me, fooled by Kano, or turned into a ghoul. Riz leaned over Kaneki Ken's ear and told him everything that happened that day. It is better to be hurt by others than to hurt others. What a ridiculous statement. If you could kill the gecko, maybe the mother and child could survive. Your mother is the same. She doesn't know how to say no. It seems that she has chosen both sides, but in fact she has given up everything. You think so too, right? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't mention my mother. Shut up. Kaneki Ken yelled out of control, his heart trembling and wavering. Just as Riz said, if his mother didn't care about that damn sister, he wouldn't lose his mother and he would still have mother's love. Why did you abandon me? Mom. Kaneki Ken could no longer suppress his emotions, and screamed out his dissatisfaction with his mother, his hatred for his aunt. Woo woo woo, Mom, 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 why, I hope you can live for me. Even if you don't save your aunt. Riz looked at Kaneki Ken with satisfaction and said in a gentle and persuasive way. Even if I don't save my aunt. Kaneki Ken yelled, revealing his true thoughts. Good boy, that's it. Sometimes in order to protect one party, you have to give up the other party, but your mother didn't do that. She didn't have the awareness to give up. So, do you still want to be the one who gets hurt? Are you still willing to forgive the gecko? I can't forgive people like him who don't respect life. And organizations that wantonly trample on life. I will never forgive them. Very good. If the bronze tree grows stronger, all the partners in Area 20, Tuka, Nishiki, Hinamai, and Ira will end up in such a miserable state. Hearing this, Kaneki Ken calmed down instead, without any previous actions, but his tone changed drastically from before, becoming helpless and cold. I won't let that happen. Not just the bronze tree, but anyone who threatens my peaceful life will never be forgiven. It sounds good, but you don't want to use the Kagun, right? You said you don't want to use a power you can't control, right? Just learn to control it. As soon as the words fell, Kaneki Ken opened his mouth, threw his body over Kami Shiro Riz, biting and eating her mouthful by mouthful. Chapter 63. On the 5th day since Kaneki-ken was captured, CCG has begun to integrate its forces and set off, and an exclusive report is also being broadcast on TV. This expulsion battle is being watched by the public, who are looking forward to whether CCG can achieve a perfect victory. According to the plan, the time for the action is at night. Wiki is sitting in the command vehicle heading to Area 11. On the way, Maradichai kept debugging various equipment to ensure that there would be no delays in information. Tick, 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 the second hand is turning, and forces from all sides are gathering in Area 11. Half an hour later, all the cars arrived at the building occupied by the bronze tree in Area 11, and the outer troops were the first to set up their guns and fire at the ghouls. The bullets used are Q Barrett, which are bullets made of Kagun and have good lethality to ghouls. Wiki is resting in the rear. According to Maradichai, he can only stay near the command vehicle for now, because he is the strongest combat force and must use it reasonably. Once Shinohara, Kuroiwa Iwa and others need support, then he will provide support. Yaman, are you ready? Kill all these bastards. Mado Ryuguzu held the suitcase in both hands, looking eagerly at the battlefield ahead, where the sound of gunfire continued and the black night sky was shining with light. I'm ready. Amen. Kotaro answered in full preparation. Remember, even if you lose your arms and legs, you must fight. Oh, you are too harsh on your apprentices. Not everyone is like you. Huichi interrupted Genhu Ryuguzu coldly. When facing ghouls, we have to kill them all, right? Mado Ryuguzu answered stupidly, his hunched body silently telling him something. Are you seeking liberation? Huichi looked at Genhu Ryuguzu in silence. His words were full of determination. He didn't care about his own life or death. He just wanted to kill one more ghoul in his lifetime. A few minutes later, Huichi came to the front line with a frown. What's going on? Why can't we break through the defense line? Why did CCG lose the shooting battle? Maradichai and Wiki asked in unison. The enemy has a shield and a scope formed by a Kagun. The person next to him answered cautiously, fearing that he would offend the two special. Have you ever been a mercenary or trained? A bunch of scum. Huichi said in a cold voice, and then pulled out several throwing knives from his coat, holding 4 of them between his 2 fingers. He threw them at the ghouls in the building, and the moment the throwing knives left his hands, they released powerful kinetic energy. The next second, 8 ghouls were stabbed in the head by the throwing knives, and their bodies were hanging on the wall behind them. So strong, times everyone. It is astonishing that such a long distance can be achieved by relying only on physical strength. The investigators behind him were stunned, just like those at the front. The investigators in other districts were stunned. They had also heard about the executioner's deeds, but most of Wiki were active in fixed areas. Therefore, some investigators were not clear about Wiki's detailed strength. Now seeing the opponent's unfathomable combat power, the flying knife action just now was enough to wipe out most of the investigators in CCG. In everyone's eyes, only Arima Kishao could do a small part. Wiki threw several times in succession, and the ghouls in the window were eliminated at a very fast speed. All the ghouls died in the same way. This scene was seen by Suzuya Jozo, and he couldn't help but wave the dagger in his hand, imitating it clumsily, trying to reach Wiki's level. Charge now! Merit on the side seized the fighting power and shouted at the top of his voice. In an instant, the police officers mixed with investigators charged quickly, showing their combat qualities. Huichi stood in place and watched the charging team, and then stopped one of the police officers. The stopped police officer looked at Huichi respectfully. Hello. Special Investigator. I am Zhang Benayahan, what can I do for you? Reclaimed my quinqua. No problem. I will definitely do it. After saying that, Zhang Benayahan's legs seemed to be equipped with motors, and he rushed into the building at a speed far exceeding everyone else. Talent, seeing. Zhang Benyuhan's speed, Huichi subconsciously whispered. As everyone arrived at the building, they quickly fought against the ghouls of the bronze tree. Among them, the investigators such as Go Misato from the 13th district performed outstandingly. Go Misato, holding the feathered quinqua, quickly and accurately aimed at the ghouls, and carried out effective attacks to weaken the living combat power of the bronze tree. Senior investigator Hirako was responsible for the ghouls at the southern entrance. Under the command of Maradichai, CCG quickly blocked the southern entrance and exit. The troops quickly blocked the first floor and followed into the second floor, but at this time Shinohara discovered that Suzuijozo had disappeared. However, in this emergency, Shinohara could only pay attention and could not actively look for him. The entire team of investigators needed a special leader. The troops encountered many stronger ghouls as they went deeper. One of the teams encountered Noroi, who used a ferocious Kagun to devour the guards. The 10-man team was all digested in just 1 minute. The time came to 23:55 outside the venue. Rumimi Xian covered her ears with one hand and used the other ear to analyze the information of everyone in the antique coffee shop. From the feedback so far, everyone has already invaded the interior. Hinamai next to her looked at Rumimi Xian with envy. Sister, you are so amazing. You will be able to do it in the future too. Ruhian Xian touched Hinamai's head. What is CCG's trend like? They. Store manager asked. Divided into 3 teams, CCG is now in the upper hand. Well, it seems that we need to delay for a while. I hope he doesn't participate. After saying that, the store manager left this place and went to the battle site. In the command vehicle, Marut Isai spitted and gave orders with the walkie-talkie. The main team goes to the second building, and then joins up with the other teams. The second team goes to the 5th building, and kills all the ghouls they encounter. Receive. Got it. Huichi fiddled with the clock in his hand, and a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes. What a long-winded commander, why did he keep me in the car? It's really annoying. Thinking of this, Huiki took advantage of Maritisei's attention to the commander and sneaked out of the command car to go to the battlefield. Plop. Plop. Stepping on the blood of the ghouls, Huiki scanned all the surrounding buildings. There were 6 building areas in total, and the first one where she was. Kaneki-ken, where are you? Don't make things difficult for me. CCG's fierce attack gradually weakened the Bronze Tree Ghoul. Kirishima Ayato, who was in the battle, scolded Gecko. Damn it, where are you now? At this time, Gecko came to his love nest. Beiju is about to capture this place, we are here just to delay time. Do you believe this rumor? If ghouls eat their own kind, their RC value will be higher and stronger, their own kind must taste terrible. But I have tried it before, and it is indeed true. Maybe we ghouls have been plundering each other since birth. Then let me plunder you now. Ka. After saying that, the gecko pressed his index finger, making a crisp sound. Chapter 64. At this point, the gecko stretched out his hand to hold Kaneki-ken down and eat him alive. The next moment. Tear. Beiji. Beiji. Kaneki-ken, who was silent, suddenly attacked the gecko, as if he had changed into a different person, opened his mouth and tore a piece of flesh from the gecko's face. Kaneki-ken felt the taste in his mouth, which was slightly better than human food, but not as delicious as human flesh and blood. It can only be said that the difference between vegetarian buns and meat buns is. It's really disgusting. Your flesh is like a rotten fish belly, full of stench. Asshole! 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 How dare you eat me? I want you dead! Gecko, who had just reacted, roared, aiming his hands at Kaneki-ken and trying to beat him down. However, Kaneki-ken at this time was no longer the same as before. Seeing Gecko's attack, Kaneki decisively smashed the chair, quickly climbed onto Gecko's shoulders, and strangled his neck with the chains on his feet and hands. You don't accept it. The gecko felt Kaneki-ken behind him, and decisively used his own scales to counterattack, knocking Kaneki-ken away, but blood flowed from his forehead at the moment of the attack. Kaneki-ken took a bite of his flesh and blood again. Little bastard! I want you dead! Geckos! Anger reached its peak, and the two began to wrestle. When Kaneki-ken attacked, his right hand hit Gecko's abdomen heavily, but it had no effect. Instead, Gecko seized the opportunity and tied Kaneki-ken tightly with his right arm Kagun, and then smashed him against the wall to stir up a puff of smoke. While waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Gecko gasped heavily with a smug smile on his face. When the smoke dissipated, Gecko's smile disappeared immediately, and Kaneki-ken was seen lying on the ground intact. This time, Kaneki-ken no longer attacked his abdomen, and his legs were aimed directly at Gecko's head. Faced with such a strong attack from Kaneki-ken, Gecko hugged one of Kaneki-ken's legs tightly in order to stop the action. Idiot kid, even if it breaks. Before he finished speaking, Kaneki Ken's cold eyes had already given the answer. His left leg was twisted into a ball like a pretzel, and his right leg kicked out fiercely through the power of his body, kicking the gecko away in an instant. Without the gecko's restraint, Kaneki Ken was now on the ground, and his left leg, which had been twisted into a ball, turned back, and blood splattered in an instant, and his left leg returned to its original state. "Eat you! Eat you!" The gecko in the smoke yelled and roared, and the scales behind him were wrapped around his body, forming a half-body armor. At this moment, the gecko has entered the half-armor state. The rumbling sound of the battle between Kaneki Ken and the gecko attracted Huiki, who was far away in the first building and the nearby Suzuijuzo. Huiki looked at the birdcage-like building over there from a distance, and her intuition told her that Kaneki Ken must be there. Thinking of this, Huiki decided to go over there. No matter how much she guessed, she needed to see it with her own eyes. Just when Huiki was about to take action, the sound of Marat Isai howling came from the intercom beside her ear. "Huichi! Huichi! Where the hell have you been? You actually disobeyed orders. What's up? It's too stuffy in the command vehicle, so I came out for a walk." "Hui!" Chi put the intercom to his lips and said. "Ah! Give me! Give me! Go to support! Shinohara!" They encountered Owl. In the command vehicle, Marat Isai roared almost word by word, and the assistant beside him couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. As early as when Kaneki was fighting with Gecko, the outside world had been fighting fiercely. After the CCG attacked Bronze Tree with thunderous force, the remaining ghouls were still struggling. In the team, Shinohara, Kuroiwa and Mado Uo led Amanai, Gori too, and Hirakoji to carry out the mopping up work. Gori and Aman Kotaro were chatting, and the whole team was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. At this time, Manager Yoshimura appeared in front of several investigators, and his body was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Feeling this fierce momentum, Kuroiwa ordered everyone to stop and looked at the manager with vigilant eyes. The team members behind him were still wondering why Kuroiwa stopped, and the three people in front had already recognized who the ghoul in front of them was. One-Eyed Owl. 10 years ago, CCG had a major incident. One day, the special investigator of District 3 was killed by a mysterious ghoul. The upper management immediately defined the ghoul as S-level and codenamed it X. A month later, this X-ghoul attacked the CCG branch in District 2 and massacred the investigators on a large scale, causing huge casualties. After that, CCG promoted this ghoul to SS level. Since the Kagun of the codename X-ghoul was like a feather, X was renamed Owl. This ghoul is believed to have at least 6 to 8 Kagun bags. In addition, the only feature is that Owl has one eye, so it is called the One-Eyed Owl. Then the Ghoul Detention Center of District 23, Quikolia, was attacked by Owl again, and the level was finally defined as an SSS level expulsion target. Later, Owl led the ghouls to attack the CCG branch in District 2 for the second time. At that time, it was dealt a fatal blow by senior Kuroiwa Iwa, 29 years old, and Kuroiwa Iwa also recuperated due to serious injuries. After a while, Owl attacked District 2 for the third time, alone. At this time, the fatal injury caused by Kuroiwa had healed, but the special officers of the team fought with all their strength but were all seriously injured. Including the boss of Mado and Shinohara at the time, Special Investigator Itoshige, who lost his arm and could no longer fight. In the face of overwhelming odds, CCG President and Shu Tsunyoshi personally assigned Eri Makishao, who was only 19 years old, to fight. In the end, only Eri Makishao won, and after that battle, Owl disappeared without a trace and his whereabouts were unknown. Today, 10 years later, the store manager looked at the members of the team and couldn't help but speak. Is the young man who took my arm gone? However, no one answered the store manager, because everyone was already in an extremely nervous state at this time, and Kuroiwa reported the news that Owl had reappeared without hesitation. Merit in the command car repeatedly asked if they had admitted their mistakes, and until the special officers gave an affirmative answer, Merit Sai smiled. Hehe, Xiao appeared, and we have a corresponding trump card here. Let's leave Xiao in District 11 today. The assistant next to him swallowed his saliva. He knew the trump card that Merit Isai was talking about. It was the one called the Executioner, but there was no Executioner in the command vehicle. Huichi, it's time for you to take action. Leave Xiao here for me. Avenge the previous shame. Merit Isai shouted excitedly, slamming his hands heavily on the command desk. After a while, there was no answer behind him. Hwiki? You're leaving? Why aren't you talking? So fast? Can't hold it anymore. Marut Isai didn't hear Hwiki's voice for a long time, but the assistant beside him kept making gestures, signaling Marut Isai to turn around. Seeing the assistant's strange look, Marut Isai decided to take a look. Ah! You! Damn it! Chapter 65. Hwiki looked at the birdcage building and then at the area where Shinohara and others were. After hesitating, she decided to support Shinohara. Kaneki-ken is important, but Shinohara, Mado and others are equally important. If Takatsuki Izumi appears, all of her comrades may die. Hwiki will not allow this to happen. Kuroiwa ordered Sen no Junjun to retreat with Amin and Gori, leaving only Shinohara, Kuroiwa, Hirako, Mado and other experienced veterans on the field, and launched a battle to expel Owl. Those who stayed behind were ready to fight, but Kuroiwa and Shinohara took off their clothes, revealing their inner armor. This was a defensive quinqua developed by CCG, named New Proto/Kagaya. What a luxurious piece of equipment, but I think I have one too. Mado Ryugzu couldn't wait to take out the quinqua, revealing the same new proto-armor from his clothes. How could you possibly have it? ×2. Kuroiwa and Shinohara looked at Mado Wuxi at the same time. Someone is afraid that I will die here, so this is considered as alms to me. If you don't listen, it's really generous, he. Someone. The two of them said, think of a figure. If it was an executioner, maybe it wouldn't be useful. If Huichi was here, he would only look at this armor with contempt. It has poor defense and significant side effects. It's just garbage in the equipment library. If it weren't for Dising Jiyi telling me that this armor is good, I wouldn't have kept it. I can't wait to chop you to death, damn owl. Mado Ryugzu held the quinqua in his hand and looked at the store manager with hatred. I don't seem to remember what I did to you. The manager didn't seem to have a deep impression of Mado Wuo, and he seemed to be a marginal character in his memory. However, Mado Wuo, who was obsessed, didn't hear what the manager said, and rushed forward with quinqua in his hand. While the investigator and the owl were fighting fiercely, the battle between Kaneki-ken and the gecko also had a winner. The winner was Kaneki-ken. I saw that the scales behind Kaneki-ken were inserted into the four limbs of the gecko, preventing it from moving. Then he patted his head and shook the centipede out of his ear. Kaneki-yan stared at the gecko on the ground fiercely. I heard you say that ghouls can increase their strength by eating each other, so I will plunder you now. Start from 1000 and subtract 7, I want to hear the result. After saying that, Kaneki-ken held down the gecko on the ground and bit the gecko's katana with his mouth one bite after another. 9, 3, Stop now. This is not good, this is not good. Without the Kagun cannot be regenerated. At this moment, the master servant order was reversed and it was Gecko's turn to be tortured by Kaneki-ken. The huge room was filled with wailing. Kaneki-ken seemed not to hear anything and was only focused on eating the kuruma in front of him. The only sound he could hear was the smacking of meat. 874, 867, 860. Numbers came out of the gecko's mouth one by one, and each Kagun represented the gecko's pain and the Kagun being eaten. After a long time, Kaneki-ken finished eating, looked at the dying gecko, and said with pity. This won't work. The investigators will be here soon. Then they will take care of you. Anyway, you don't look like you can regenerate, so just wait to die. I don't want to be responsible for a rubbish life like you. After saying this, Kaneki-ken left the birdcage, leaving behind a gecko with a Kagun. As Kaneki-ken ended the battle, the fight among the special investigators gradually became fierce. Kuroiwa and Shinohara attacked Owl from the front and back, while Mado Wuo attacked from the side. However, in the eyes of Senior Hirako, it was Mado Wuo who occupied the vast majority of the attacking positions, and the opponent attacked Owl in a self-destructive way. If Shinohara and Kuroiwa hadn't been there to act as meat shields and assist in interference, Mado Wuo would have died tragically long ago. After several rounds of fighting, the three were panting, their physical strength had been greatly consumed, but Owl's Kagun was not damaged at all. Even if the three were wearing Kagun-level quinquas, they were still no match for the overly strong store manager. I tried my best but couldn't hurt him. It was so frustrating. Shinohara was sweating profusely as he looked at the two people around him. No harm, that's your own problem, why can't it hurt, Owl is just a ghoul who is worse than humans and animals. It's me. I'm not strong enough. Madoka Ryuguzu had a devilish look on his face, with blazing flames burning in his eyes. No, it's not your problem, do you want to? Hei Panian was about to explain, but his eyes unexpectedly saw the movement of Mado Ryuguzu's hands. As Mado Ryuguzu pressed the button on his neck, the quinqua on his body twisted as if it came alive. He, the countdown for life is on, ha 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 ha, but this powerful force is really pleasant. Mado Ryuguzu felt the endless feedback power of the armor, and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at the quinqua on Mado Ryuguzu's body, Manager Yashimura fell silent again. The body of the same kind was used as a weapon, and it was such a terrible weapon. At the same time, Sensei Jun, Amon, Gori and others also encountered ghouls such as the Ping brothers, and started a fierce confrontation. Amon Kodoro wielded a heavyweight Kagaku quinqua. With the advantage of his tall stature, Kagaku fully exerted its advantage in Amon Kodoro's hands. The two Ping brothers looked at Amon Kodoro with contempt. They investigators are really getting more and more backward, or they don't have brains. Such heavy weapons are full of flaws when used. Looking at Amon Kodoro rushing over, the Ping brothers didn't care at all, and fought with him with the Kagun behind them. However, after a few seconds, Amon Kodoro split his Kagun into two big swords, and took advantage of the two people's contempt to kill the Ping brothers instantly. Seeing the death of the Ping brothers, the men under his command fled in disarray and no longer had the will to fight. Sensei Jun seized this moment of opportunity and led the troops to completely eliminate them. During the break, Amon noticed a white figure flashing outside the window. In the interrogation room of Gecko. After Kaneki-ken opened the door, the second person to enter was Suzuya Jozo. Suzuya Jozo fiddled with the dagger in his hand, constantly imitating Hueki movements, but unexpectedly saw a ghoul on the ground. The other party had familiar hair and a strong body. Looking at this, Suzuya Jozo took out a piece of paper from his combat uniform. Jason. Should be it, right? As he was talking, Suzuya Jozo came to the gecko and pulled his head out of the ground. Seeing the gecko's face, Suzuya Jozo completely confirmed the identity of the ghoul in front of him. It turns out you are the guy Wiki hates. I hate you too, so let me cut you into pieces. Only one Hebeo gecko was left and was tortured horribly again. Chapter 66. Snap, snap. Stop. You beast. The gecko roared hoarsely. After the battle with Kaneki-ken, 2 of his Kakubeo were eaten. Now his body was extremely weak. Hey? Still alive? So funny. Suzuya Jozo laughed wantonly, and the dagger in his hand was as smooth as cutting an animal. With just a few cuts, he cut off the gecko's limbs. I really miss the old days, when I worked in a restaurant. Compared to Suzuya Jozo's joy, Gecko was already half dead, his mind was in a trance due to the pain, and he kept muttering to himself. Gecko? Who is the gecko? I am, Omarai Yakumo, I am not a gecko. The next second. I am a gecko, not the weak and cowardly Yakumo Omarai, the weakling. I am the ghoul that makes District 13 tremble with fear. 2 different mental wills were fighting for control of the body, and Suzuya Jozo watched the scene with interest. A few minutes later, Suzuya Jozo was dragging the broken gecko along, its head and neck still tangled, its limbs missing, like a wooden stick. Wiki, who was far away on the other side, had already arrived downstairs where Shin Ohara and others were, and met investigators such as Amon Kodoro, who seemed to be taking a break. Where is Shin Ohara? Wiki asked anxiously. Upstairs. After receiving the answer, Huichi immediately rushed upstairs. His body brought a strong gust of wind, which hit Jian's Hizun and Wu Li in the face. It hurts so much, the speed is amazing. Giri. Misato stared blankly at Huichi back. At this moment, Pingzi Shangdeng upstairs had joined the team. With the blessing of Mado Ryuguzu's second stage armor, his strength was significantly improved. The quinqua in his hand successfully damaged Owl's Kagun. That's it. That's it. I want, cough cough cough. Before Wu Su Zhenhe finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin under the armor felt a tearing pain, and blood dripped along the gap. Stop now. If you continue like this, you will die. That armor will devour you. Shinohara Yukinori urgently reminded Mado Ryuguzu to stop attacking. Well? It doesn't matter, even if I lose my arms and legs, I will fight. If I can kill Owl, it doesn't matter if I die in this armor. The quinqua in his hand attacked Owl's Kagun. The blade and Kagun rubbed violently, leaving deep cuts where they passed. Poor guy. The store manager chose to defend himself and had no intention of attacking. In the eyes of the store manager, at this moment, Zhenhuixu was no different from a dead person. Sooner or later, he would become Quinqua's food. Don't risk your life too much, old man. Be careful that your daughter will be left alone. Hui Qi voice came from the passage beside. She appeared between the two of them and knocked Zhenhuixu away with one punch. Then she gathered her strength with her right leg and kicked Xiao's body sideways. With a bang, Xiao's body was kicked back by Hui Qi. Such a powerful force, is this guy half-human? The store manager's heart was filled with a huge wave, and the executioner repelled his own eager form with a human body. After dividing the battlefield, one hand took out the Raider 3 short sword and quickly peeled off the armor on Meido Wuxu's body. Ding bang, bang! The heavy armor was cut open by Hui Qi, revealing the body behind the armor. It was seen that the surface layer of Wusu's skin had disappeared, and the dermis appeared, and blood was still oozing out. It's a rip-off, luckily I didn't wear it. Seeing this, Hui Qi called the logistics staff while taking temporary measures to stop the bleeding on Zhenhuixu. The store manager in the distance stared at the silver dagger in Hui Qi's hand. The dagger exuded a familiar smell. It was made of his child's Kagun. Fanken Gongshan's face turned cold, and murderous intent emanated from his body. No one could hurt his child. As a father, protecting his child was his most important thing. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Hui Qi pressed the suitcase, and another thin-winged X1 appeared in his hand. Are you sure this is an owl? It's him. Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yukinori said in unison. This owl is a bit weak, and its appearance is not like Takatsuki Izumi, but its Kagun is similar. Hui Qi positioned the long sword in his hand and gathered strength in his legs to prepare to rush forward. At this moment, the store manager, facing the executioner, did not hold back, and instantly released dense Kagun from his body to attack Hui Qi. Observing the incoming Kagun attack, Hui Qi kicked the tattered armor beside him to the front, acting as a short-term shield, and took advantage of the terrain to shuttle his body, approaching the owl at an uncanny speed. In an instant, when the owl ended the Kagun attack, Hui Qi's long sword also aimed at the opponent's body and fell. The long sword chopped heavily on the owl's right arm with a buzzing sound. Zzz, crack! The blade cut a bone-penetrating wound on the owl's arm, and electric current could be faintly seen running in the wound. Weak. Too weak. This is not an owl at all. With Takatsuki Izumi's strength, he can withstand this blow. At the very least, it won't be like this. Hui Qi kept speculating about the ghoul in front of him. Although his strength is different from Takatsuki Izumi's, their appearances are very similar. There must be some connection. Just one strike. My arm can withstand 2 strikes at most. Yoshimura-kun was secretly shocked. The severe pain in his arm made the store manager realize the difference between the two. Thinking of this, Yoshimura-kun fired Yuhi at the fallen Meido Wuxu and Hwanyan. Seeing this scene, Hui Qi's pupil shrank, and he stood in front of the 3 people without hesitation to resist all attacks, and Xiao also took this opportunity to jump off the building and escape. Damn it! Hui Qi followed Xiao without hesitation, tracking him swiftly. It was pitch black, and the 2 figures moved at the speed of ghosts, crossing the paths. The store manager in front was getting more and more frightened. He thought he could take advantage of the poor night vision of humans to dodge, but the executioner behind him was not shaken off by him at all, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lead him to the only way to the antique coffee shop, and use Sifang and others to repel him. This is the only way that Fanken Gongshan can think of in an emergency. With the monster-like strength of the executioner, he is no match for him alone. The long sword cut through the night, flashing blue electric current with the power of breaking the army, passing through Fanken Gongshan's hedge arm. There is no suspense that one arm is disabled, and at the same time, the electric current is still hindering Fanken Gongshan's self-healing, making the already injured Fanken Gongshan even worse. Let me see your face. Hui Qi sneered and stood in front of Fanken Gongshan, with the long knife pointing directly at his head. This won't do. My people won't agree to it. While speaking, several figures appeared behind Hui Qi. They were all members of the antique coffee shop. Will it succeed at the cost of an arm? Looking at the executioner in the middle of the battlefield, the store manager couldn't help but think of this sentence. Because the last time he was in such a dangerous situation was because of the oppression of the V organization. Chapter 67. Huichi held the knife in one hand and observed the surroundings. He was surrounded by several ghouls behind him, and 2 ghouls appeared next to Xiao. What a luxurious lineup! The ghouls here are very strong, far more than the cotters of the bronze tree, and some of them even have strong strength. Luxurious. Why do I still have a bad feeling? The store manager looked at Huichi with a serious look, and he did not dare to act rashly even though he had the advantage in numbers. Ah, what a powerful combination, but it is unethical to use them to besiege a human investigator. The ghoul in black robe shook his head, his tone full of indifference, as if he wanted to fight Huichi one-on-one. Don't relax too much, he's not easy to deal with. Rujiangxuan's eyes were fixed on Huichi's figure. She couldn't hear the sound of his movement at all. In other words, either his speed was much faster than hers, or his strength was much stronger than hers. The ghouls who came to support were SS-level Feathered Ghoul Shiho S-level Armored Ghoul Yueshin Xi, SS-level Feathered Ghoul Rujiangxuan, SS-level Armored Ghoul Utah, and Kaneki-kan on the stage. A 3 S-level store manager, 3 double SS-level ghouls, and a single S who was raiding the formation. Such a terrifying lineup is enough to kill any branch of CCG. This is not all the strength of the antique coffee shop. If the subordinates are summoned, the power will be extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Huichi raised the hedge-level Thinwing X1 in his hand horizontally, and then took out the Raider K3 Quinqua. Under the nervous eyes of everyone, Huichi combined the 2 Quinquas. As early as when he got these 2 Quinquas, Desing Jieyi said that they were combined. After the 2 were combined, they could fully exert the power of the hedge level and were named 1/2 hedge. As the 2 weapons cooperated, the long sword gradually became transparent, perfectly integrated with the Raider K3 characteristics, and at the same time, the strong current characteristics of the Thinwing X1 extended to the entire blade. After completing the preparations, Huichi threw several flying knives at the ghouls without hesitation to clear the way, and his body rushed at high speed under the cover of the flying knives. Seeing the familiar attack method, the store manager wanted to resist with Yuhi, but Huichi had already rushed in front of a ghoul, and all this happened in a flash. Hihi, you picked a Kagaku to attack, are you really an executioner? Yueshin Xi's questioning voice was only halfway through, and the second half of the words came out intermittently. The long sword in Huichi's hand stabbed out like lightning, piercing through his proud Kagaku without any hindrance. The whole process was swift and neat, as easy as piercing a piece of thin paper. Sifang and Rujiangxuan beside Yueshin Xi just came to their senses, and the Yuhi behind them quickly launched a counterattack. Countless fine Yuhi flew like sharp arrows, flashing blue light in between. Sensing the attack from the corner of his eye, Huichi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised the long sword in his hand, and threw the Kagaku ghoul towards Yuhi with force. Ah! It hurts so much. Red and blue flowers bloomed in the air. Then Huichi held the long sword tightly with both hands, his eyes were sharp, and the blade began to hum, and the current flowed rapidly on the blade, as if an electric dragon was entangled. The next moment, he swung the sword suddenly and chopped at the 2. There was a loud bang, and the powerful current turned into a shock wave, rushing towards the 2 with a devastating force. In an instant, the 1/2 Hercules Quinqua blew the 2 away, and the powerful power tore their bodies apart, and their bodies were covered with scars of various sizes. Is this the executioner? Terrible fighting ability. They saw Sifang Lianqi and Rujiangxuan fall down together, and said with a serious expression. I will be the main fighter, and you guys harass from the flanks. Yashimura Koen could no longer sit still, and wanted to let a few people delay for a while so that he could recover his strength, but the fighting ability of several people and the executioner was not on the same level. The delay was less than a few minutes in total, and his side suffered heavy casualties. Just when Huichi was about to deal with the 3 ghouls who fell to the ground, the store manager's Yuhi attacked Huichi from behind. The huge and powerful attack was far beyond the reach of Yuhi ghouls such as Rujiangxuan. Hearing the sound of breaking air behind him, Huichi decisively deployed 1/2 hedge, and the electric current spread from the blade, and finally formed a shield in front of him. All of Yashimura Koen's attacks were blocked in front, and Yuhi turned into ashes under the effect of the electric current. However, before the protective shield ended, Bei's arm with several hedge wrapped around his body slammed over heavily, and just one blow caused a crack in the shield. Half horse. There is such fighting power. Huichi looked at the ghoul in front of him unexpectedly. The opponent's Kagun had already covered his upper body, and it seemed that it had reached half of the Kagun. He thought with surprise in his heart, but Hwiki did not hesitate at all in his external actions, without any dragging his feet. When the half-horse broke the shield, he aimed the long sword at the head and chopped it. If this blow hit the opponent, it would be enough to behead the opponent. When the long sword was very close to the half-horse, the store manager Yoshimura-kun suddenly appeared in front of him, with the Kagun on his arms crossed, blocking this attack for Bei, but his own arm was also cut with a deep knife mark. Bei at the back saw that the store manager was trying to give himself a chance, and he immediately released his Kagun to open the battlefield. "Manager, are you okay?" Bei asked with concern. "It's okay." Looking at the wound on his hand, the store manager shook his head slightly, and then stimulated the activity of the RC cells in his body to heal the wound. "If there is another hedge, haha, I may not win." "Oh wei." Qi walked forward with a long sword, looking down at Bei and Fangken Gongshan. The transparent long sword in Huiqi hand made it impossible for the opponent to distinguish the attack distance, and he could only fight by feeling. The electric current released from the blade from time to time also made Bei crazy. In the alley on the side, Yu Shangzi barely crawled in. There was a hole in his abdomen, and flesh and bones could be vaguely seen. This wound is very difficult to heal. There is no food around, only, eat yourself. The blasted Renshi Shifang and Xian Ruhian also recovered, and then the feathers on their bodies condensed, constantly interfering with Huiqi's fighting rhythm, especially Renshi Shifang's feathers that could actually emit electric current. With the addition of the two, the pressure on the store manager and Bei suddenly decreased, and they could also take the opportunity to sneak attack Huiqi. The battle situation became more and more intense, and the four powerful ghouls were helpless against Huiqi. Even if they sneak attacked, they would not gain the upper hand, and would be counter-injured by Huiqi. Now Huiqi has made the store manager and Bei feel awkward for a while, and they even began to question whether Huiqi is the new apprentice of the V organization, and the former Eri Makisho was brought up by him. And Kaneki-ken was also on the road, and it took some time to arrive at the battlefield. Seeing that there were only two familiar figures in the fierce battle, and the two who were fighting with the executioner. "Where's the store manager?" "Over there." Irimi Xian and Shifang Renshi both pointed at the tall Heger. Kaneki-ken looked at him in disbelief, so this was the store manager's strength. Chapter 68. On the battlefield, the store manager and Bei joined forces to fight Huiqi. Even though it was 2 against 1, they still did not have an advantage. Neither Bei's Yuhi attack nor the store manager's hedge armor could touch Huiqi's body. Invisibly, the long knife slashed across Bei's Yuhi, instantly tearing a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. This was just the knife force that came along with the trend, and the store manager was at a disadvantage. The two of them did not know the distance limit of the long knife in Huiqi's hand. Every attack could only be tentative. They did not dare to increase the intensity of the attack. No one dared to be sure whether their attack would be effective, but it would definitely be uncomfortable to be counterattacked by the executioner. Seeing that the attacks of the hedge and the half-hedge were not so fierce, Huiqi's long knife condensed electricity and blasted straight at the two of them. Wherever the lightning passed, there were wounds. Huiqi's follow-up blow made the two of them unable to react at all, and they could only watch the attack coming. Just when the current had spread to the store manager's body, a figure stood in front of him. It was vaguely seen that the opponent's 4 scales of hedge overlapped to resist the current. "Kaneki." Looking at the figure in front of him, the store manager called out uncertainly. "It's me. I'm sorry I'm late." Kaneki-ken tried his best to resist the electric current and answered breathlessly. Seeing this, Huiqi stopped attacking and looked at the other party with interest. The familiar hairstyle and figure, the only difference was that the hair color had turned white and the temperament had changed. "Kaneki-ken, the change is not bad, he didn't die, it's a good rebirth." Huiqi was more and more satisfied, only such an experimental subject could make it to the end. If Kaneki-ken died here, then he would have to train the next experimental subject. After blocking the attack, several Kaguns behind Kaneki-ken aimed at Huiqi and began to attack. Facing Kaneki-ken's attack, disdain flashed in Huiqi's eyes. The attack was weak and slow. He didn't even need Quinqua. His own skills were enough. Huiqi thought so, and his body did so. He put away 1/2 Kaguns, moved his body slightly to avoid all attacks, and then approached Kaneki-ken at a weird speed, aimed his right hand at his abdomen and punched hard. Poof! Kaneki-ken felt as if his abdomen was hit hard by something heavy, and the stomach acid in his stomach surged up huge waves, and he vomited a mouthful of acid. Very weak, boy, you still have to work hard, or ask me to let you go. To be honest, I admire you guys for dying together. Oh wait. Key voice entered Kaneki Ken's ears, every word was full of temptation, no one could give up the hope of survival. Beg? Beg the investigator? I don't want that. I want power. Power. Kaneki Ken murmured, his scattered pupils gathered again, and the power of the scales behind him emerged again, and he attacked Wiki brazenly. Interesting. Although he didn't want to break the RC balance in Kaneki Ken's body, Wiki admired Kaneki Ken's changes even more. He was a weakling who only knew how to hide before, but now he is actively pursuing power. Wow. Ugh. The attack of the Kagun didn't work at all. It just gave Wiki more space to attack. She pressed Kaneki Ken's head with her backhand and slammed it to the ground. She stepped on Kaneki Ken's spine with her right foot and punched Kaneki Ken's face with her left fist again and again. The familiar pain came again, and her spirit seemed to return to the time when she was tortured by the gecko. The difference was that this time the enemy was no longer like a gecko, but stronger, so strong that the opponent could crush her without quinqua. I don't want to be unable to protect my family. I want strength. Outside, Kaneki Ken's face was ferocious, and one of his eyes gradually became more and more strange, deep red. At the same time, the scales behind him instantly broke through Hui Qi movements and waved in the air. I want to be like a centipede, stay alive. Hui Qi felt the person under his feet gradually getting up, as if he had awakened a stronger power. The potential is not bad. At this point, Kaneki Ken barely reached the lowest threshold in Huiki's heart, and then he charged his right leg towards Kaneki Ken who was getting up. With a thud, Kaneki Ken was kicked into the wall by Huiki. After dealing with Kaneki Ken, Huiki picked up quinqua and rushed towards the store manager. He slashed with the long knife and instantly cut off the mask on the other's face. There was an unexpected surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect that an old man was fighting with him behind the mask. However, with the development to this point, Huiki didn't plan to stay in this place. The information he wanted had been obtained and there were unexpected gains. Leaving these people's lives was a reward for Kaneki Ken, and then Huiki left the battlefield calmly. For a while, the eyes of several people on the battlefield were full of confusion. Everyone was ready to fight to the death, but the result was that the executioner left. Everyone looked at the direction where Huiki left and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter why he left, it was a good thing that everyone was alive now. Jinmu, the store manager stood up and walked towards Kaneki Ken, calling out with concern. Kaneki Ken slowly slid down the wall, his eyes becoming more determined. I want to become stronger, Kaneki. Ken whispered, clenching his fists tightly. At this moment, the sound of the investigator's footsteps could be heard from afar. Looks like the investigators have arrived, let's leave now, the store manager said tiredly. Kaneki Ken looked up at the direction where Huiki left, his eyes full of confusion and doubt. After a while, Huiki took Xiao's arm and appeared in front of the investigators. The owl has been repelled, unfortunately it has not been completely driven away. What? One person. The search officers who came to support were all shocked. Even the leader of the team, Kurapan Yan, was shocked. He and the other two special-level fighters might not cause any damage, but Huiki succeeded alone. Shinohara Yukinori was not as unbelievable as the others, but he was still amazed at Huiki's growth speed and powerful strength. Only one person could expel a ghoul like Xiao. At this moment, Huiki's strength was as strong as Eri Makisho. Go to the front and do the logistics work. I'm going back to the command vehicle. Marut Isai will be so excited. At this moment in the command vehicle, Marut Isai had already shed tears of excitement. This time he finally took the initiative to repel Owl, instead of suffering heavy losses after being attacked by Owl and then forcing the enemy to retreat. Huiki was holding Owl's arm, thinking about what type of quinqua he wanted. At least he had enough weapons now. After the excitement, Marut Isai began to announce through the command channel. Owl was repelled by Huiki. We won a complete victory in this battle. Cheer, boys. As soon as these words came out, all the search officers in Area 11 showed excitement on their faces, and some even wanted to know what Huiki looked like. It was a tough battle, but with that guy, we can rest assured. Mado Wuxu, who was recovering beside the command vehicle, looked at the sky with a relaxed tone. Chapter 69. While celebrating his victory, Maradichai suddenly received a call from Ari Makisho. As soon as the call was connected, Maradichai said impatiently, "The battle in Area 11 was a success, and CCG won a great victory." "That's great. I have some news for you." "What news?" Maradichai asked tentatively, feeling a bad premonition. Area 23, Koakuriya was attacked by the Bronze Tree, and many cruel S-rank and above ghouls were released. "Hiss, your news is really terrible, see you later, I'll go there." After saying that, Maradichai hung up the phone. Half a day later. All combatants have been assembled, and the rest are responsible for logistics. Huichi looked at the depressed Maradichai with some confusion. Logically speaking, wouldn't it be a good thing for CCG to expel all the Bronze Tree ghouls in Area 11? Why did he look like a complaining woman? District 23, Koakuriya was attacked. "Don't tell anyone about this." Maradichai came over and whispered in Huichi's ear. "Woar." At this moment, Huichi's expression also became gloomy. It turned out that her home was robbed. No wonder Maradichai had that private expression. Now he told himself that he was also infected. After the large forces were assembled, Maradichai immediately organized everyone to return to the headquarters of the 1st District. The headquarters of the 1st District. Maradichai anxiously went to the director's office, while Huichi stayed in the ward, peeling an apple while looking at the mummy Mado Wyuxu. "Xin. Is really a good deal for you, even Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwa are not as good at playing as you. Haha, your technique is not bad." Genhu Wyuxu seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Huichi's words, and smiled smugly on his face, not forgetting to show off how he hurt Xiao's Hebeo. "There is no hope." "Wei." Chi sighed and ate some fruit. At this time, there was a quick knock on the door. Huichi and Zhenhu Wusu looked towards the door at the same time. The door was pushed open and the person who came was Zhenhu Wusu's daughter, Zhenhu Xiao. "Hey, Mr. Mummy, your daughter is here to see you. I'll leave first, as I have something important to deal with." Huichi raised his eyebrows in a teasing tone, but the second half of his words turned serious. Only the special investigators knew about the attack on Koakuriya in District 23. "You, where are you going?" Zhenhu Xiao stood at the door and asked Huichi who was about to leave. "It's an important meeting for the upper echelons, kids, don't get involved." After leaving these words, Huichi passed through Mado Akatsuki and headed for the upcoming meeting. In the meeting room, all the special investigators were already seated, but one seat was vacant as usual. With a serious face, Hishiaji analyzed the current situation of CCG. Although Arima Kishao of the 23rd District expelled the Bronze Tree Ghoul in time, there were still many ghouls above S level escaping, which was extremely harmful to society, and the special investigators needed to take the lead in expelling the ghouls. "There is no doubt about this. There have been casualties in the area under my command." Faisai Xiongja took out the information he had prepared in advance and said word by word. "Yes, I think there will be corresponding events in various regions soon." Then, "Huichi, please take one or more students. Many students from CCG Academy have graduated recently and need to be taught." Shiaji looked at Huichi on the opposite side. Leading students? This is not what I am good at, and I don't want to lead students. If the outside world spreads that I lead students, who can guarantee that my students will not be retaliated? Don't let the bodies be found by then." Huichi immediately rejected Xiu Jishi's idea, and insisted in his tone that he didn't want to lead students. "If you die, CCG will be responsible. You must take students this year, even if it's just one, otherwise you will violate CCG regulations." "Oh, I really..." Huichi held his forehead with one hand, his face full of helplessness. 3 minutes before the meeting. "Can this human Huichi force Fank and Gongshan to retreat?" "Yes," the report from Maradichai at the front line. "There has been no breakthrough in the experiment progress, so he must be tied down, at least let him stay in CCG for the next few years." "Yes." Shiajishi left the general meeting room, thinking of a solution in his mind. After Shiajishi left, a man in a black suit and a hat appeared in the general meeting room. "I'll have someone invite him into the organization. If he fails, we'll kill him in advance." "That's fine, but wait a little longer. If you can become half-human, it will be of great help to the Hexia family." After the special meeting, Huichi looked unhappy. He was not a people's teacher, so what kind of students would he teach? Besides, if he were his own students, they might not know how they died. In the ward. What happened to your body? What happened to District 11? Mado. Akira looked at his old father with concern. His body was wrapped in bandages, showing how large the injury was. Area 11 is nothing, just expelling the bronze tree ghouls. The injuries on the body are accidental, so it's not a big deal. Really not big. Real. Tisk, forget it if you don't want to. I just applied to form a team with Huichi and will be coming to District 20 soon. Oh? Team up with him, then I feel relieved. With a click. The door was pushed open, and Huichi pulled a banana from beside Gen Huyuxu with an unhappy look on his face. That's me, a comfort gift for my father. It's mine now. Huichi replied nonchalantly, chewing a banana and thinking about how to get out of the job of taking care of the students. Half an hour later. Huichi asked Gen Huyuxu with a constipated look on his face. Is it tiring to teach students? After hearing Huichi's question, Gen Huyuxu thought about it and finally smiled evilly. It's like teaching children. They don't know anything and they are full of pride. Stop. I have a fragile heart. After only hearing half of it, Huichi felt a suffocating feeling. Is this teaching a student? This is probably not teaching a child. So you don't want to? I don't want to. Huichi answered Zhen Wusu decisively. Zhen Huxiao beside him raised his mouth slightly, thinking that it was just right not to bring students, as he was now an experienced investigator. I have applied to team up with you, and I am not a student yet. Huichi looked at Zhen Huxiao in bewilderment, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Are you okay, kid? Do you know what you are going to face if you team up with me? I remember what I said before. No problem, I've thought about it, I can do it, and someone has promised me. Okay, I need some time to relax, you take care of your dad first. Huichi shook his head and walked out of the ward. Chapter 70. 2 days later, Huichi fell silent after reading the latest news. As expected, he teamed up with her, but she did not want to. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, let's go to Kano Akihiro to see the latest experimental results. Thinking of this, Huichi got up and left the 20th District branch and drove to a private hospital. On the way, the cell phone rang twice, but Huichi didn't care, probably it was someone's harassing text messages. And Fuegaku Hinamai, who was far away, was looking at the phone expectantly, waiting for Huichi to send a photo or video of her mother. It turned out that after Huichi let Gudong and his group go in District 11, Kaneki Ken chose to form his own team to become stronger and protect Gudong behind him. For the sake of her mother and her older brother, Hinamai chose to join without hesitation, wanting to do her best to help Kaneki Ken. Half an hour later, Hinamai stared blankly at her phone. The other party had not replied to her message. In the past, she would reply within 10 minutes, but now it has been more than half an hour. However, at this moment, Huichi was following the nurse to Kano Akihiro's underground laboratory. On the way, compared to the last time she came here, the number of RC cells around her increased visibly, and they were distributed in clusters on the left and right, and they were beating like a heart. Huichi came to Kano Akihiro's laboratory and saw the new experimental results, but she was still thinking about the news of the latest experimental products. The phone in her pocket kept vibrating. Huichi frowned and took out her phone, wanting to know who was sending her messages continuously, but she saw several messages from Hinamai. Please, excuse me, what about the video? Can you reply me? Photos are also okay. Aren't photos okay? How is my mother? Please tell me. Looking at the string of messages, Huichi was silent for a moment and then randomly picked a photo from the photo record and sent it. Ding dong. Just after sending a message, Hinamai replied with a 5-second voice message. Looking at the voice message, Huichi chose to convert it to text without hesitation. Listening to the voice message was a waste of time. Sent. What on earth did you do to my mother, yes or no? Woo. I don't have any. I'm not in District 23 right now. I'll record a video for you when I get back. Oh wait. Chi activated the sincerity is the greatest killer move. Okay. It's a deal. Finally, the phone stopped buzzing and Huichi put it in his pocket with relief. Are you done yet? Kano Akihiro chatted with Huichi while watching the progress of the experiment. Finally it's solved. I didn't expect a little kid to be so annoying. Hui. Chi shrugged. Children? Did you promise the other party and didn't do it? Children always do this, just give me a piece of candy. As he was talking, Gianna Mingbo took Huichi to a lounge. Looking through the window, he saw two girls inside. Then Gianna Mingbo opened the door and walked into the room. Ankyahena and Ankyahena Bai, they are the successful experimental subjects of this time. He looks pretty good, but Kaneki-ken is also in pretty good shape. When I fought him, he was probably at S rank level. Oh? He's still alive. Kana. Akihiro said with some surprise. Yes, but the way your experimental subject looks at me is not right. Oh wait. Chi patted Gianna Mingbo's shoulder and looked at the Anjiu sisters. Are you the executioner? Hui Chi. Anju and the other two said in unison. Hiss, this, where did you get these two things? Hui Qi face changed, and he asked Gianna Mingbo with a cold tone. CCG Academy, to be honest, I was quite surprised that the two of them knew you. You are really good. You are messing with people in CCG Academy. Oh wait. Chi really didn't know what to say. After a moment, Hui Chi looked at the two of them meaningfully. Now he had to consider two things. First, kill the Anjiu sisters. Second, keep the experimental products precious and keep them for observation. The risk is very high. Are you going to kill us? I sensed the killing intent. Listening to the two sisters echoing, Hui Chi felt overwhelmed. There were only 3 successful experimental subjects, one was wandering outside, and the other 2 happened to know him. Don't worry, we won't spread it. Yes, if we tell others about our appearance, no one will believe us. After saying this, the two of them did not forget to show their one-eyed. Hui Qi mood at the moment can only be described as silence. After struggling for a long time in his mind, he still chose to keep the two of them. There was no other reason. There were too few successful experimental subjects. The other experimental subjects looked like cerebral palsy children and could not be used at all. You put the trackers in the 2 children, I want to ensure real-time information. Hui Chi looked at Gianna Mingbo, this is his biggest concession, facing uncertainty, he must hold it firmly in his hands. No problem. Kana Akihiro patted his chest to indicate that it was a small problem. Actually, I have one more thing to tell you. It's a big thing. It's also about the experimental subject. Experimental subjects. What's going on? Hui Chi looked at Gianna Mingbo curiously. There were only 3 experimental subjects. Could there be others? A while ago, a man named Suda Furuta came to me from the Joker organization and asked me to transplant Rizkagun to him. In the end, the operation was successful. Hey? You mean there are 4 test subjects now, and one of them is from the Joker organization? Yes. After hearing Kano Akihiro's affirmative answer, Hui Chi rubbed his chin, and things seemed to be getting interesting. This is his face. Gianna Mingbo swiped a photo from his phone and showed it to Wiki. The man in the photo was good-looking, with a mole under the corner of his eye. Got it, I'll remember this face. He looked deeply at the man in the photo and imprinted his face in his heart. Is there anything else? Hui Chi asked seriously. There is nothing else, except the experimental subject, this matter is more important. While speaking, the phone in Wiki's pocket rang again. Or that little girl Hinamai. Why are you urging me endlessly? He took out his phone with an impatient look on his face. The contact person on the top of the phone was Mado Wyugzu. What's going on? Lying in bed is still not enough. You should come back to report the team formation procedures, right? Mr. Special. The voice on the phone was not Zhenhu Wyugzu, but Zhenhu Xiao. After hearing this, Wiki's head was once again in a mess. Wait, I need to go to Quicolia. Hui Chi replied unhappily, then hung up the phone and walked out of the hospital. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Chapter 71. In Quikuria, Wiki appeared in Fueguki Ryoko's room. Record. A video, your daughter can't wait. After that, Wiki took a few photos with her mobile phone, and then recorded a video of Fueguki Ryoko reading a book, and sent the video to Hinamai's mobile phone. After finishing this, Wiki had to go to District 20 without stopping, where there was another matter that she needed to deal with. Before leaving, an investigator appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a black round hat, and the head on his neck was like a ball, and there were traces of stitching on the side. The person who came was Kimura Shiki, a quasi-special agent. Wiki, I have something to trouble you with. What's the matter? Hearing this, Huichi glanced at him. The two of them were not familiar with each other, or even knew each other. It would be too abrupt to ask for his help when they met. Please keep an eye out for a ghoul. His name is Jail. This ghoul is very vicious. Got it. Since it's about ghouls, of course I have no choice but to bring them back if I can catch them. Huichi answered perfunctorily. He had no time to catch ghouls recently, and now he had to deal with the matter of Mado Akatsuki. After that, he walked away without hesitation, not giving Kijima Shiki a chance to continue. Half an hour later, Huichi returned to Area 20 and saw Mado Akira waiting for him as soon as he entered the door. Ready. Ready. Hearing the answer in his ear, Huichi frowned. From now on, stop all search work and follow me to the training ground. Stop all the search? Why? Shouldn't we catch ghouls? Mado Akatsuki asked in a puzzled tone. There are always opportunities to catch ghouls, so you should improve your strength first. Since you have chosen to be on my team, you must have special strength. Huichi brought Madoka to his training ground and handed him a set of training clothes for him to change into. This is the basic quality requirement. Contact me when you have done it. Don't look for me before you have done it. If you are unwilling, you don't have to team up with me. After saying that, Huichi threw a piece of paper to Zhen Huxiao and turned away. Zhen Huxiao, who was standing there, took the paper handed over by Huichi with a puzzled look on his face, only to see that it was densely covered with various training indicators and requirements. He couldn't help but frowned, thinking to himself, how can I complete so many tasks? However, when Mado Akira carefully read each indicator, she found that these were plans made for improving her own abilities. Her wise eyes gradually became firm. She knew that only through hard work could she break through herself. So, she decided to follow this training plan and live up to Huichi's expectations of her. After temporarily solving the little trouble of Mado Akira, Huichi breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to her office, and prepared to start dealing with other matters. As soon as he sat down, he received a call from his superiors, informing him that a temporary assistant would be sent here to assist in the work. Huichi didn't have too many thoughts about this. After all, as an experienced person, he believed that he could deal with any situation. However, he was still a little curious about the upcoming temporary assistant. He hadn't seen such a thing as a temporary assistant in such a long time since he came to CCG. While waiting for the temporary assistant to arrive, Huichi continued to focus on the work at hand, looking through documents and sorting out materials. There have been a lot of ghoul attacks recently, but they were all handled by Amin Kotaro. As for Mado Wuxu, he still needs a considerable amount of time to recuperate. Ding ding! Ding! Huichi received a message on his computer and clicked it to see that it was from Merit Isai. Your new assistant's profile. Name, Nagachika Ira. Gender, male. School, Kamiai University. It's really simple. Huichi shook his head and deleted the information, then dispatched the information of the clown organization to observe. A blonde boy wandered around in confusion. The structures of the headquarters of District 20 and District 1 were slightly different. When Huichi first arrived, he had to spend some time finding his way. After asking around for a while, he finally found his way to Huichi's office. Come in. Squeak. Huichi saw a blonde boy walking in. As the distance got closer, a familiar feeling emerged from Huichi's heart. Ariyoshi Nagachika. Huichi asked tentatively. It's me. It's me. The blonde boy responded excitedly. Hearing this, Huichi opened the email he had just sent again, and saw the 4 words Yongjin Ying Liang written in the name column. Tisk, it really is. I didn't look closely just now, but if I remember correctly, you are still in school, right? Well, I come to CCG as a part-time worker. Nagachika Hideyoshi said with some embarrassment. Hiss, then how did you get that guy Merit Isai to move? Do you mean the man with the middle-parted hair? Middle-parted hair? That's right, it's that guy. Huichi thought of Merit Isai's appearance in his mind, and it was not wrong to describe him this way. He found me. I reported the Bronze Tree stronghold, and then that gentleman found me. Hey? You reported it? How did you do it? A person without any training could actually find the Bronze Tree stronghold. Huichi looked at him in disbelief, scanning him up and down. No matter from which angle he looked, there was nothing particularly outstanding. That is, one day, I was on my way to buy coffee and I overheard something about District 11. I deliberately threw money on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Finally, I put the tracker on the bottom of the boy's shoe. After listening to the boy's story, Huichi looked at him again, and this time his tone was not as questioning or joking as before. You did a great job and helped CCG a lot. Since you are so brave and careful, I have an investigation task in hand. Can you do it? Huichi, please tell me, I will definitely do it. Hearing this, Yongjin Yingliang agreed in a serious tone. Don't worry, the mission is not difficult. It just asks you to investigate something called a Ghoul restaurant. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper with some information about the Ghoul restaurant marked on it. Take a look at the information first. Remember that your mission is to investigate, not to fight. Don't lose your life because of the mission. Huichi said. Definitely not. I will let you know when I have information. It's really exciting. Let me give you this task to practice first. According to my own investigation, the people in the Ghoul restaurant are not simple. They keep the information confidential very well, which is not something that low-level ghouls can do. It is also not a small challenge for Nagachika Ira. After finishing the chat with Nagachika Ira, the phone next to Huichi rang, and the contact displayed was Mado Akira. Finished so soon? Huichi raised his eyebrows. According to the schedule, it would take at least this afternoon. Chapter 72. Then Huichi got up and went to the training room. After a while, he pushed open the door of the training room and saw Mado Akira doing physical training. Didn't I ask you to call me when you're done? Huichi saw that Zhen Huxiao was still training, and subconsciously asked. I want to ask, where is the actual training? Is it meaningless to just do physical training? Realistic? After you have trained for a while, you can fight me and then carry out the mission. Huichi looked down at Zhen Huxiao and explained in a calm tone. Did I hear you right? Fight with you? Mado Akira, who was doing training, changed his expression and said stutteringly. Yes, this is the practical training you want, prepare well. Huichi said in a teasing tone. In a certain district, Suzuya Jozo was walking happily, holding a gift box in his arms, and couldn't wait to meet someone. At this moment, Suzuya Jozo's guardian, Shinohara Yukinori, was in a routine meeting and didn't notice that Suzuya Jozo had sneaked out. District 20, where is District 20? Mumbling to himself, he reached out to stop a taxi and told the driver that his destination was District 20. At this time, Huichi was still drinking coffee in the office, leisurely planning something. An hour later, the time came to 2:40 in the afternoon. Suzuya Jozo's direction was affected. He wandered around in a daze. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't find Huichi's office and was caught by the front desk. The front desk stared at Suzuya Jozo, who was sneaking around, and he was holding a big thing in his hand. What are you going to do? I'm here to see Special Investigator Huichi, can you tell me how to get there? Suzuya Jozo said with a smile on his face. Please show proof. The front desk was following the standard procedure. Just this morning, someone came to see Huichi, and I didn't expect there would be someone else in the afternoon. Usually, there were very few people looking for Huichi, but today there were a lot of people for some reason. Process, is this okay? Suzuya Jozo took out the third-class investigator's certificate in his hand. Okay. After seeing the certificate in Suzuya Jozo's hand, the front desk did not continue to embarrass Huichi and immediately told her where the special agent was. Huichi, who was in the office, felt inexplicably bad, and always felt that something bad was going to happen to her. Suzuya Jozo walked to the door of Huichi's office, took a deep breath, and knocked gently. The door opened, and Huichi saw Suzuya Jozo standing at the door with a surprised expression on her face. Why are you here? Huichi asked. I'm here to give you a present. Shozo Suzuya nervously handed over the gift box in his hand. Huichi took the gift box, opened it, and suddenly a chill rushed to his head. The thing in the gift box was none other than the head of the gecko from Area 11. Shozo Suzuya packed it and brought it to him. what do you want to do? Huichi asked tentatively after covering the gift. That is, you promised me. What did you promise? A discordant voice sounded, and Madoka Akira, who was standing by the door, frowned as he watched the scene. Could it be? Huichi stared at Suzuya and recalled what he had promised. Sometime before the 11th District Expulsion War, apparently at a meeting, Suzuya was scolded by Shinohara Yukinori. Oh, I remember now, you mean Quinqua, right? Huichi recalled that he said he hated the ghoul gecko, and promised Suzuya that he would give him a Quinqua if he killed Gecko. Yes, he even pinky pinched with me at that time. Pinky promise. A strange expression appeared on Mato Akira's face. A dignified investigator would do the same thing as a child. Huiki didn't care about Mato Akira's expression and repetition. She just looked at the head in the gift box in silence. There was a pink gift ribbon on the gecko's head, and a few flowers were placed around it for decoration. It can be seen that Suzuya really put in a lot of effort. At this moment, Suzuya twisted his fingers with both hands, and the whole person seemed a little uneasy. He looked outside and then at other things, and did not forget to secretly glance at Huiki with the corner of his eyes. Does your guardian, Yukinori Shinohara, know about this? After a moment, Huichi asked. I ran away on my own. Suzuya replied embarrassedly. Ran away by yourself? Come with me to the headquarters of the 1st District and choose the Quinqua you like. After hearing the answer, Huichi laughed dumbly. Sure enough, he ran away secretly. If Shinohara Yukinori knew about this, he would not be released. Oh. Yeah. Great. I finally have my own Quinqua. Suzuya shouted excitedly, and Mato Akira beside him was a little confused. What on earth was this? Let's go. Huichi got up and left the office, preparing to drive to the headquarters of District 1. On the way, he did not forget to contact the ground line A and B. When they arrived at the parking place, Huichi was followed by Suzuya and Mato Akira. The two of them went to the co-pilot seat together, staring at each other. Just when Huichi was about to adjust, Mato Akira took the initiative to choose the back seat. After seeing the two of them solve the problem by themselves, Huichi did not speak and drove quietly to District 1. 10 minutes after Suzuya left, Shinohara Yukinori finished the meeting and went outside but couldn't find Suzuya. Have you seen the child next to me? In a hurry, Shinohara Yukinori asked the investigator beside him. The one next to you? The one with all the threads on his body. The investigator being questioned described the appearance of Suzuya. Many people know that there has always been a child next to Shinohara Yukinori. Yet. We walked for about half an hour. Half an hour? Where on earth did he go? Shinohara Yukinori quickly opened his phone to ask if the front desk of this area had noticed where Suzuya had gone. Unexpectedly, the moment he saw the screen, he felt suffocated. In the photo, Suzuya had arrived at Area 20 and gave Huiki a gift box, with a picture of a gecko head below, cute version and mosaic. My god! I have to clean up the mess for that bastard boy. Yukinori Shinohara clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Where is Suzuya? Special Officer Huiki, please tell me. He typed away at the keyboard, and it was obvious how Shinohara Yukinori felt at the moment. Everyone assumed that the agreement in the conference room was a joke. A third-class investigator wanted to take Quinqua from a special officer. Regardless of your relationship, just based on your position and experience, you shouldn't ask. He is your predecessor. If he doesn't take the initiative to ask for Quinqua, you shouldn't take the initiative to say it. This will only reduce everyone's impression of you. Shinohara Yukinori really didn't expect that Suzuya would dare to break into the 20th district alone to ask for Quinqua, and most importantly, he brought the head of the gecko. Come with me to the first area to get Quinqua. Looking at the reply on the phone, Shinohara Yukinori's eyes turned black and he was ready to faint at any moment. Chapter 73. Seeing that Shinohara Yukinori hadn't responded for a long time, Huiki could already imagine how he felt at the moment. At this time, Suzuya hadn't realized that his guardian was already furious and ready to scold him. Quinqua, my new Quinqua. Suzuya was immersed in the joy of the upcoming Quinqua. On the way, except for the communication between Huiki and Shinohara, the other two did not say a word. About half an hour later, the three arrived at the headquarters of the 1st District. As soon as they got off the car, Suzuijozo walked in front of the two, shaking his body, as happy as a big dog. At this time, this word can only be used to describe it because he can't hold back. Wiki murmured in his heart, wouldn't Shinohara Yukinori give him a quinqua? Logically speaking, a special class should not be short of a quinqua. Maybe Shinohara Yukinori has his own considerations. Wiki thought about it and didn't care much. Everyone has his own way of education. The three passed through the RC inspection door and came to the experimental department. Ground line A and B were already waiting at the door in advance. Yo, this time it's the kids who come to get quinqua. Hee. Suzuijozo just responded with a laugh. Ah, you have to do what you promised. Huichi shrugged. Last time, it was the kid Zhen Hyuxiao. I don't know what happened to the quinqua and whether it followed the right person. There was some regret in the tone of Dissing Jiyi. Oh? You think I'm not good enough? Or? Zhen Hyuxiao walked out from behind Huichi and stared at Dissing Jiyi with dead fish eyes. No, just show me if it needs maintenance or not. Seeing the appearance of Mado Akira, Dixing Jiyi scratched his head awkwardly, and then said. Mado Akira rolled his eyes at Dixing Jiyi, and followed Wiki into the laboratory. Dixing Jiyi muttered in the back, young people nowadays really don't respect their predecessors at all. After entering the laboratory, Wiki took Suzuijozo to see quinqua. The reaction now was much greater than when Mado Akira saw it. Suzuijozo looked left and right and touched them. He was very fond of all the quinquas, but he couldn't find what he wanted. Mado Akira was also looking at Wiki's collection. Although the shock was not as great as the last time, it still looked very tempting now. I see your physical fitness is not very good. Should I choose some lightweight weapons? You're mistaken. His physique is not bad. Oh wait. Chi kindly reminded. Hey. Dissing Jiyi pushed his glasses and looked at Suzuijozo again. He didn't think that the other person had a good physique. Choose a suitable one for him. Seeing that Suzuijozo couldn't make up his mind for a long time, Wiki had to do it himself. Moderate? Spear? Or something else? This time it was the turn of Earth Element A and B to be in a dilemma. If the physique was not bad, many quinquas here would be suitable, and it was not clear what Suzuijozo's fighting style was like. While thinking, Huichi had already led Suzuijozo to the so-called moderate area. The quinquas here were generally S level to SS level, with SS accounting for a small number. Which one do you like? This is a good one, that one is great too, this is so handsome. Seeing this, Huichi reached out and took out a sickle. I think this one suits you, take it and use it. SS class quinqua Missman, a pretty good quinqua. To be exact, it is just S the best in the class, SS it is at the bottom of the level, but it is enough for the little guy. The ground walker A and B walked over and made a sharp comment on quinqua. All the quinquas here have passed through the hands of the ground walker A and B. Since the chief researcher has said so, you can use it. Huichi put the sickle in Suzuijozo's hand. Wow! That's so cool! From now on, let's call him Execution Gift. What a good name! D. Seeing Jiyi clapped his hands to celebrate. Seeing Suzuijozo having so much fun, Huichi couldn't say anything. After all, he was just a child, and he was raised by a ghoul. What could he understand? However, under the training of Shinohara Yukinori, he gradually became like a person. Huichi didn't think highly of him when she first saw him, but now it seems to be developing in a good direction. Just as Suzuijozo was testing the weapon, his cell phone rang. A ghoul incident has occurred in the 8th district, please go to support. The incident in District 8. Huichi looked at the information on his phone. District 8 was not far from District 1, but it was also very close to District 23. It would take about 30 minutes to get there. It looked like it was done by the ghouls who escaped from Quikuria. Come with me, you two. We have a new mission from above, so it's a good opportunity to train you for actual combat. Huichi decided to set out immediately. Oh. Yeah. Actual battle? It's a good opportunity. Compared to Suzuijozo's impetuousness, Mado Akira seemed very calm. The three of them had just walked out of the 1st District headquarters when they were met by a man. The man's familiar hairstyle and body physique made Suzuijozo in front of them tremble. Ring. House. What? Building. You bastard. Come back right away. someone is in trouble. Huichi shrugged regretfully. Uncle Shin O'Hara, can you not? No. Come with me now. After saying that, Shin O'Hara walked in front of Suzuya Jozo and looked at the suitcase with a dark face. Don't give it back to me. You can't take back something you gave away. Huichi saw that Suzuya Jozo was reluctant to give it back, so he kindly said. This? Not good, right? It's okay, it's just there anyway. Seeing this, Yukinori Shinohara's expression eased slightly, but his tone was still unfriendly. Come back with me later, and don't run around. After instructing Jozo Suzuya, Yukinori Shinohara bowed deeply to Huiki. Thank you very much for taking care of Jozo Suzuya, and you can always call me if you need anything in the future. This scene made Akira Mado's pupils shrink slightly. The etiquette performed by Yukinori Shinohara was very respectful, not a normal greeting or forced. What's more, the status of the two is equal. In the face of such a thing, the other party only needs to say a few words of thanks, and there is no need to make a big fuss. Akira Mado couldn't help but speculate again about the relationship between Huiki and Yukinori Shinohara. You really value this child, but is it really necessary to go to this extent? Huiki's heart was also not calm, and she was a little overwhelmed by Shinohara's sudden bow. Judging from his work qualifications, Shinohara Yukinori was her predecessor. When Suzuya Jozo was a child, he was abducted and raised by a ghoul codenamed Bigm Adam. His personality was out of touch with society, and he was later adopted by CCG. Chapter 74. At that time, the ghoul Bigm Adam abducted Suzuya Jozo and trained him to be a corpse releaser. Later, because he wore women's clothes and looked like a girl, his genitals were cruelly smashed. Under the influence of many factors, Suzuya Jozo's psychology was greatly distorted, and no investigator was willing to lead the team at that time. In the end, it was Shinohara Yukinori who raised his hand and agreed. From a certain perspective, Suzuya Jozo is a poor child who has no choice, but his appearance also brought Shinohara Yukinori a lot of trouble. It's okay to be directionally challenged occasionally, but the key is that he holds grudges and takes revenge on the spot, does not know the severity of the situation, and has no definite social and moral concepts. This is comparable to Takatsuki Izumi. Shinohara Yukinori also paid a lot to train Suzuya Jozo to where he is now. Huiki watched Suzuya Jozo leave with a look of pity. It doesn't matter if one person is missing. I'll give you the 8th district as a task to complete. Oh wait. Chi said to Mado Akira, who was in the passenger seat while driving. Good. Mado Akira's calm eyes were filled with thoughts. After a while. Arrived at District 8. District 8 is located on the coast. There is a gentle sea breeze blowing in the face, and the wind also carries the smell of the sea tide. Looking at the surging crowd, Huiki fell silent. She had never been to the District 8 branch and didn't know the specific location. At this moment, Mado Akira was also looking at Huiki, waiting for guidance. Huiki looked around and finally stopped at a pair of women. She sat down and asked. Excuse me, where is the District 8 branch of CCG? Over there, you just need to go this way, the woman answered gently. Okay, thank you. After asking, Huichi waved to Mado Akira, who was standing in the distance, signaling him to follow. The two followed the path pointed by the woman to the 8th district branch and found that there were only 2 people at the door. My name is Lu Huiki, and I'm waiting for your guidance. My name is Tojo. Please give me your guidance, Special Officer Huiki. As for Mado Akira behind Huiki, the two did not even look at him, they were only concerned with showing their presence in front of Huiki. However, Akira did not have any other emotions. He knew very well that if he teamed up with Huiki, he would have to accept his dazzling aura. He was just a second-class investigator and it was normal that he was not liked by others. Got it, I'm here to deal with the recent ghoul incident, take me to see it. Huichi waved his hand to stop the two from talking. Well, Huiki, the situation in District 8 is very serious right now. The powerful investigators have been transferred to District 11. District 23, Quikuria, has been attacked. Many ferocious ghouls have entered District 8. The remaining investigators have all died. Now, only Tojo and I are able to fight. Huiki sighed after hearing Liu's report. It's so difficult. Now that CCG Big Brother number 2 is here, it will be easy to drive out those ghouls. Just kill them and make them never dare to come again. Tojo shouted excitedly. Shut up, you don't have the basic qualities of an investigator. As soon as Tojo finished speaking, Lu immediately scolded Tojo, saying that as an investigator he should be serious and not frivolous. Huichi shook his head. He had just walked into the police station when he heard a burst of scolding. Damn CCG, is this how you do things? Can you solve the ghoul problem? Can you send someone here? What's the point of having CCG? Seeing this, Mado Akira frowned. His first impression of the 8th district was that it was a mess. It was too messy. There were people cursing at the CCG front desk. Shut up, what's going on? If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Mado Akira walked to the front desk to stop the old man from scolding her. Who are you? Answer for these people who are just eating for free. They. Uncle said in a bad tone. I am the investigator sent by District 1. If you have any questions, please tell me. Huichi watched the two of them talking with interest. Now it was Mado Xiao's mission time, so he would not interfere if he could. 10 minutes later. Huichi and the others learned that the uncle in front of them was named Morifine Kyohei, a policeman. Due to the cooperation between CCG and the police station, Morifine Kyohei wanted a ghoul investigator to investigate with him. Yanagi and Tojo were busy with their work and could not get any help for a long time, which led to the uncle coming to the CCG front desk to make a scene. Mado Xiao, go and work on the case with him. I'll see how you perform in the end. Huichi yawned, leaving Mado Xiao behind and planning to go back to District 20 to rest. Can you take some responsibility? Why do you still have this attitude when searching for ghouls? Mado Akira said dissatisfiedly. The level of ghouls here is not very high. If there are high-level ghouls, there will be no alive investigators in District 8. Huichi stopped and explained. Judging from the cruelty of the ghouls in Quikuria, the most reasonable outcome is that all the investigators in District 8 die. Tisk. He is your boss? He is exactly the same as my boss, so disgusting. Kyohei Morifine looked at Huichi's departing back with disdain. However, Kyohei Morifine's words did not receive approval from Mado Akira, but was reprimanded. I don't allow you to talk about him. There was friction in their first cooperation. Huichi, who was far away, didn't know, but if she knew, she would just smile and pass it by. You always have to learn how to behave. Mado Akira, who stayed behind, immediately asked what the case was. 3 months ago, a female student named Hirano Mai disappeared. After investigation, the missing hairpin was found, and there was a ghoul's body fluid on it. It seems that he is dead. Give me the file, I want to take a closer look. Seeing this, Xiao Feng Kyohei did not procrastinate or deliberately make things difficult. On the contrary, he was very happy to meet a hard-working investigator. In the afternoon, Huichi squinted his eyes to rest. The information of the Joker organization was still on his computer, but this time there was one more page. Kyoko Anura in the first zone stared at the ticket in her hand in a daze. The ticket said it was an idol festival and that a popular star would perform. Tickets are not available, keep it or keep it, who should I give it to? Npu King's eyes scanned the computer and finally stopped at Huichi page. There is a suspect next to the station. If you don't accompany me, I really don't dare to go. Xiao Feng. Kyohei walked in front with an excited look on his face. It would be best if we could find something. If it's a ghoul, we'll kill it. Mado Akira's voice was as cold as ever, and in his eyes there was only the determination to complete the mission and make Huichi look at him with new eyes. A day passed quickly, and the two of them didn't gain anything, but no one said anything. Searching for something like this still depends on luck, and the most important thing is that the two of them are not familiar with each other and don't understand each other. At night, Mado Akira reported the result to Huichi with his mobile phone in his hand, but the answer he got was 4 words. As expected. Tisk. Chapter 75. After answering Madoka, Huichi fell into a deep sleep. Donut, this is my 3rd time doing this, and it will definitely be a great success. Will I? Maiziang hummed softly. The next day, the sun rose, and Yaman Kotaro came to Huichi's office abnormally. Huichi, my boss will transfer me to District 22 for work. Thank you very much for your care during this period. Is that so? I wish you a safe journey. When you have time, come back to Area 20 and help me clean up the lower-level ghouls. Huichi replied with a regretful tone. It was rare to have such a ruthless worker, but now he has to leave. After watching Amin Kotaro leave, Wiki picked up an apple and peeled it. Just an hour after Amin Kotaro left, a woman came to District 20 with a donut in her hand. Second-class investigator, Wu Li Mei Xiang, can I come in? Please go ahead. The front desk replied politely. Seeing this, Wu Li Mei Xiang went around the CCG of District 20 to look for Amin Kotaro's trace, but after a long time, he still couldn't find him. Instead, he came to Hui Qi office by accident. May I ask what can I do for you? Hui Qi looked at the beautiful Wulai township in front of him. I'm here to see Inspector Amin, Wulai. Mei Xiang stuttered. Well, he was transferred. Good, all right, then put this here as a solace gift. Wulai Mei Xiang's tone gradually became low. Looking at the black thing on the table, Wiki scratched his head, thinking it was some kind of supplies. Let's reward that Takaizawa guy later, just in time to encourage him. Wiki bit the apple, thinking about how to deal with this thing in her mind. Compared with Wiki's, Mado Akira's life is not bad. It seems that because of Wiki, Tojo and Yanagi invited Mado Akira to a banquet. Although he refused many times, he was still dragged by the two. At the banquet, Tojo was not as frivolous as the first time. He solemnly introduced himself as the second-class investigator using the Haga Quinqua, and the senior investigator, Yanagi, using the Oha Quinqua. After introducing each other, Mado Akira left immediately. Mado Akira never liked banquets. The way back was very peaceful and nothing happened. After arriving at the 8th District branch, Mado Akira went to work again and began to look through the cases again, trying to find what useful information. A week has passed. Wiki was waiting for the Idol Festival in the first area with a ticket in her hand. The ticket was given to her by Special Investigator Kyoko Yasura, and Wiki accepted it without hesitation. She had been bored of staying in the office for a long time, and if there were any extracurricular activities, Wiki would be happy to participate. A girl was singing on the stage. She had a soft voice and a delicate face. The only flaw was that her expression was very cold. The girl next to her kept pressing the shutter and taking pictures. After the stage ended, Wiki only felt that the experience was okay, but the girl next to her was very noisy. She held a camera in her hand and took pictures like a paparazzi. However, just as the Idol Festival was about to end and leave, the girl on the stage found Wiki. My name is Sainyi, can you do me a favor? Glancing at the girl in front of him, Hui Qi touched his chin. What could an ordinary person want from him? Has a ghoul appeared? This is the first area. You will not be harmed. No, can you help me check the person? Sainyi looked at Wiki expectantly. I'm sorry, I'm an investigator, you may ask the police, but in the meantime, any ghouls can find me. Hui Qi rejected Sainyi's request and handed over a piece of paper with a phone number on it. After seeing the girl take the paper, Hui Qi left the scene. There were still some things to do in the first district, the most important of which was Owl's Quinqua. Mado Akira, who had been unable to find any clues, finally found evidence. Mado Akira found a missing person notice with a picture of a girl named Sita Yoka. She had been missing for 18 years. There were more than one missing person cases like hers, and there were many similar cases. This girl named Sita Yoka was the first victim. Seeing Mado Akira's efforts, Morimind Kyohei was not left behind. He could recite all the missing person cases by heart, which saved Mado Akira a lot of time. So Mado Akira and Morimind Kyohei stepped up their search. Finally, a suspicious point was discovered. All the suspects had alibis, and the ghoul who had committed such crimes repeatedly over the years, most likely they were locals. Following the events of 18 years ago, Mado Akira keenly realized that another group of people came to District 8 18 years ago. This person was also the owner of a well-known trading company. Mado Akira's intuition told him that there must be something wrong. Thinking of this, Mado Akira called Wiki without hesitation and asked if there was any news about the ghoul couple being expelled 18 years ago. On the other side of the phone, Wiki was still discussing the Quinqua issue with the ground guards A and B at the headquarters of District 1. The ringing of the phone forced Wiki to end the topic. What's wrong? Please help me find out if there was a case of a ghoul couple being expelled from District 8 18 years ago. 10 minutes. Hui Qi stood up and walked towards the workbench. As a special investigator, Hui Qi had the authority to mobilize all the computer data of CCG. 18 years ago, District 8, the computer showed a case in which a ghoul was expelled. After telling Mado Akira this, Hwiki hung up the phone. Hearing Hwiki's answer, Mado Akira smiled. In this way, the suspect could be identified. According to the police's information, a couple happened to come here in 2018, later, the couple became one person. The man claimed that his wife went to work in another place and the child was adopted. The time was exactly right. Mr. Mori fine, the ghoul has been found in the case, and the CCG will be in charge from now on. After that, Mado Akira mentioned his quinqua and planned to kill him directly. Ding ding ding. Before Mado Akira could take a few steps, the phone in his arms rang. At first glance, it was Lu calling. Hello? What's up? Tojo is missing. Raiwichi's words were explosive news, which made Mado Akira stop and ask in detail. Hey? The inspector is missing. A few hours ago, while Tojo and Yanagi were drinking, Tojo kept muttering, the new investigator from District 8 is so beautiful. Pity, look. Down on yourself, I will leave with Hwiki soon. During this time, I happened to meet a woman. Tojo, who was already drunk, immediately started a conversation. The two chatted happily and exchanged mobile phone numbers. Although Lu, who was standing by, repeatedly warned Tojo not to let his guard down with strange women, Tojo, who was always frivolous, had already forgotten about it. Chapter 76. After finishing the drink, the three of them left, but they couldn't contact Tojo since then. I have found the ghoul. Let's deal with it first and then deal with Tojo's disappearance. Mado Akira said on the phone. When Lu heard Mado Akira's answer, he became more and more worried. After thinking about it, he decided to contact Hwiki on the public channel. On the other side, Hwiki received Liu's message less than 5 minutes after putting down the computer. After reading it, Hwiki grinned. It's really worrying. Mado Akira had just arrived in District 8. Lu was already waiting, and there was a car waiting next to him. After getting in the car, Mado Akira took it upon himself to order the driver to drive to the home of a man named Xiao Chun, while Lu on the side looked anxious but did not speak. Because Hwiki had already responded to the message, Lu just listened to Mado Akira's instructions and she would go over to deal with it. At this time, Xiao Chun had already got ready to welcome the arrival of the two. She was a little surprised to see that only Mado Akira and Lu came. Isn't that man here? No, this is my mission, I don't need him to come. Mado Akira looked at Koharu coldly while holding a quinqua. The other party was the woman who led Hwiki. She didn't expect the ghoul to be so close to the two of them. Seeing the other party holding Tojo's quinqua in his hand, Yanagi had a bad feeling. When they went in, Tojo had been tied up at this moment. He was not injured but just very flustered. Mori Fine Kyohei, who arrived late, rescued the tied Tojo. At this time, Koharu also showed his Kagun and used his Kagun. Mado Akira also took out his S-class quinqua. Yanagi and Tojo, who were standing by, were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. They said in their hearts that she was worthy of being Hwiki's student. The second-class investigator had an S-class quinqua. The long sword swept across and kept slashing at Koharu's Kagun. Every attack would leave a deep mark. Traces, and Yanagi had no way to deal with Koharu, because the level of the quinqua in his hand was too low to cause damage. Although Koharu revealed her yuhi, she had no intention of attacking, but just kept defending with Tojo's quinqua. However, this was just a delaying tactic, and Mado Akira's longsword quinqua was already close to Koharu's body. Seeing the blade getting closer and closer, Koharu hurriedly retreated. The woman in front of her attacked very fiercely, and the blade went straight to the vital points every time. In desperation, Koharu dropped Tojo's quinqua and went to the ceiling to avoid Mado Akira's attack. Seeing this scene, Mado Akira sneered and picked up the yuhi quinqua. He aimed at Koharu above and fired at her. His proficiency was far beyond Koharu. Even Tojo admired him, as he thought he could not do it to this level. In order to team up with Huichi, I used the time for further training to hone all the quinquas. I can use any type of quinqua, but of course I am best at the long sword. Mado Akira was playing with the opponent, forcing him to keep moving with quinqua. Whenever Xiao Chun stopped to catch her breath, Mado Akira would immediately attack to interrupt him, and at the same time calmly explained why he used yuhi and why he was so proficient in it. Yuhi, without endurance, how long can you hold on? Looking at Koharu who was breathing more and more quickly, Mato Akira couldn't wait to prove himself. As the number of times increased, Koharu finally ran out of energy and fell from the top of everyone's head. Looking at Koharu in the air, Mato Akira raised his knife and chopped Koharu's yuhi into pieces in an instant, leaving knife marks on the opponent's body and blood gushing out. Just as Mato Akira was about to kill Koharu, he heard Koharu's weak voice. "First look, when I saw you and that man, I knew it, I'm dying, he's the executioner, I thought I would die in his hands." Hearing this, Mato Akira stopped what he was doing and looked at Xiao Chun with a mocking look on his face. "You are too weak and not worthy of it." "Yes, I apologize to Kyohei Morifine and you all, I ate those girls, their bodies are in the room inside, I don't want to eat them either. But, being a ghoul, I want to live, just eating, every day of my life, full of sin, until I saw the two of you, I knew my judgment was coming. Hope can create a world without tragedy." At this point, Koharu's voice disappeared. Mato Akira's teasing eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving only an inexplicable silence. In the distance, Huichi came over with a ghoul in her hand. At this time, Huichi ran into him from behind and killed him without giving him a chance to explain. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy about completing the mission?" Huichi asked, looking at the unhappy Madoka. "No. I am very happy, just why, I feel uncomfortable." "Is that so? Go back and have a rest. Just consider it as a personal holiday for you." Huichi patted Mato Akira's shoulder and then reported the task to his superiors. And Kyohei Morimoto was crying and laughing on the side, and he shed tears when he saw the body of the girl inside. There were many shelves in the room inside, and Kyohei Morimoto stared at the photo. The yellowed photo was a photo of a high school girl and a boy at a fireworks festival. The boy's face was very similar to Kyohei Morimoto's current face. Then Kyohei Morimoto screamed miserably. "Yahwa!" Everyone was silent at this moment, staring at Kyohei Morimoto in pain. At this moment Mato Akira understood why Kyohei Morimoto spoke ill of Huichi and CCG District 8 for the first time, why he investigated the case day and night regardless of his own body, why he didn't care about his own safety, even if he knew that the enemy was a ghoul, he still didn't hesitate. Everything is love for his girlfriend. After a while, Huichi couldn't help but sigh. Things like this happen every day, not just in District 8. Maybe Amin Kotaro or other investigators will also have the same incident. Let's go back to the headquarters to submit the mission. There are still many things to do next. After saying this, Huichi turned and left, and Mato Akira's eyes moved away from Xiao Feng Kyohei and looked at Xiao Chun on the ground. For a moment, his mind fell into some kind of confusion. At the 20th District branch, Huiki returned to the office, and Madoka's desk was right next to Huiki. Looking at Madoka who had fallen asleep, Huiki put on her clothes. "It's too difficult for you to enter the world of investigators too early." After that, Huiki left District 20 and went to District 1. A week later, Huiki's phone rang, and this time it was a girl at the Idol Festival who asked for help. Chapter 77. You encountered a ghoul. Yes, please come over quickly. The girl on the other end of the phone said anxiously. Okay. After hanging up the conversation, Huichi drove there immediately. Sanyi looked at Horichie opposite, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Well, it really worked to call him. Don't worry, he is the most useful person in the entire CCG, and his title is the Executioner. No ghoul will dare to attack him after seeing him, otherwise it will be a fatal act. Horichie answered seriously, while adjusting the camera in her hand. Is it that amazing, Mitsuha? Couldn't believe that such a powerful investigator would participate in the Idol Festival. Yes, he is the only one in the entire CCG who is so different, not as serious and rigid as the others. We should have news about your parents and sister soon. Really? Sanyi's face showed emotion for the first time. Yes. While talking, Huichi had already arrived at the coffee shop mentioned on the phone and walked in with a suitcase in hand. After Huichi entered the coffee shop, he walked straight to Mitsuha and Horichie. Where is the ghoul? Huichi looked at the two people sitting in the cafe. Ghoul, well, we just need you to stay here with us for a while. Chiehori looked at Huichi with a smile. What do you mean? Are you saying there are no ghouls? Huichi's voice gradually became cold. He didn't give the other party his contact information for fun. He actually dared to play with the special investigator. This crime alone was enough to sentence him to several years in prison. No, we don't need to know when the ghouls will come, they are here to threaten us. They. Person involved, Sainyi, looked at Huiki and told her story. After listening, Huiki pinched her fingers and asked for a cup of coffee. Half a day, I will only accompany you for half a day. Good. It just so happens that the investigator can still help. Hori. Chia said excitedly, and took out a computer from the bag beside her. Various information flashed on it, and finally stopped at a hospital. Your father, Yujiro Utsumi, is in this hospital, and your mother seems to be a maid? But I haven't found your sister yet. Then let's go quickly. Sainyi, who heard the news, could no longer sit still and stood up impatiently. Tell me again, what is her father's name? Huichi, who was drinking coffee, felt bad when she heard this name. She vaguely remembered that she had helped to investigate a case 18 years ago. Utsumi Yujiro. Tisk. Looks like I have to go there too. Huichi packed up her things. According to the existing information, Utsumi Yujiro is likely to have some connection with ghouls. Seeing this, Horichie responded to Mitsuha's idea, and the three of them set out. However, when the two of them went out, they met the person they least wanted to meet, Jukiyama Shiyu, who was also the ghoul chasing Mitsuha. Surprise! What a beautiful person! I admit that she is a top-notch food, far from being comparable to those garbage. Mitsuha pulled Chihori's arm and looked at her in horror. Don't be afraid, we still have a trump card. Chihori comforted Mitsuha. At this time, Huiki, who had just gone out, saw the two stopped and asked subconsciously. Why? Don't you leave? At this moment, Yueshin Xi's excited expression disappeared, his mouth kept swallowing saliva, and his feet unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Even though it has been quite some time since the battle in Area 11, Yueshin Xi felt a dull pain in his abdomen when he saw Huiki. It's nothing, let's go. Hori. Chia said proudly, and she was walking with a high spirit. When passing by Jukiyama Xi, Huiki also had some impression of this person. He was the son of Jukiyama Kenmyu, the head of the Jukiyama family, and the future direct heir of the Jukiyama family. Looking around, the Jukiyama family is a business and political family, and they are very successful in both sides. Even CCG has to give some face outside. An hour later, the three came to the hospital. At this time, the hospital was surrounded by police cars, and the police came and went. When Mitsuha entered the hospital, a criminal policeman was already waiting. After seeing Mitsuha, he quickly led her to the ward. Mitsuha's mother was lying on the bed dying. Seeing Mitsuha's arrival, she reached out and touched Mitsuha's face. Feng Yin. Huichi looked at the information handed to him by Xiao Feng Gongping, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more solemn. Right. So that's how it is, they are indeed a family of beasts. Hui. Qi said coldly. After returning to the 8th district incident a week ago, she re-examined the entire search process and found many blind spots and errors. As a famous trading company owner, Utsumi Yujiro had arrived in the 8th district 18 years ago but had never had a wife. As for the report from the police station, it was just false information. It was due to many coincidences that Mato Akira caught Koharu. And Koharu is indeed Utsumi Yujiro's adopted daughter, but what kind of person would raise a ghoul? Besides, Fenjian seemed to have an unknown purpose. But Huichi was too lazy to continue the investigation. The current charges were enough to execute Utsumi Yujiro and the woman named Fenjian in front of him. Your sister, it's a pity that he was killed by Utsumi Yujiro, I couldn't get revenge. Sister. Mom. Sainyi cried in pain. Hearing this, Huiki frowned again, wondering how it involved murder. Mori Fine Kyohei next to her came over to explain. Just now, this maid tried to assassinate Utsumi Yujiro, but failed. When she saw she was discovered, she planned to commit suicide. That day, were you the woman next to Xiao Chun? Looking at the scene in front of her, Huiki's patience was gradually exhausted, and she asked directly without paying attention to Sainyi next to her. Hearing Huiki's voice, the woman named Fenjian nodded as much as she could. Hee, no wonder, you should be glad that you are not a ghoul. Huiki saw two figures running away through the back door. They were two women. Seeing this, Huiki rushed up without hesitation and killed one of them with one knife. The reason why the action was so decisive was that the woman had revealed her eyes. Although she didn't know what happened to Mato Akira, she would kill the ghouls if she met one. Feng Yin, who was a human, staggered past Huiki. At that time, Huiki just thought that the woman was being chased by the ghouls and didn't ask any more questions. In the end, Huiki had completely sorted out the entire disappearance case in District 8, and it all originated from Utsumi Yujiro. Thinking of this person, the suitcase in Huiki's hand turned into a quinqua. Now it's time to settle the score. Chapter 78. When Huiki arrived at Utsumi Yujiro's ward, she subconsciously kept silent, only to see a white circle appear above his head. Tisk. For the first time, Huichi felt a sense of powerlessness. He didn't even have to do anything. Looking at Utsumi Yujiro, who had a ventilator in his mouth, tubes inserted all over his body, and bandages on his chest, Huichi chose to stop because it would be more painful for him to live at this time, and his illness would continue to torture him. There were footsteps outside the door. Huiki turned around and saw that the person coming was an old lady. Behind her was a blonde girl who looked like a bad girl. When she saw Huiki looking at her, she shrank her neck and dared not look at her. Seeing the two of them walking up to Utsumi Yujiro, as if recalling something, Huichi did not stay any longer. Now that her target was half dead, there was no need to let him enjoy the world of the dead in advance. Back in the ward where Mitsuha was, it was unclear what Mitsuha had said, but now Fenjian's breathing had gradually stabilized, as if she had recovered. She was sent directly to the hospital in prison. The charge is to be in collusion with ghouls, and the sentence is life imprisonment. Huichi left this sentence to Xiao Fengqiuhei and left. Mato Akira was restless. Even in the endless training in the morning, he could not forget what happened a week ago, especially what Xiao Chun said before she died. Create a world without pain. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Huiki arrived at District 20, carrying a few boxes of lunch in her hands. These were bought on the way. Looking at the people in the office, Huiki was a little confused. Unexpectedly, she did not see Takaizawa Masamichi. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that she had not seen him for several days. Why haven't I seen Takaizawa Masamichi recently? Huichi put the lunchbox in front of Mato Akira and asked. Him, I've been taking leave recently because of a stomachache. Mato Akira replied in a depressed tone. Hearing the depressed voice in his ear, Huiki asked while eating. What's wrong? Haven't you been on any missions recently? Without, what? Madoka smiled despite the discomfort, but the sadness in his eyes betrayed him. However, Huiki did not continue to ask. If she did not want to say it, there was no need to ask more. Besides, she could talk to her father if she felt upset. At the same time, Dixingji also told Huiki that the direction of Quinqua had been decided. Huiki had a long vacation after a long absence. There were no SS-level ghoul attacks, and no various troubles. Every day, she only needed to do some low-level tasks with Mato Akira and train her combat awareness to start a simple life. The handling of ghouls in Area 20 was basically handled by Mato Wuxu. Mato Akira would occasionally go on missions with Mato Wuxu, but he spent more time hanging around Huiki. Takaizawa Masamichi also returned to work at CCG in Area 20 not long after, but he was extremely thin. It seemed that he had eaten all the food that day. In order to compensate Takaizawa Masamichi, Huiki would give him some pointers. Time flows by, half a year later. P.S. The second season begins below. There may be overlaps in the timeline, but the development is completely different from the anime. A ghoul named Eyepatch appeared in front of everyone. He specializes in killing ghouls, and none of the investigators who encountered him died. The ghoul restaurant incident was also found by Nagachika Ira, but when the investigators rushed over, the restaurant had been destroyed, and the culprit was the Eyepatch ghoul. Huiki gradually learned from Hinami's photo feedback that the boy was working hard to become stronger, and he also formed his own team. The promotion meeting will be held in 3 days, and I hope all investigators will not be absent. An announcement came from the computer, and all the investigators were reading it. Many people will be promoted in this promotion summary. 3 days later, Huiki and others participated in the investigators' promotion ceremony. After the Quikuria incident, many investigators are on the road to catching ghouls. The most notable among them is Amin Kotaro, who was promoted from a first-class investigator to a senior investigator. The genius young investigator Suzuya Jozo also had an outstanding performance in half a year. He was promoted from a third-class investigator to a second-class investigator. During this period, the cultural examinations were inseparable from the help of Shinohara Yukinori. The director of CCG and Shiujishi emphasized the praise. This is the third investigator who has been promoted so quickly after Eri Makisho and Hwiki. There are many other investigators who are receiving praise one by one, but Hwiki basically doesn't know these people. After the end of the meeting, Meido Ryuguzu is still the same. He did not participate in such meetings and still maintained his status as a senior investigator. In the bar of Ito Tsurai in District 14. Kaneki-kan handed a piece of paper to Ito Tsurai and told her the purpose of his visit. I will trade the information of all the fugitives in District 23 for the information of Kano Akihiro. Looking at the mature Kaneki-kan, Ito Tsurai was a little frustrated. The shy boy he once was would never come back. Okay, then I'll tell you. After that, Ito Kiri began to explain Kano Akihiro's intelligence. After a while, Kaneki-kan sat aside thoughtfully. Ito Kiri looked at the paper with interest. There were many familiar people on the photo. It recorded the ghoul fugitives from District 23. Among them, the 3 ghouls who escaped from the S floor were Sha, Ling Yang, Jail, and a member of the Joker organization. At this time, a figure walked out of the bathroom in the bar, and the face was Nicole. Kaneki-kan's vigilance was instantly full, and he looked at Nicole with murderous intent in his eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget what happened in District 11. Don't be so nervous, I'm not familiar with Bronze Tree, and Gecko only met him at the bar and followed him afterwards. Nicole waved her hands and explained. But Kaneki-kan still did not relax his vigilance, and even showed a sharp look in his eyes. We are really not in the same group. If you still don't trust me, I can tell you the information about the Bronze Tree. Hearing this, Kaneki-kan's eyes were no longer so fierce, and his eyes returned to their original state, waiting for Nicole's next words. Ahem, the One-Eyed King is probably from Area 24, and there are also many ghouls in the Bronze Tree who are from Area 24. Tokyo used to have only 23 districts. The 24th district was an underground city dug out by ghouls using Kagun. Bronze Tree wanted to achieve his goal by capturing either Kami Shiroriz or Kano Akihiro alive. According to Tadara, it was to find out the lies, but I don't know what that means exactly. After he finished speaking, Kaneki-kan still looked skeptical, so Nico had no choice but to walk to Kaneki-kan's side and slowly tell him the true identity of the One-Eyed King by his ear. Chapter 79. In CCG, Huichi ate snacks and fell into silence after reading the message sent by Kano Akihiro. According to Kano Akihiro, the experimental subject Kaneki-kan has been coming to his hospital frequently recently, but was just sent back by the nurses. However, this is not a long-term solution, so Kano plans to transfer him away. Have you found a place yet? Huichi answered while typing. Not yet, but soon. Seeing Kano Akihiro's reply, Huichi did not answer. While Huichi was replying to the message, something extraordinary seemed to have happened in the outside world. Nagachika Hideyoshi came over with Shinohara Yukinori behind him. Hwiki, I found that the case from more than half a year ago is wrong. The case you uploaded has loopholes. Zenyuan Yukinori came to Hwiki with a stack of information in his hand and handed it to Hwiki. Let me see. Hwiki's face was expressionless, but there was some surprise in her eyes. According to the report she had given, no one should be able to find the loophole. The case of Okuro was also stopped by her, so why would someone find the loophole? Who on earth brought it up again? Only after scanning the entire pile of information did Hwiki's mouth twitch. It turned out that the fact that Kano Akihiro implanted human organs was exposed. Although the papers did not say whether it was human or not, the CCG seemed to be suspicious. Hwiki's gaze lingered on Nagachika Hideyoshi for a few seconds. It was very likely that it was the other party, because Kaneki-kan was his good friend, and this kid seemed to know something. Sure enough, after Hwiki finished reading, Amin Kotaro also appeared on the side. The 3 of them seemed to be extremely interested in this case. Then arrest him and interrogate him? I didn't know what was going on at the time. Huichi returned the information to Shinohara Yukinori. There is no chance. He has disappeared. Moreover, this doctor is a former CCG anatomist. He must know some vital information. The most important thing is that a person disappeared at the same time as the 20th. His name is Kaneki-kan. He has not been to school for a long time and his whereabouts are still unknown. Let's make a bold assumption. Hwiki, after killing the ghoul's body, you didn't immediately retrieve it, but instead chased another one. In other words, the ghoul's body was stolen, and so was the victim. Instantly, everyone looked at each other, with disbelief flashing in their eyes, but this matter still needs to be verified. If it is true, then the world will change. At this point, the three have begun to investigate. Mato Akira took the information given by Shinohara Yukinori and began to act. Seeing this scene, Wiki had to pretend to work. Now she could only hope that Kano Akihiro could handle it well, otherwise she could only sell her teammates. However, before selling her teammates, she still needed to go there in person and take away the vital things. As night fell, Wiki acted in the dark. Now she had to go to Kano Akihiro's space to take measures. Wiki had applied for a 7-day vacation because her relatives in District 17 had passed away. The mobile phone she usually used for work had been thrown into CCG by Wiki, and now she was using a private mobile phone. In order to prevent CCG from finding out, Wiki wasted time running to District 17, and then took a small path back to District 20, and Quinqua only brought an SS-level short sword. Go and get rid of Mrs. A, she is my experimental breeder, and Hein I will assist you there. A message suddenly popped up on Hui's phone, sent by Gianna. There was no answer, and read was the best answer. Huichi kept shuttling through the alleys according to the given location. It was not until he arrived at Mrs. A's house and saw the chaotic scene in front of him that he realized it was too late. Coming? Come with me, she went to the breeding farm. Hina took Wiki and rushed to the breeding farm. Hinamai and Kaneki Ken's team heard a violent storm of footsteps, the frequency of the other party was very high, and the speed was very fast. Hinamai could clearly feel the other party's unreasonable footsteps. Big brother, hurry up. The one-eyed girl just now has found reinforcements. Hinamai shouted anxiously. A gentleman has his own way. Don't bother me. We are strong enough to handle this situation. Jukiyama Xi confidently showed his Kagun. I understand. Kaneki Ken immediately intensified the torture of Mrs. A, telling her every torture she had suffered from Gecko. I said, I'll tell you everything. Mrs. A hurriedly told him everything she knew, including the address of Kano Akihiro. Forgive me, I beg you, I'm just an ordinary human being. Just when Kaneki Ken decided to let go and spare the other person's life, an iron flying knife flew over at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and the blade made a close contact with Mrs. A's head. Bang! Who? Kaneki Ken immediately looked in the direction of the flying knife. There were two figures there, one was Hina whom he met before, and the other was a man wearing a mask. I don't know if it's too late. Oh wait. She looked at the headless body below. Let's go back first. Dad will need us. A nurse was captured by the bronze tree. Yet. Oh wait. She answered in a heavy tone. It was right for her to take a long vacation. She would have to face the joint pressure of CCG and bronze tree next. Just when the two turned around and prepared to leave, several scaled Kagun and armored Kagun appeared behind them and attacked them. Huichi looked at the attack indifferently and stretched out her hand to stop Kurona beside her. Her body left an afterimage in the dark night. In the blink of an eye, she rushed directly in front of Kaneki Ken. She clenched her right fist and blasted straight at him. In an instant, Kaneki Ken's body bent like a shrimp and then catapulted out. After getting rid of Kaneki Ken, Huichi set her sights on the armored ghoul who was harassing her. The opponent waved a blue Kagun and stabbed at her continuously. Huichi took a step forward with her left leg, charged her right leg at the armored ghoul's head, and kicked it away with a side kick. The opponent's body was smashed on the container, and the hole it's like a person is embedded in it and can't be pulled out at all. After dealing with the two living combat forces, Wiki grabbed the demented Hay beside him and left the scene. On the way back, Hina looked at Wiki again and again, and the look of disbelief was beyond words, as if asking Wiki how she did it, how she could be so strong, and how she could repel ghouls with fists and feet without Quinqua. At this moment, Wiki didn't have the mind to explain these things. Now she had to carry out the next plan with Kano Akihiro. Now the exposure of the experiment has brought about a fatal disaster. After the two were about to arrive at Kano Akihiro's laboratory, Kaneki Ken and others also recovered from the previous attack. The domineering power couldn't help but recall the Shashi they encountered before. The opponent's physical fitness is extremely strong, and he is basically crushed. Now Kaneki Ken feels weak again. Chapter 80. The next day was the first day of Hwiki's leave. Everyone in CCG in District 20 was still working as usual. Mado Akira arrived at the office early, looked at Hwiki's empty seat and started to get busy, cleaning up some useless garbage. While cleaning up, he muttered that Hwiki's slacking off syndrome had come back, relying on her special power to come in late and leave early. Time passed, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. At this time, many investigators had arrived, and everyone started a new day and a new job. Even Suzuya Jozo could come before 8 o'clock, but Hwiki was late. From time to time, there was a knock on the door outside, and Mado Akira would always subconsciously look over, wanting to know if Hwiki was here. But the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment, and Hwiki disappeared without a warning. Isn't Hwiki coming today? His mortal enemy Takaizawa Masamichi also noticed this and came to Mado Akira to ask. No. Later, Kotaro Aman, Ryuguzu Mado, Ira Nagachika and others came to ask, but Mado Akira shook his head. During the lunch break, everyone gathered together to chat about Kaneki Ken's affairs, which were initiated by Ira Nagachika. Mado Akira had no desire to speak, but just sat there, staring blankly at Hwiki's seat. Hwiki asked for leave, death of a family member, about 7 days. Takaizawa Masamichi read the message on his phone word by word. Home? Family? 7 days. Mado. Akira looked at the information on his phone, which meant that Huichi had already reported it to his superiors yesterday. Nanasama, they are important relatives. Nagachika Hideyoshi said seriously. It could be a direct relative, but we don't know where he lives, so we can't visit him. Well, we should study Kano Akihiro's case and try to give Hwiki a surprise in 7 days. Yaman. Kotaro tapped on the computer. Yes. Let him be surprised. We have the ability to. At once, everyone's passion rose again and they began to work. On the other side, Shinohara Yukinori and Suzuya Jozo sat in the antique coffee shop to ask about Kaneki Ken's news. According to the information, Kaneki Ken once worked in this coffee shop. Waiter, I have something to ask you. What is your question? When did Kaneki Ken start working here? I think it was around October. Dongxiang answered truthfully. So when did he disappear? It was December last year, and we couldn't contact him. Facing the inquiring investigator, Toka had already prepared her response. She said what she should say and hid what she should hide. Even so, Yukinori Shinohara's many years of experience as an investigator told her that something was wrong and that things seemed to be going too smoothly. At this time, the store manager came over and talked about Kaneki Ken's life working in a coffee shop, and explained that he had left. After hearing what the manager said, Yukinori Shinohara just took notes silently and left the coffee shop. Half an hour later, Shinohara nodded and left the antique coffee shop with Suzuya Jozo. On the way back, Shinohara Yukinori always felt that he was being fed. On the other side, in a base of the bronze tree, Yoshimura Kanzi was chatting with Naki. Since being rescued by the bronze tree and learning the news of the death of his elder brother Gecko, Naki began to fall into despair and spent every day on the road of remembering Gecko. I also want to do it, I want to do some good things, I really admire Mr. Gecko. Ganzi listened to Naki's narration as a listener. At this time, Kirishima Ayato and Tadara came over and informed the two that they had learned the exact location of Kano Akihiro from the nurse, and also learned an interesting piece of information that Kano Akihiro was in contact with a senior investigator of CCG. Well, that's it, let's do it, bring Kano Akihiro back. Fankan. Ganzi stood up and walked shakily. Sunset. There was basically no one in the huge CCG. Only the staff on duty stayed. Mado Akira was making coffee in front of the coffee machine. Thinking of what Takaizawa Masamichi said during the day, he wondered whether he should visit. In Hwiki's office, Nagachika Ira was picking up the garbage until he stopped in front of Hwiki's desk. Seeing how neat and tidy it was, he couldn't help but sigh that it must have been done by Mado Akira. However, there seemed to be some garbage on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, but saw a corner of a white paper popping out from the gap of the drawer. Nagachika Ira stretched out his hand and pulled it out. Looking at the contents on the white paper, Nagachika Ira's pupils contracted. There was detailed information on the white paper. The name was Eyepatch Ghoul, but there was also a color photo next to it. The person in the photo was Kaneki Ken. The information below was even more dense, and the content was up to the time when Kaneki-kan disappeared in Area 11. These materials, what on earth is going on? Nagachika Hideyoshi hurriedly took a picture with his mobile phone. At this time, crisp footsteps were heard in the corridor. Listening to the footsteps, Nagachika Hideyoshi's heart was pounding. It seemed that only Mato Akira could be on this floor of CCG now. Thinking of this, Nagachika Hideyoshi's hands were shaking. After taking the picture, he hurriedly put the phone back into his pocket and stuffed a piece of paper back in. But the more anxious he was, the less satisfactory it was. The gap was obviously not small, but he just couldn't get it in. Mato Akira's footsteps were getting closer and closer. A few seconds later, looking at the sneaky Nagachika Hideyoshi, Mato Akira asked, "What are you doing?" "Without, nothing, I. Seeing the other parties stuttering, Mato Akira walked up to Nagachika Hideyoshi and stared at him. "What did you do?" Right, I saw that Special Investigator Hawiki's cell phone was left in the office, and I wanted to find someone to pass it on." "Ariyoshi." Nagachika pointed to the cell phone in the corner of the desk. Following the direction of his finger, Mato Akira looked and saw that it was Hawiki's cell phone in the corner, but it was placed in a very secret location, so he hadn't noticed it before. "Give me the phone, you don't have to worry about it." Mato Akira took the phone and signaled Nagachika Ira to leave. After receiving Mato Akira's signal, Nagachika Ira hurriedly left. Holding the phone in his hand, Mato Akira looked around, closed the door, then turned on the phone and scrolled through the pages. There were only some office information inside, and the only recent message was a request for leave. At night, Mato Akira fiddled with Hawiki's phone, wondering whether he should go to District 17. The next day, everyone met again in District 20, but Amin Kotaro looked very excited because he found a breakthrough. Chapter 81. There is a basement under Kano Akihiro's house. Yaman Kotaro took out the distribution map in his hand and showed it to everyone. "Very good, take over and get ready. I will organize the manpower tomorrow, and then District 20 Mato Akira, Amin Kotaro and I will act together." Takaizawa Masamichi pointed at himself. I not included. Unfortunately, Area 20 needs someone to guard it. Zenyuan. Yukinori smiled apologetically. At the same time, Hwiki was still deciding with Kano Akihiro about the laboratory base. There was too much evidence here, and everything was fatal. Kano Akihiro's idea was to ignore it. Seeing Kano Akihiro's attitude, Hwiki didn't say anything. I guess Kano Akihiro had already made his own preparations. It was afternoon. Mato Akira finally followed his thoughts and came to District 17, but he didn't seem to see any dead people along the way. Even when he approached the house where Hwiki lived, he didn't see any black and white decorations. "Isn't he dead, Kin?" No funeral objects were seen. 5 minutes later, arriving at the door of Hwiki's house, Zhen Huxiao stretched out his hands and pushed the door open, looking at the clean and tidy yard with doubts. He once suspected in his heart, did Hwiki go back to the countryside to deal with it? But he and his father had never heard that Hwiki had relatives in the countryside. With doubts in his heart, Zhen Huxiao hesitated for several times and still pried open Hwiki's door lock, constantly telling himself in his heart, "I am here to return the phone, and it is right to do so. Losing the phone is an important matter." Walking into Hwiki's room, Zhen Huxiao sensitively found that something was wrong. There was already heavy dust on the ground. Although there were footprints, they did not look like Hwiki's, and the footprints seemed to be larger. As Zhen Huxiao walked around the house, the doubts in his eyes became more and more serious. No matter how he looked at it, this room looked like no one had lived in it for 3 or 4 days, but Hwiki had clearly asked for leave to go back. Finally, after a round, he saw that the house was empty, and Zhen Huxiao had to go back. At the same time, Kaneki-ken is also training himself to prepare for revenge. 2 consecutive battles without any chance of fighting back have made Kaneki-ken full of self-blame. During this period of time, Kaneki-ken blames himself all the time. If you can't protect yourself in battle, how can you protect others? Hwiki's vacation has come to the 3rd day. The 3 parties are converging towards Kano Akihiro's laboratory. Yukinori Shinohara counted the number of people and chose to sneak into a better villa, where the underground passages are interconnected. The people who followed Yukinori Shinohara this time included Kotaro Amin, Akira Mato, Jozo Suzuya, and 2 other investigators. Before leaving, Akira Mato was still staring at Huiki's mobile phone with confusion in his eyes. Yukinori Shinohara was very open-minded and said to Akira Mato. Huiki may have attended the funeral of her lover's relatives. Lover? He still has a lover. Madoka's tone was a little out of control. It was hard to imagine that guy could have a lover. Recalling the time when Huichi was sparring with him, he was merciless and for a time made Madoka unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Yes, but I haven't seen him for a long time, so I don't know how he feels. Listening to what Shinohara Yukinori said, Mato Akira's eyes were lost. On the other side, Kaneki Ken's team is composed of Jukiyama Shiyu, Fueguka Hinamai, Manjo, and others to track down Kano Akihiro's basement. The lineup on Bronze Tree's side is extremely luxurious, consisting of ghouls such as Yashimura Kanji, Tadara, Shat, and Naki. Kaneki and his party first came to the desolate villa. Looking at this abandoned villa, it is no longer as gorgeous as it used to be. The courtyard is very desolate and even the foreign building is dilapidated. It is hard to imagine that this is Kano Akihiro's hiding place. In my opinion, there must be something like a secret room. Wan Zhang said with certainty. Having been in various buildings for many years, Wan Zhang has accumulated a wealth of experience. Well, then I'll listen to Wan's Hang. Kaneki Ken nodded, and he also felt that this house was definitely not as simple as it seemed. After entering the house, everyone roughly checked around and found nothing special. Then they gathered together and looked at each other and began to search the basement. 5 minutes later, Wan's Hang was the first to discover the basement, which was a staircase on the first floor and was very well hidden. After hearing what Wan's Hang said, Kaneki immediately led everyone into the basement. Looking at the huge basement, which was several times larger than the villa, Wan's Hang couldn't help but sigh that Kano Akihiro was really a rich man. It's ridiculous. Kano Akihiro is just a doctor. How can he have so much money? This villa was sold to Kano Akihiro at a low price. The original owner of the villa was Anju Chi-sheng, the president of a company called Sphinx Trading Company, and a wealthy man. He, his wife and their twin daughters lived happily in this villa, but an accident suddenly happened. A brutal ghoul entered and ate the couple alive, leaving only the twin daughters. What a miserable person, but the child is lucky to survive. After listening to Yueshin Xi's story, Wan's Hang couldn't help but sigh. In the process of understanding the history of this house, Kaneki Ken discovered a strange thing, that is, the wall of the house is not made of inorganic materials such as stone, but is made of cell walls similar to those of living things. Looking at the thing that looks like the stomach wall, Wan's Hang stretched out his hand to poke it, and the feedback on his finger was soft. According to legend, the ghouls living in the 24th district of Tokyo's underground use kagun to form a wall to avoid being seen. Is that so? Jinmu's face turned pale. The hardness of this thing is far beyond that of inorganic matter. In the monitoring room, Kano Akihiro and Huichi were watching all this. What a successful experimental subject. He is the most successful one despite being an experimental subject. It seems that I made the right choice and the investment was right. Hui Ki-tone was also very satisfied. However, the expressions of the two people behind him, black and white, were not very good. The words of Kano Akihiro and Hui made the sisters nervous. If the two lost their value, they would lose love, and their hearts would be filled with emptiness again. Go stop them. Got it. They both answered in unison. Be careful, come back immediately if you can't win. After hearing Huichi words, the two of them paused, and the younger sister looked at Huichi back. Is this being loved? After the two left, Huichi was still a little worried. The three experimental subjects collided and she felt bad for any one of them being injured. Look, they have entered the first floor. There are many little surprises prepared for them here. Kano Akihiro watched the scene on the monitor with interest. I always have a bad feeling. Hui Chi stared at the monitor. Chapter 82. What is that? Huichi saw a flashing black shadow through the camera. This is all the data from the experiment. If something happens to me, you can use this to set up the next laboratory. Kano Akihiro took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Huichi. Huichi took the USB flash drive from Kano Akihiro and carefully put it in his pocket to save it. These experimental data are very important. With them, the experiment will start again soon. Kaneki Ken's team in the camera quickly got through the first floor and headed straight for the second floor, while Wiki and Kano Akihiro also went to the last floor. The CCG team, Shinohara Yukinori and his team were lucky. They didn't encounter any experimental subjects along the way, but Mado Akira was a little absent-minded. Cheer. Yet. Mado Akira nodded, but he kept thinking about what Shinohara Yukinori said. Wiki has her own lover, and she is likely to attend her lover's funeral, but why is there dust in the room? Even if she left in a hurry, it shouldn't be like this. Questions emerged in Mado Akira's mind. He used to think he knew Wiki very well, but now it seems that there are still many things he doesn't know. These questions can only be asked after Wiki's leave is over. At the same time, Kaneki Ken's team encountered the Anjiu sisters, Naki of the Bronze Tree, and Yashimura Kanji. Kaneki Ken decisively asked Jukiyama Shiyu to stay to resist the Anjiu sisters, but because of the appearance of Naki, the scene suddenly turned into a three-way melee. And Kaneki, who had already gone deep into the enemy, also encountered the ghoul who had defeated him before, Shashi. One-eyed boy. Tail called out to Kaneki Ken in a cold voice. This time he was determined to teach the foolish woman a lesson. Bronze Tree, has the Shashi joined as well? Kaneki Ken's face became serious. In addition to the mysterious man on Kano Akihiro's side, he also had to face the Bronze Tree. But he had learned his lesson. He had been training crazily these days, just to defeat him when they meet again. The Shashi above didn't say anything else. He twisted his limbs and rushed up instantly, aiming at Kaneki Ken and stomping hard with his feet. With a bang, Kaneki Ken twisted his body in the smoke to avoid the attack. The Shashi didn't give Kaneki Ken time to buffer. He kept punching and kicking with both hands. His strength and speed were first class. After the special training, Kaneki Ken could see the Shashi's attack clearly, and his body kept dodging. However, this level was just dodging, and there was no way to fight back. Kaneki Ken gradually became impatient, folded his fingers on his right hand, and 4 scales of Kagun appeared behind him, ready to fight with his Kagun. On the battlefield of the squad, Yashimura Kanji didn't want to wait anymore, so he left Naki and walked forward. With the same idea, Manjo also wanted to go to help, but he met Yashimura Kanji on the way. The two of them just met, and suddenly a big hole was opened in Wanzhang's chest by Fanken Ganzi, and blood spurted out. After killing Wanzhang, Fanken Ganzi left the battlefield, and the Anjiu sisters who were fighting also noticed this scene, and did not hesitate to leave the battlefield to chase Fanken Ganzi. The Anjiu sisters followed Fanken Ganzi's footsteps all the way and soon caught up with him, revealing Kagun behind them, wanting to kill Fanken Ganzi quickly. Young Kagun, how can you be so naive? This is how Kano Akihiro trained you. Yashimura. Kanzi looked at the two of them teasingly. Are Anji Unibai and Anji Unikurona right? Using the body as a condition to exchange for the days of being loved, ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Kano Akihiro is just treating you as experimental subjects, broken, it will be thrown away. Even if Kano Akihiro bought the house you once lived in, it is just a false substitute, but you two are naive and indulge in this kind of life. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! What qualifications do you have to judge? Anju! Hina clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Lin He behind him attacked repeatedly to make Fanken Ganzi stop talking. Seeing this attack, Fanken Ganzi was too lazy to fight back. He dodged the attacks of the two while speaking aggressively. How does it feel to become a ghoul? What does it feel like for a former human to eat another human? How many people have you killed in total? One question after another hit the two sisters' hearts, and at one point, the Anjiu sisters were on the verge of collapse. In the end, the two of them knelt on the ground, covered their ears, and cried out of mental breakdown. Ha 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 ha, pathetic and weak. After saying this, Fanken Ganzi wanted to leave. At this time, Wiki and Kano Akihiro, who were on the last underground floor, were watching Kami Shiroriz. From time to time, there were bursts of sound coming from above, which made Wiki frown. Take it away? I don't want to waste the experimental mother body. I can't take it with me. How can I leave with an extra burden? Looking at Kami Shiroriz in the container, Kano Akihiro slowly shook his head. The other party's fierce eyes stayed on the two of them. If they were released, Kami Shiroriz would attack them without hesitation. What a waste! Wiki stretched out her hand regretfully and placed it on the glass cover. However, When Kami Shirori's in the glass cover saw Wiki's hand, she slowly stretched out her hand and placed it on top. Seeing this scene, Wiki's eyes looked a little strange, and she looked closely at Kami Shirori's. You, will, down, hell. Kami Shirori's in the container moved her lips and spoke out word by word with hatred. Hey, you're not crazy yet. Wiki looked at Kami Shirori's coldly. There was a rumbling sound above. Wiki looked up several times, and finally chose to put on the mask. He always felt that something was going to fall from above, although Kano Akihiro kept saying that the structure here was specially made. At this moment, Kaneki-ken rushed directly to the face of the shabu-shabu, catching the opponent off guard. The sharp scales behind him swung left and right. Under such a terrifying attack, the surrounding walls and the ground shattered. However, the shabu-shabu did not dodge. Instead, he used his body to resist the attack head-on. No matter how Kaneki-ken attacked, he did not dodge, and only used the tail as a shield. Seeing Kaneki-ken was gradually getting angry because Sasha looked down on him so much. He had been training day and night just to defeat Sasha, but the other party had such an attitude. It was really infuriating. The anger in his heart rose quickly and occupied his reason. The Kagun behind him attacked Sasha like crazy, but Sasha still did not fight back, as if waiting for something. In the end, the angry Kaneki-ken's mind was dominated by the personality of Kami Shirori's. Kaneki-ken's eyes instantly became greedy, and his deep eyes were filled with appetite. Seeing Kaneki-ken in this state, Sasha knew that what he had been waiting for had finally appeared. He grabbed Kaneki-ken's neck with one hand and raised his sword high with a fierce look. Foolish daughter, you finally paid the price for yourself. After saying that, Sha gathered his strength and punched Kaneki-ken violently. The ground shattered for a moment, and the two fell to the bottom. Chapter 83. Kaneki-ken, who was knocked unconscious by the shashi, woke up again during the fall, and this time his consciousness prevailed. Then he stood up tremblingly, although Kaneki-ken was covered in blood, including his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Seeing Kaneki-ken still standing up like this, Wiki could only sigh that he was indeed Rizkami Shiro, and his innate ability was really powerful. Kaneki-ken saw the uninjured shashi on the side, and he couldn't help but feel desperate. He had been fighting very hard, but the other party was uninjured. Looking up at the surroundings, there were many failed experiments and experimental equipment around. However, it was not until Kaneki-ken turned his head that he saw a more profound scene. He saw two figures standing above him, one of whom was Kano Akihiro, whom he had been looking for. In the container behind the two, Rizkami Shiro was stored. Kano Akihiro was still a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that the RC cell wall he had carefully made could be broken, and he also saw his most successful experimental subject Kaneki-ken. Therefore, Kano Akihiro next to Wiki still greeted him. Did you take the medicine as instructed, Kaneki-kun? Kaneki-ken below was stunned at this moment, staring blankly at Kano Akihiro whom he had been looking for and was in pain. Now Kaneki-ken didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Kano Akihiro broke the silence and praised with a smile. Kaneki-kun, you are my best work. Even the later Zyahei and Zyobai have not been able to perfectly control the power of ghouls like you. I never thought that my first experiment would be the best masterpiece so far. It really makes me laugh and cry. After listening to Kano Akihiro's words, Kaneki-ken showed anger and hatred on his face. Everything he had was thanks to the man in front of him. He made his life start to change dramatically. Well, luckily I didn't let you kill him, otherwise it would be such a pity. Indeed, I am glad that I did not do it. Huichi nodded in agreement. The two of them talked back and forth, and the voices kept reaching Kaneki-ken's ears. Now Kaneki-ken just felt that the voices were so harsh and irritating. Thinking back to his life of being plundered, trampled on, and deceived, Kaneki gritted his teeth and cursed Kano Akihiro. You are just a lunatic. Crazy? It's just a different perception. Did you know that the initiator of the bronze tree was Yoshimura? You have always been played around by others, which is really sad. After hearing what Kano Akihiro said, Wiki also had some doubts, but she didn't care much. No matter who the other party was, they would be settled one by one in the end. But Kaneki-ken was in shock. His eclipsed face was full of hesitation. He was in a state of being unable to think and stood there blankly. The word Yoshimura echoed in his mind. Why is the manager like this? Suddenly, all the sounds stopped abruptly. Wiki looked at the newly appeared figure gloomily. The other party was wrapped in bandages and jumped around on the ground. Intuition told Wiki that the person in front of him was Takatsuki Izumi, Yashimura et. The chat time is over, you go first. Huichi told Gianna, then took out the SS class Quinqua and prepared to start the battle. It's a bit difficult, but I'll try my best. Akira. Kano shook his head, because another person appeared on the field. SS level Ghoul Tadara. Kaneki-ken looked at the ghouls around him and was at a loss. He was familiar with the people who came. They were cotters of the bronze tree. They had taken out Tadara, himself, and the ghoul next to him at that time. Are you the mysterious investigator next to Kano Akihiro? Hehe, I didn't expect CCG to take you seriously. What do you mean? After hearing the other person's voice, Huichi was sure that the person in front of him was Takatsuki Izumi, but what the other person said made her confused. No words? This is CCG's usual style. I'll go take Kano Akihiro away. After saying this, Takatsuki Izumi moved quickly to chase after Kano Akihiro's back. Seeing that Takatsuki Izumi wanted to chase after Kano Akihiro, Wiki moved, and the next moment she appeared in front of Takatsuki Izumi, and kicked him away with a side kick of her right leg. Then she took out the SS-level short sword Quinqua in her right hand and started fighting. Wiki was a little nervous at this moment. She was really not sure if she could stop them. First, there was the SS Ghoul Shashi, then the SS Ghoul Tadara, and finally the Kakuzage level Takatsuki Izumi. She had never faced the combined forces of these ghouls. Attack with all your strength. He is half human. Takatsuki Izumi, who was kicked away, felt such a terrifying force and instantly recalled an organization. Only that organization could produce such an investigator. Half human. However, Huichi did not give the two time to continue talking. He waved the short knife in his hand, and in just a moment, he cut several wounds on Duoduliang's body. Feeling the severe pain in his body, Duoduliang did not care who the investigator in front of him was. He used his Kagun with all his strength and revealed his Kagun state. A thick armor formed on Duoduliang's head, with a narrow opening in front, and then he sprayed a blue high-temperature flame at Huichi. Noticing the attack of Duoduliang, Wiki released a strong energy from the short knife in her hand and chopped it vertically at Duoduliang. The energy blade formed by the short knife tore through Duoduliang's flames, and Wiki seized the opportunity to get close. The short knife slashed at the body several times in succession, with extremely sharp angles and power, instantly cutting off Duoduliang's limbs. Looking at Duoduliang who fell to the ground, Wiki aimed his power at his head and chopped him off alive. Just when Wiki got rid of Duoduliang, a riot broke out in the laboratory again, and Kami Shiroriz was kidnapped by a mysterious ghoul. Damn it! Wiki cursed in her heart, how many people came today, she was too busy to handle it. Kaneki-ken saw the appearance of the person who came from the corner of his eye. That person was Sifang from the antique coffee shop. Sifang was still saying something to him. Is this also planned by the store manager? Why take Riz away? New questions filled Kaneki-ken's mind one after another. At this time, Wiki's mobile phone rang. This was the last message sent to him by Kano Akihiro. Failure. Seeing this, Wiki took a deep breath. Takatsuki Izumi, who was kicked away by himself, disappeared, and Shashi also disappeared. Only Kaneki-ken was left. Blood loss. After saying this, Wiki pressed the switch of the laboratory, released the failed experimental subject, and immediately left the battlefield. The core mission had failed, so Wiki naturally didn't need to stay any longer. Now there were more troublesome things waiting for Wiki to do, that is, to confirm whether the Angiu sisters were safe and take them away. This was a precious legacy, and Wiki would not allow the two to be taken away by others. As for whether the experiment could make a comeback, the living data of the Angiu sisters occupied a considerable part. In the venue, Kaneki-ken didn't even have time to blame himself for his incompetence, and he set about dealing with this group of monsters. Chapter 84. The CCG team led by Yukinori Shinohara encountered different enemies. The team was divided into several teams for exploration. Suzuya Jozo, who left the team early, met Anko Kurona and Anko Nashiro. Suzuya Jozo looked at Anko Kurona and Anko Kurona who were kneeling on the ground, and whispered subconsciously. Is there an acquaintance? Oops, why are your eyes red? Are you no longer going to be a human? Then I will send you off myself. After saying that, Suzuya took out his SS level Quinqua execution gift and prepared to start hunting. On the other side, Aman Kotaro and Akatsuki and others encountered Jukiyama and Naki who were fighting. The moment they met, they recognized the two ghouls in front of them, one codenamed Gourmet and the other was Naki who escaped from prison. When Jukiyama and Naki saw the investigator appear, they put down their battles and formed a temporary alliance. My lord! I will never go into Quicolia again. Naki clenched his right fist and roared at everyone. Special Investigator Yukinori Shinohara arrived at the bottom floor with two of his men. The corridor they passed through was full of RC cell walls, like a haunted house. Yukinori Shinohara looked at the mutilated corpses on the ground, wondering what kind of ghoul could eat so much. Until he saw the source of all this, Yukinori Shinohara's face darkened. The ghoul in front of him was almost too weird. It looked like a human but not a human. The opponent had human limbs but the cocoon on his body looked more like a centipede. The battle returned to the black and white duo. They were sisters and part of the CCG Academy. They are members of the CCG Academy, and are top students in both study and kendo. Yaman, who occasionally goes to the academy to give lectures, also has a high opinion of the two. Even Wiki can hear their names from time to time. At that time, the two were dazzling in the eyes of others, just like Mado Akira in the past, attracting attention. One day on their way back, they saw their classmate Suzuya Rei, the one who was taken by the ghoul, playing with ants by the river. Although they were curious about why Suzuya often skipped classes to do these things, he smiled brightly, and the sisters would occasionally communicate with him. It didn't take long. Since when, there was a rumor in CCG Academy that many wildcats in the school were abused to death. The school leaders all believed that it was Suzuya Rei who did it, but Nabai and Kurona were puzzled. Although Rei was very strange, she was not that kind of person. So the two found the teacher during the break and learned the reason from the teacher. Suzuya Rei was a child raised by ghouls, so everyone guessed that his values were similar to those of ghouls. Until one moonlit night, the two witnessed with their own eyes that Rei's face was covered with blood and the animal carcasses under his feet, and the original half-belief and half-doubt completely disappeared. At this time, Suzuya Rei was still puzzled. What did she do to make the Anjihu sisters look at her like this? The memories ended, and the Anjihu sisters launched an attack at the same time, and the Rinhi behind them crossed to attack Suzuya. Suzuya waved the Quinqua in his hand to resist the sisters' attacks. After a few symbolic defenses, he suddenly stopped moving. The Anjihu sisters thought that Suzuya had revealed a flaw, but if Wiki was here, she would understand that this was not a flaw. This is a trap. Huichi has used a similar method before. This trick is very useful. As long as you trick the ghoul in, you can kill him instantly. But because Suzuya is not familiar with this method, his body is cut open by the Anjihu sisters, and his internal organs can be seen faintly in his abdomen. However, Suzuya did not care, but became more excited. The internal organs were accidentally exposed, while talking with a smile, he took out the 156th scorpion from his arms. In a short moment, Ankyuhena's body was pierced with daggers, his left eye was destroyed, and the tendons of both arms were severed by Suzuya. Be careful, don't move. Ankyuhena drove Rinhi to fight with Suzuya, and the injuries on her hands would take a few seconds to heal. But Anjihu Nabai couldn't wait any longer, she knew that any mistake in the battle would be fatal, not to mention that both her hands were disabled. While speaking, Suzuya seized the opportunity, and the combat instinct that had been deliberately cultivated by Wiki was fully revealed at this moment. The scorpion in his hand poured on Angyuhena's body like a storm. Seeing her sister's miserable state, Anjihu Nabai looked anxious and wanted to rescue her sister, but Suzuya had already anticipated it. The SS level Quinqua behind him slashed diagonally, and the blade tore through Anjihu Nabai's skin and went to her internal organs, almost splitting her body in two. SS level Quinqua is so useful, it's a pity that I didn't cut you off with one blow, ha 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 ha. Suzuya laughed condescendingly, and at the same time, he couldn't let go of the Quinqua in his hand. The injured Anjihu Nabai covered his wound and knelt on the ground, with blood constantly pouring out of the wound. Seeing this scene, Anjuna hurried to Anjihu Nabai's side regardless of her injuries. As twin sisters with blood thicker than water, they instinctively wanted to hold each other's hands at the critical moment. Click, Gudong. However, Suzuijozo chopped off Ankuna's hand with a playful look on his face. The broken arm rolled along the ground, and Suzuijozo kicked his hand away without caring, but this action also gave Ankuna a chance to escape with his sister. Looking at the two people going away, Suzuijozo did not chase them because he had not had time to treat his wounds. Hurry up, sew it up before you feel the pain. Suzuijozo's battle was declared over. On the second to last floor underground, Hwiki looked at the positioning in her hand, sweating profusely, dodging the attacks of the experimental subjects, and observing the direction of the two sisters' movement. The red dot on the instrument moved quickly again, and Hwiki's mouth twitched. Why did the sisters run around like crickets? There was no time to think about it. Such a big thing happened here and she had to leave before dawn, otherwise her identity would be easily exposed. The battlefields in the other two places were also in dire straits. Aman Kotaro was fighting with sweat all over his head. Facing the ghoul named Gourmet, he was under a lot of pressure. And Mato Akira was fighting against Naki with ease. After Hwiki's special training, Mato Akira's speed and strength have been greatly improved. With the S-level Quinqua in his hand, Mato Akira has opened many wounds on Naki. If it weren't for those two little brothers, Naki would have been dead now. It's really annoying. Mato Akira pointed his spear at Naki's little brother, the long sword flashed with a cold light, and red liquid sprayed. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in this space. Chapter 85. What? Mato Akira was shocked by the situation in front of him. Naki in front of him actually stood in front of the two younger brothers, and the long sword directly cut a mark on Naki's back. Me. I will never let my little brother die. After Big Brother Gecko died, I don't want to endure the pain of loneliness. Naki shouted hoarsely, and the angry Naki began to attack Mato Akira. His movements were disorganized, but this only increased the flaws. Mato Akira used tricky angles and stabbed Naki with several consecutive knives to open blood holes in Naki's body. Seeing the bad situation, the two little brothers behind him hurriedly carried their big brother away. Seeing this scene, Yueshin also began to retreat. After Keiku hit Aman Kotaro hard and flew away, he turned and ran. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Mato Akira was about to chase him with a long knife in his hand, but Aman Kotaro was in poor condition, which made Mato Akira unable to choose for a while. The idea of whether to abandon Aman Kotaro appeared in Mato Akira's mind. Go to the bottom of the basement. I received a signal from Shinohara. Aman Kotaro struggled and shouted. Good. At this moment, Yukinori Shinohara was fighting with Kaneki Ken's half-Kakushi form. The opponent's powerful attack almost broke Yukinori Shinohara's bones. Kaneki Ken attacked like a beast, and his strong scales hit Shin. Just one blow, a thin crack appeared on the surface of Shin. Yukinori Shinohara resisted with great effort. With years of combat experience, he finally found a gap in Kaneki Ken's attack, and swung the big sword in his hand, Koinkegui Yamada Ichi, heavily on Kaneki Ken's abdomen. This blow caused enough damage, and directly injured Kaneki Ken and fell to the ground. However, Yukinori Shinohara's condition was not very good. Although he was not Kaneki Ken caused too much damage, but his body was also covered with freshly bitten wounds. The next moment, Kaneki Ken, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, and the armor on his body fell off, revealing 4 scales again, and looked at Shinohara Yukinori greedily. The scales were like spears and suddenly stabbed at Shinohara Yukinori, breaking a new piece of armor on contact. Facing Kaneki Ken's attack, Shinohara Yukinori became more and more powerless. The opponent's attack method was like a different person, and his own defense was now ineffective. There were more and more wounds on his body, and the new biting force was also increasing. Shinohara Yukinori's eyes began to blur, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly. It's almost there. After a short rest, Yaman Kotaro and the others walked down. The 4 of them looked at the experimental equipment around them with a bit of horror in their eyes. These were the materials for living experiments. How far is it? It's a 5-minute journey. Yaman answered Mato's question. As he spoke, Yaman Kotaro saw an incredible scene from the corner of his eye, and even rubbed his eyes again. Yaman Kotaro looked again. Anko Kurona and Anko Nashiro. But seeing the other party's red eyes, Aman's tone was full of doubt. As the teacher of the two, in Aman Kotaro's memory, the Anko sisters were human beings, but how come they have become ghouls now? Hurry up, you're causing too much trouble. Mato Akira's voice urged from the front. Okay. Hearing this, Yaman Kotaro looked deeply at the two people in the shadows, and then left. It's almost there. Huichi looked at the instrument in his hand and walked faster and faster. Who? Ghoul. A voice suddenly appeared in front of her. Huiki looked through the mask and saw that the person was Mato Akira. The other party pointed a long sword at her. With a swish, the long sword cut off the equipment next to it, and Huiki barely reacted and dodged the attack. Looking at Mato Akira, Huiki never expected that Mato Akira would actually participate. She thought CCG would send someone else. Surround him. Yaman Kotaro, who came from behind, raised his armor and ran to the side of Huiki, ready to attack. Yaman, why are all of you acquaintances? But don't get in my way. Huiki's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yaman, aiming at the opponent's quinqua and punching directly. With a thud, the dull sound echoed in the underground space. Yaman was hit against the wall by Huiki's punch, and the whole person fell to the side powerlessly. Then, the two investigators who arrived late waved quinqua to attack Huiki. Bang! Bang! With two sounds, the two were kicked away by Huiki, spiraled up to the sky and fell to the side. Only Zhen Huxiao was left on the field. Huiki couldn't help but have a headache. This deal was really difficult. However, Zhen Huxiao had already chopped with a long knife. His knife skills were profound and he had some shadows of Huiki. He was deeply influenced by Huiki's sharp attack method, and every knife was aimed at the vital points. Huiki dodged one after another, thinking in his mind how to deal with Zhen Huxiao. But this move undoubtedly stimulated Zhen Huxiao's self-esteem. The long knife in his hand attacked more and more powerfully, and the blade could even touch the corner of Huiki's clothes. This is the only way. Huiki made up her mind and stopped dodging. She began to actively attack Mato Akira's body, aiming her right leg at his lower body and tripping him. She followed up with a kick with her left leg, but Huiki consciously controlled the strength and only let Mato Akira slide to the wall. After killing several people, Huiki hurried to the location of the Anjiu sisters. The four of them watched Huiki's back as she left in silence. As an investigator, she couldn't even force the ghoul's Kagun to appear. Even the opponent's most basic Kagun eyes didn't show up, and they were killed instantly. 10 seconds later. In the shadows, Anjiu Hina hugged Anjiu Nabai tightly, whispering softly, don't sleep, sister will accompany you. But she didn't get a response from her sister, and Juhina's tears dripped down. I finally found you guys. Why are you like crickets? Hey! Who did it? Halfway through his words, Huichi looked at the dying Anjunebe and asked with suppressed anger in his tone. Bell House, what is made? Wow, he's here too. At this moment, Huichi was overwhelmed. All the investigators from District 20 came here? How come they were all his own people? After a few complaints, Huichi turned his attention to Anjunabai and examined his injuries. A horrible knife wound went from the shoulder to the waist, blood was still flowing, and several internal organs were injured through the wound. Stomach, is there any problem with the stomach? Huichi watched anxiously. Now he could only use the most basic method to help Anjunebe, but once the opponent's digestive organs were also damaged, there would be no way to save him. After careful observation, Huichi breathed a sigh of relief. Things did not develop to the worst. Should we look for Dad? He must have a way. Hey! Nai said anxiously. Looking for him? Just treat him as a dead man. Huichi said as he took out the Quinqua dagger. Chapter 86. 4. Why? I saw him die with my own eyes. Hui. Chi took the needle and thread to sew up Anjunebe's wound. After doing this, Huichi did not hesitate to use a long knife to cut a wound on his hand and put it next to Anjunebe's mouth. You. Anjuhe on the side stuttered as he watched Huichi feed blood. What do you mean? This is the best solution. My blood is different from that of ordinary people. Huichi glanced at Anjuhe Nai, and squeezed the wound with his hand to let the blood drip into Nai Bai's mouth. The two looked at Anjuhe Nai Bai nervously. Success or failure only depended on these few seconds. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as Anjiu Hina's eyes became more and more desperate, Anjiu Nabai's lips moved slightly. Fortunately. Seeing this scene, Huichi wiped the sweat off his forehead. As the blood gradually dripped in, Anjunebe's eyes gradually came back to their senses. Looking at the two people in front of him, he instinctively called out sister. Yes, my sister is here. Hearing the voice, Anjuhe tightly held her sister's hand. I just dreamed that I entered a hot spring, it's very comfortable there, can't feel the pain. What are you talking about? This dream shows that my blood is working. Wei. Chi said unhappily. The three of them stayed in this dark space for several minutes, just to wait for Anjunebe's body to recover its basic self-healing ability, so that they could evacuate the underground laboratory. Otherwise, the wound would be more troublesome if it split again. Let's evacuate. After bandaging the wound on his hand, Hui Chi carefully picked up Anjunebai and let him lean his head on his shoulder. On the way, Hui Chi waited for Anjuhe from time to time. Because of his injury, he had to rest for a while after running for a while. Anjunebai curled up in his arms, shivering. Cold, I am cold. Cold? What's wrong? What happened? Hui Chi asked with concern. These two people could not afford to make any mistakes, especially Anjunebe who was in a weak state. Have no idea, Junebe curled up hard in Huiki's arms until their skins were close. Huiki could clearly feel that the skin of the person in her arms was very cold. Oops, I'm still on the verge of death, how could Suzuijozo be so cruel to this extent? Just as Huiki was thinking of a new way, she felt an itch at the junction of her neck and shoulders. Huiki looked down and saw Anji Unibai licking it with her tongue. The next moment, a faint stinging pain came over her, and she felt her shoulder being sucked, and blood flowed along the edge of Anji Unibai's mouth, emitting bursts of tempting fragrance. Then Anji Unibai stretched out his tongue to lick the blood around it clean. Anji now beside her swallowed involuntarily, staring straight at her sister's actions. What are you looking at? Let's go. Huiki was also helpless at the moment. If it weren't for the precious experimental subject resources, she would have abandoned the two children and ran away. Thinking of herself, Huiki secretly cursed Gianna for slacking off. It took so long to make 3. If she had made a few more, it wouldn't be so troublesome. At 4:22 in the morning, the three escaped from the underground laboratory, and many CCG staff had gathered around. At 4:30, Huiki and others fled to the suburbs, where there was a car. A minute later, Huiki got into the car holding Anji Unibai, followed closely by Anji Uhina. In the driver's seat, Huiki drove while observing the surroundings. Anji Unibai in his arms seemed unwilling to get off, and he didn't let go after finding a comfortable position. At 5 o'clock, the group arrived at Huiki's house in District 17. After opening the door, Huiki quickly cleaned out a clean space. From now on you will live here, I will be responsible for the food, please do not leave unless it is necessary. Good, okay. Anjuhana replied weakly. The other party's momentum was really scary. You are almost recovered now, can you come down? Me. Anji Unibai hummed in reply, her tone full of reluctance. This was the happiest time she had ever eaten since she became a ghoul. Thinking back to the food she had eaten before, she felt like she was just eating garbage. Not enough? Why not try my fist? No. No. Hearing Huiki's cold voice, Anju Nabai remembered who she was hugging, and goosebumps appeared on her back. After pulling Anju Nabai off her body, Huichi ripped off her clothes and relaxed after seeing the wound healed. After throwing the two of them on the bed, Huichi leaned on the sofa and slowly fell asleep. The Anju sisters looked at Huichi who was sleeping in silence, and then looked at each other. Dad is dead. What to do? We can only stay here for now. He won't let us leave. It feels good. Anji Uhina stared at his sister quietly, and when he noticed the blood on the corner of her mouth, he reached out and wiped it off. Looking at the blood in his hand, Anji Uhina felt that it was very tempting, and he put it in his mouth and sucked it. The next second, Anji Uhina's eyes widened, and his eyes unconsciously showed. It smells really good. At this moment, Hina finally knew why her sister was unwilling to come down. No ghoul could resist this temptation. Go to bed, sister, I'm sleepy too. Anji Unibai yawned and fell on the bed, falling asleep. Seeing this, Hina fell asleep close to her sister's body. Huiki's 5th day of vacation. CCG was in a state of excitement, and there were wanted notices for Kano Akihiro everywhere. Everyone knew that this crazy scientist was doing human experiments. The society was full of condemnation of Kano Akihiro and resistance to human experiments. In District 20, everyone was busy, running around to organize various materials, all of which were about laboratory machines and records of many failed experiments. That sheet of paper was full of information. There were also documents on Hwiki's desk, waiting for the protagonist to process. Whenever Mato Akira passed by Hwiki's desk, he would pause. His intuition told him that Hwiki did not attend the so-called funeral but was doing something else. The 6th day of vacation. Hwiki woke up slowly at home. After waking up, she felt that the fatigue in her body was swept away. She had not slept since she took the leave. After a good sleep, she felt much better. She got up and looked at the empty room. Hwiki tilted her head, as if something was missing. "Dad, are you awake?" "Hey." Hwaichi looked over with a puzzled look. "Are you awake, Dad?" "Wei." Chi stared at the two of them. After waking up, he found himself a father? "Wait. What do you want my dad to do? You saved both of us, so you are our father." "Tisk. No need, I'm still young." "No way." Chapter 87. Looking at the two sisters who were determined, Hwaichi didn't know what to say. "It's up to you. I'll go buy 2 sets of clothes." The two sisters were still wearing the clothes from the underground laboratory, which looked bloody and unsightly. After that, they left Anjiu and his sister in the house. In the store, Hwiki was shopping, looking at the clothes around. At this moment, a new problem arose, that is, she didn't know what size clothes they wore. If you don't know the size, it seems that shorts and sweatshirts are a good combination, and you don't have to consider the size. Hwaichi looked at the clothes in front of him, his eyes swept over skirts, suspenders, jeans and other clothes, and finally stopped at the combination of sweatshirts and jeans. "These two copies." "Okay." The clerk replied respectfully, then took the bag in his hand and carefully folded the clothes and put them in. "Shoes, just ordinary canvas shoes, try size 35 first." Half an hour later, Hwiki came out with a bag in his hand, but he hadn't bought everything yet, personal daily necessities. When Hwiki returned home after buying daily necessities, it was already afternoon. Sister Anjiu stood at the door and waited for Hwiki to come back. "These are clothes and other things. I don't know your size, I always order slightly larger ones. Then there are shoes and basic daily necessities." Hwiki put a big bag aside, which contained slippers, toothbrushes, pajamas, shampoo, etc. "Thank you, Dad." "Hiss." Hearing this sound, Hwaichi couldn't help but take a breath. "Why do you always like to call others Dad? You used to do the same to Kano Akihiro. Why do you always call me Dad, you too?" "Well, we lost our parents when we were young. It was a ghoul who did it." 10 minutes later, Anju Hiena told her about her tragic past, and Hwaichi finally understood why the two called Jiana Mingbo their father. That was earned by the two sisters through body experiments. They lacked love since childhood. "Okay, go back and rest quickly. Don't leave this house without my permission. I will be back at night." "Wei." Chi rubbed the hair of the two sisters and said softly. Hwaichi returned to the room and looked in the mirror. Through the mirror, she could clearly see the wound on her shoulder. The bite wound had almost healed and only some traces were left. "There is still 1 day left, so be prepared and don't let them find out." Sister Anjiu in another room looked at the things in the bag, taking them out one by one, but her face gradually turned red. It turned out that after taking out the clothes on the top layer, there were 2 nightgowns, one black and one white. They felt smooth to the touch, and the material was good and the price was not bad. Under the nightgown was underwear, one white and one black. "Sister, elder sister, this, as..." The younger sister, Nebe, was already blushing, with steam coming out of her head. "Fine, put it on, or you won't sleep well." Sister Hina pretended to be calm and said, then took off her clothes and demonstrated it herself. Anjiu Hina took off her blood-stained clothes and small vest, and picked up the new small clothes with trembling arms. The black color was embellished with white patterns, and a ravine was revealed at the neckline. After putting it on, there was an inexplicable sense of interest. "Just right? How is that possible, Hina?" Focused on the clothes. The top fit perfectly and even had a slight mark. "Sister, this is just right for me." Nebe's top was perfectly fitted, without any marks on the edge of her skin. Nebe was wearing pure white with a little black stripes, exuding a pure and charming temperament. Could it be? Looking at this scene, Anju Hina's mind appeared Hwaichi while the two were sleeping, measuring with a tape measure. Little did they know that when Hwiki bought the underwear, she just described the sister's height and appearance to the salesperson, and the salesperson was responsible for the rest. As for what she bought, Wiki had no idea, and only paid for it. Just as Hina was thinking, Nebe, her younger sister, quietly touched her, and suddenly held Hina's big bunny with one hand. Oh! So this is what it feels like? Sister, I don't have any, let me feel it. The house was filled with noises of quarrels. The next day, the sisters woke up early and stood at Wiki's door. They were wearing black and white pajamas and were wondering whether to knock on the door. With a creak, Wiki opened the door and asked when she saw the two of them. What's wrong? If you're hungry, bear with it. I'll go find some food. No, I want to ask where the restroom is. At this point, the two of them lowered their heads, and their voices became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for Wiki's extraordinary hearing, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to hear what they were saying. Turn right at the very end, and walk around the house when you have nothing to do, and get familiar with it as soon as possible. Wiki pointed to a door on the right side of the stairs. It was noon, and the three of them were sitting in the living room. Wiki taught the two some basic common sense of investigators to prevent their homes from being robbed. Although no one could come here, she had told the family address to Genhu Yuxu and CCG. Seeing the two sisters nodding like chickens pecking at rice, Wiki felt relieved. As long as nothing unexpected happened, this house would be the safest, and no one could come to check the executioner's house. Then he used the afternoon to cultivate the two's basic combat qualities, and how to use the Kagun to achieve the best results. It is easy for people who use Quinqua well to use Kagun. Wiki just converted the knowledge of Quinqua, and taught the two little by little, so that they can improve their strength as soon as possible. At night, Wiki had her last good sleep. Tomorrow is her working day. Sister Anjiu is also worried about what to do when Wiki leaves. The CCG members in District 20 are looking forward to Wiki's praise. Call. Outside the door, Anjiu and her sister stood in front of the door again, wondering whether to knock on the door, because it should be time to go to work at this time, but Wiki has not woken up yet. Huichi stood up and opened the door. Dad, I'm late. Hey. After hearing what Anju Naibai said, Huichi opened his eyes wide and looked at the time. He saw that the clock had reached 8 o'clock. Late. Wiki's face gradually turned pale, and she was late on the first day after the holiday. At 8:30, just when the investigators from District 20 thought Wiki would not come again, the door suddenly opened. I'm sorry, I'm late. Huichi explained with an embarrassed look on his face. You're here. Madoka looked at him in disbelief. What's wrong? Has anything changed in the meantime? Chapter 88. Wiki asks knowingly. Wow, it's a shame that Wiki waited for you to take 7 days off. We destroyed the mad scientist's experiment. Really? That's amazing. You guys really lived up to my expectations. Huichi clapped his hands with a smile on his face, congratulating everyone on their victory. Wiki, how are your family members? I'm okay, I'm getting over my troubles. He answered Yaman's question and returned to his desk. The desk was unexpectedly clean and tidy, with many documents on it. These are what District 20 needs to check. Since you weren't here, I put them all on the table. Mado. Akira explained the source of the information on the table. Oh, thank you. Huichi carefully read through the pages one by one. The scene was inexplicably plunged into a strange atmosphere. For a moment, Takaizawa Masamichi didn't know what to say. Why are you all so unhappy? Didn't we agree to celebrate? Mr. Yukinori Shinohara, seriously injured in hospital. How could Xiao Yuan be seriously injured? Oh wait. Chi asked in a puzzled tone. Eye patch made by Ghoul, in Akihiro Kano's laboratory. I got it. I'll go and offer my condolences after work. Wiki nodded. Since the other party came for this matter, it was understandable. She had a good relationship with Shinohara Yukinori. Now that she knew about it, she would definitely go. While eating, Mado Akira had some doubts in his mind. Wiki was too abnormal today. Although his communication and interaction with others were normal in the morning, why did he wear a high-necked shirt? He had never seen him before. This was the first time he had seen him after working with Wiki for such a long time. Due to work hours, Mado Akira was not convenient to ask, so he could only wait until after work to look for him privately. The most important thing was that Wiki's mobile phone was in his hand, so why didn't he take the initiative to look for it? Yaman, who had just walked out, met two people, Nagachika Hideyoshi and Mato Akira. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nagachika Hideyoshi replied with a smile on his face. Mato Akira hummed, and then tried to enter the office. Noticing that he was blocking the way, Aman Kotaro hurriedly moved away with an apologetic look on his face. But when Aman Kotaro came to his senses, the two were already in the office. Mato Akira pretended to be working, but he secretly peeked at Wiki's collar from the corner of his eye. Nagachika Hideyoshi went straight in. Mr. Wiki, is the eye patch ghoul dangerous? It's okay. I haven't fought with him, so I don't know how dangerous he is. But don't worry, CCG will protect you. If you encounter an eye patch ghoul, report to me and I will deal with it. Well, thank you, Mr. Premier. After asking the question, Nagachika Hideyoshi lowered his head and walked out, with one hand on his chin, thinking about Huiki information and the information from a few days ago. Is Huiki chasing Kaneki Ken, or some other reason? It was almost time to get off work. And Huiki had processed half of the documents in front of her. A large part of the documents here dealt with ghouls, some A-level ghouls. And Mato Akira left the work area with a cup of tea. After Huiki simply arranged the processed documents, she got up and left the office, ready to go to Shinohara Yukinori's ward, and did not forget to buy some fruits on the way. Mato Akira, who was making coffee, inadvertently saw Huiki's back as she left, and his face was full of doubts. The time on the watch was not yet the end of the work, so why did Huiki leave early? In the ward, Huichi came in carrying a bag of fruit. Old friend, what's going on? What happened this time? It's a long story. If you just come, we can definitely drive away that monster. Shinohara Yukinori's tone was full of helplessness, and he didn't know how he survived from that monster. Monster? What can be called a monster by you? Huichi raised his eyebrows. According to the average strength of the ghouls in the basement, it should not be a problem for Shinohara Yukinori. The failed ghoul experiments a long time ago were no longer carried out. How could a monster appear? Could it be that the RC cell wall has mutated? Has it turned into the ghoul from Area 10? At this moment, I kept wondering. That guy is like a centipede, with high-speed movement and powerful strength, even XIN can't bear it. Centipede? It looks really weird, hhhh. Indeed, I was scared when I was on the last underground floor. When I saw him, he was still swallowing his own kind. He was in half-hertz form at the time. It seems that he is called the Eye Patch Man. The Eye Patch Man? The last floor. Hearing this, Huichi was not calm. According to Yukinori Shinohara's description, the so-called centipede might be Kaneki Ken. And she and Yukinori Shinohara were in a relationship of walking one foot in front and walking the other foot in behind. If she was a little later, she might have bumped into Yukinori Shinohara. Yes, if you were here, you could kill the centipede. It's too threatening. Indeed. Huichi replied with a sigh. As the two were talking, the door of the ward opened and the person who came in was the special investigator of Heipanyan. The unyielding Shinohara seems to have become the Shinohara who deserted the battlefield. Yukinori Shinohara, who was lying on the bed, hummed and looked at Heipanyan who was walking over. Haha, just kidding, hello. Huiki waits for you. Well, you too. The two shook hands, and before Huiki could continue to speak, Heipanyan brought two explosive news. One of them was that the higher UPS decided to temporarily set the rank of the half-headed Kaneki Ken to SS level, codenamed Centipede. The second was that Heipanyan proposed a conjecture about Owl, and Huiki happened to be here, saving Heipanyan the timetable and journey to inquire. I think the Owl 6 months ago is different from the Owl 10 years ago. Different? Yukinori Shinohara asked doubtfully from the bed. Yes, this is a video taken half a year ago, shot by Hirako. After that, Heipanyan took out a series of photos and observed them carefully. Huichi, who was standing by, looked over frequently. He did not expect that this big and strong man would be so careful. If he had not come into direct contact with the two owls, he would not have thought that the owls were actually two. Huiki, how did it feel like for you to fight this owl? Very strong, that is, not very willing to kill. Huichi answered vaguely. Even if he was not there now, CCG would find out the two one-eyed owls sooner or later. Well, it is true, there are two owls. After hearing Hui Qi answer, He Peinan issued the final result. 2. In my current state, I would have to risk my life to deal with one, so if I deal with two. At this point, Shinohara Yukinori shook his head. Don't worry, I won't stand by and watch. Hui Qi waved his hand quickly. That's right. We still have General Arima, so it's not impossible if we send out two powerful forces. Chapter 89. Ha ha ha. Right. Looking at the two people laughing, Hui Qi shook her head helplessly, and then left the hospital. On the other side, Mado Akira was still hesitating whether to return the phone to Hui Qi. He always felt that he could find the things on the phone through this phone, but Hui Qi would sooner or later find that her phone disappeared. It was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Mado Akira finally stopped a taxi and headed towards District 17. In District 17, Anjiuhina and Anjiunabai were sitting in the courtyard fiddling with flowers and plants boredly. The house had been cleaned up by the two. In the words of Anjiuhinabai, now I am doing my best to repay Hui Qi. If it weren't for Hui Qi, my sister might have died. Suddenly, the sound of a car braking outside the door, the Anjiu sisters stood up excitedly and looked at the door, waiting for that familiar figure. 3 seconds later, the Anjiu sisters' expressions froze, and Zhen Huxiao outside the door also fell into a strange silence, his eyes still looking at the house number and the name of the owner. Not wrong, what's going on with these two women? They didn't show up the last time. What's their relationship with Hui Qi? Is this woman an investigator? Has she been exposed? Impossible. Hui Qi said that there was no problem with her house, but this woman. The three of them gathered together, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Both teams had many questions in their minds. After a while, Anjuhe spoke first. Are you my father's colleague? What can I do for you? Dad? You two are Hui Qi's children. Madoka's eyes widened, and his language system was almost paralyzed. Yes, I just moved here recently. My younger sister Anji Unibai answered cleverly, thinking she had come up with a good excuse. Did not expect, his daughter is already this big. Mado Akira held the wall with one hand and touched his forehead with the other. For a moment, he felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Seeing Mado Akira's distress, Nebe took a closer look and said with concern, Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? No. Need not, I'm here to return my phone, that's all. After saying that, Mado Akira left in 3 steps. Looking at the direction where Mado Akira left, the two held their phones in their hands, their faces full of confusion. At this time, Hui Qi was still on his way back, and when he passed a station, he saw a long queue. What new activities? Hui Qi looked curiously and saw a banner hanging above, Mr. Takatsuki Izumi's autograph session. The scene was really crowded. From Hui Qi's height, it looked like rows and rows of small watermelons. The density was so high that Hui Qi couldn't even step on them. Interesting, I will buy a new book when it is released, but I can't do it this time, so let's just reminisce about the past. Hui Qi noticed the words new book on the side, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The previous book was written very well, and the new book will definitely not disappoint. Her own quinqua is still being modified by Dixing Jieyi. According to Dixing Jieyi, this time it is a composite quinqua, which combines 1/2 hectares with the arm of Yashimura Gongshan, and hectares new materials, and has 3 forms. They are guns, shields, and spears, and close range, defensive, and long range are integrated into one. If a new quinqua is obtained, Hui Qi still doesn't mind going to war directly. No matter if there are crowds or not, as long as he kills Takatsuki Izumi, it will be a profit. Otherwise, letting a hacker go is very dangerous. Thinking of this, Hui Qi shook her head regretfully. Now she only has an SS-level quinqua short knife in her hand, which is really laborious to use. It is enough to kill some SS-level ghouls, but it is not enough for hacker level like Takatsuki Izumi. While I was thinking, the long queue of people was slowly advancing, and I heard a lot of communication behind me. What a cheerful sister! Hinamai looked at Takatsuki Izumi, who was taking photos with fans, with envy. She was full of energy. Abstract, if you know her true identity, I'm afraid you will burn the photo. Huichi thought maliciously, and then he was still thinking about how to torture this guy later. After all, fans have a lot of power in public. With a little temptation, white can become black. And Kaneki-ken also looked at the team in front, just feeling that the tall figure in front of him seemed a little familiar. Hinamai, how do you feel about him? Kaneki-ken whispered in Hinamai's ear. Who is he? He. Hearing this, Hinamai looked at the direction of Kaneki-ken's finger and shook her head after a few seconds. I'm not familiar with them. Hearing the whispers behind him, Huiki looked out of the corner of her eye and saw Hinamai and Kaneki-ken. They are also here for the press conference? What an interesting coincidence. Then she had some bad thoughts in her mind and looked back with a gloomy face. But I know you two, little Hinamai and Kaneki-ken. In an instant, the two turned pale. Hinamai hid in Kaneki-ken's arms and looked at Huiki timidly. After the first round of stimulation, Kaneki-ken barely recovered and looked at Huiki with vigilance. What are you up to? Hey? You can't see it. Huichi raised the new book in his hand. Is that so? It turned out to be a signature. Kaneki-ken's beating heart gradually calmed down, and his eyes were no longer as alert as before. Huiki would not dare to act without authorization in public. After signing, follow me. I want to talk to you two about something. Hui. Chi looked at the team getting closer and closer, turned his head and said to the two of them. You, what are you going to say? Fukao Ryoko. Huichi left 4 words faintly. Next one. Hearing Takatsuki Izumi's voice, Huiki sat down with a smile. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hey? You came to the autograph session. I was just passing by and came here when I saw it. I have to show my support, right? Huichi waved his hands. A busy man's support? I am really grateful. I will give you a reluctant reward for signing your name. Takatsuki Izumi said proudly, with his chin supported by his hands, the corners of his mouth raised, and the whole person was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. It's a reward for me, so I must cherish it, he. Huiki has already thought of 4 good words, which made a deep impression on Huiki, and it must have been the same for Josuke-kun. Yes, since we are acquaintances, I will give you a minute. 1 minute? That's a bit too long. I've already thought of a name. Let's make it clear that you are not allowed to break the defense. Huichi stretched out a finger and shook it at Takatsuki Izumi. Oh. Kaneki-ken and Hinamai behind him looked at this scene curiously, and the communication between the two people seemed very familiar. Chapter 90. Sign it and write, Fankin, et, how about it? Quack, quack, quack. As soon as Huiki finished speaking, the pen in Takatsuki Izumi's hand made a sound of being overwhelmed, and his smile stopped in an instant. The corners of his mouth bent down, and his squinting eyes opened at the same time. I hate humorous men, you can change your name. Didn't someone say that you can just think of it? Why do you look so miserable? Huichi said with a smile. After speaking, Huichi stretched out 2 fingers to help Takatsuki Izumi's mouth corners lift up again. You have to smile, smiling is the most beautiful. Roll. I am your fan. Leave far away. Sign. Take your signature and get out of here. Takatsuki Izumi looked at Huiki coldly, all the murderous intent around him was focused on Huiki, his eyes were like a poisoned dagger, wanting to cut Huiki inside and out. Then, I saw 2 names written on the first page of Huiki's new book The Hanged MacGuffin. Huiki and Fankin et. Really good. Huichi saw that he had achieved the desired effect and did not continue. He politely gave the next seat to Kaneki-ken and Hinamai, and waited outside. Teacher Izumi Takatsuki, that, Hinamai. Saw that Takatsuki Izumi looked unhappy, so she asked cautiously. It's okay, don't bother with that scumbag, I was just kidding him. The originally gloomy Takatsuki Izumi suddenly smiled and talked to Fuegaku Hinamai in a kind tone, but the aura around him was very unstable. 3 minutes later, after the two signed the book, they saw Huiki not far away. Now Kaneki-ken's spirit was tense again. There was no dense crowd here, and he had to do his best to protect himself and Hinamai. Seeing Kaneki-ken like this, Huiki shook his head regretfully. This was just like a pig with its hair standing on the side of the road, which made people laugh. The anger of a weak person is just a joke. I'll give you a piece of advice, go back to antiques more often, otherwise you will regret it. Also, Hinamai, your mother is in District 23, Kwikuria, and she is doing well. After saying this, Wiki took her new book home. In the narrow alley, Kaneki-ken was left confused, while Hinamai Fueguka next to her had hope in her eyes. Now that she knew her mother's living conditions, it was a happy thing. On the way back, Wiki was in a very good mood. It was a pleasure in life to discuss her enemy today. In District 17, the Anjiu sisters who had been waiting for a long time finally saw Wiki return home. As soon as Wiki entered the yard, the Anjiu sisters surrounded Wiki, chattering about what happened today. A strange woman came here and said she was here to deliver a mobile phone. A strange woman, giving me a cell phone. Huichi frowned. It was reasonable for him to know where he lived. That guy didn't come to District 17, so how could a woman come here? A woman? Could it be? A figure appeared in the depths of Wiki's eyes. If it was Genhu Yugzu's daughter, it would not be surprising. Does that woman look like this? Huichi gave them a rough description. I understand. Stay away from her next time. After telling the two sisters, Huichi returned to the house. The night was long and someone was sleepless. He actually has a child. I didn't expect this man to be so secretive. This stinky man. Next time I will take revenge on him. Yes. I entered CCG in the name of an interview and disgusted him. How dare he make fun of me? Bastard. The next day, Wiki went to work as usual, but this time no one seemed to clean up her desk. Looking at the dirty and messy desk, Wiki hummed a tune while cleaning up, feeling very happy. Genhu Xiao on the side kept yawning with dark circles under his eyes, and spent the whole morning in a drowsy state. At noon, looking at Genhu Xiao sleeping on the table, Wiki kindly put on clothes to prevent the child from catching a cold. Poor child, she didn't sleep all night, and I don't know what she was thinking. Genhu Xiao slowly opened his eyes in his sleep, and looked at Huichi through a slit. He had woken up when he covered Huichi with clothes. From this angle, he could see Huichi's appearance after taking off her coat. Her neck and shoulders seemed to be injured, and there was a faint knife mark on the palm of her left hand. Huichi is injured. Who could have hurt him? A question appeared in Mato Akira's mind. But all he could see was this moment, because Huichi started working again. It started with a simple daily routine. Wiki worked from 9 to 5 every day, busy processing documents while feeding the Anjiu sisters. After many days of experiments, Wiki discovered that his blood could satisfy the hunger of the Anjiu sisters much better than human flesh and blood, and it could also greatly improve their strength. After some special training, the two gradually possessed the strength of S-level ghouls. If they joined forces, they could even compete with SS-level ghouls. Under such a high-intensity daily routine, Wiki still stood firm, and the system rewards accounted for the vast majority of this. Many days later, Wiki faced a new problem. Aman Kotaro asked himself, can humans become ghouls? I can't answer your question. I'm just a combatant in the countermeasures class 1. Oh wait. Chi replied regretfully. Well, can Wiki and others have a meal together? Want to eat? Not impossible, let's go after get off work. Yes. Thank you. Kotaro Aman was as respectful as ever, and was polite every time he spoke to her. After work, Wiki sent a message to Anjiu and her sister saying she would be home late, and then she stopped looking at her phone. She was accompanied by Masamichi Takaizawa and Akira Mato. The four of them entered a barbecue restaurant, and Kotaro Aman ordered beer as soon as they entered, but Akira Mato and Masamichi Takaizawa did not stop him. Can you three drink? No problem. No problem. Yes. Wiki only asked one person, that is Genhu Xiao. The last time he drank, Genhu Xiao got drunk and now he wants to drink again. Thinking of this, Wiki no longer wanted to see that kind of scene. He immediately took out his mobile phone to share the address with Genhu Yugzu and asked him to come in an hour. No problem, just keep an eye on it for me before that. Genhu Yugzu replied to Wiki's message in seconds. Okay. While Wiki was talking, the three of them were already sipping beer. The drunk Takaizawa Masamichi was very brave. He put his arm around Wiki and talked about his dream. I want to be a brave man like Sukuji. Really? Then keep up the good work. Huichi encouraged. After all, Fa Si Xiangji is also a star among ordinary people. Whether he was in the Clown Crusade in the 4th District or in the battle to annihilate the Red Tongue Company, he performed very well and is a very good investigator. Chapter 91. Don't dream, you coward. You look so miserable and yet you still want to become a quasi-special class. Here she comes again. She is refuting me again. Mr. Yaman. Stop her. Mr. Huiki. She refutes everything I say. Am I wrong? When you can carry out a mission alone, tell me about this dream. I can't stand it anymore. Takaizawa Masamichi shook Aman Kotaro's body. It was like this in the academy. The two of them spent every day bickering. Takaizawa, who always condescended to the number 1 Mado Akira, had always disliked Mado Akira. Seeing that he was getting drunker, Huiki sensed something bad again. Mado Akira on the side began to blame Takaizawa, buzzing around the academy like a fly, and it was hard not to talk about it. Moreover, in Mado Akira's eyes, Takaizawa's actions were like those of a fool, always saying oops, hey. Yeah, on the way. You. What did you say? What did you say? It's because of you that I've been condescended to second rate. You're the priority in everything, combat resources, combat courses, and actual combat training. Takaizawa was like a little Red Bull in anger, his face was red and he was breathing heavily. Haha, my eyes are wide open. Can't you imitate? There are 2 marbles hanging around the neck. It's too ugly to be used as decoration. Stop. Stop arguing. Huichi hurriedly stopped them. If the situation continued like this, the two of them might start fighting. Don't worry about me, just focus on your daughter. This shocked everyone in the room. Aman Kotaro and Takaizawa were both shocked and looked at Huichi at the same time. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Ring, ring, ring. When the two wanted to continue asking, Takaizawa's phone rang suddenly. This ringing sound ruined Takaizawa's mood again. Takaizawa Masamichi answered the phone and said, "Who the hell are you?" Among the 3 people sitting in the seats, only Huiki saw that the caller's name was Hatsuji Zyongja, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Takaizawa. At this moment, he was really a real man. "Hello, Takaizawa-kun, I am that bastard, and I am now going back to CCG to give him a lecture." Jose. Shoja's voice was very calm, but Takaizawa Masamichi's face gradually turned pale. Me? What on earth did I do? I actually spoke to my idol like that. I'm done for. Good, after. Takaizawa Masamichi gave a dejected answer, he left the store dejectedly. His dejected back made Huiki laugh. The annoying ghost is gone, now I am going to complain about you, perverted man. Huiki was confused at the moment. How did this happen to him? Let me say, you better go home quickly and bring it. In the middle of his words, Mado Akira's mouth was covered by a hand, and a man appeared behind Mado Akira, Mado Wyuxu. You came just in time, take her away quickly, she is talking nonsense when she is drunk. Huichi smiled immediately and spoke in an unusually relaxed tone. Ah? That's not a good habit. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take my daughter home first. Genhu Wyuxu's face was also very unnatural. He didn't expect to see the scene when he just arrived. It really made him embarrassed. Bye. After Mado Akira left, only Aman Kotaro and Huiki were left in the store. Huiki watched the other drinking one sip after another without saying anything. It seemed that Aman Kotaro had encountered some troubles recently and needed to indulge himself. Huiki, you said, can a person really become a ghoul? To be honest, I don't believe it either, but... If you don't believe me, why are you asking me? Did you see something? Huichi answered with a smile on his face, but he was actually thinking about how to deal with it. Well, I once taught 2 children, Anji Unibai and Anji Unikurona. They were very good. Later, the 2 children dropped out of school for unknown reasons. In Kano Akihiro's laboratory, I unexpectedly saw them, but they turned into ghouls. This is a very serious problem. Don't think too much about it. Have a good rest. I will start investigating. Sorry for bothering you. It's just a small thing, you didn't tell anyone, right? No, because I'm not sure, so. That's good. Huichi stood up and left here, thinking about something in his eyes. Then he thought of the eye-patch Ghoul Kaneki-ken who was far away in another district. You two can play house for a while. Huichi said to himself. Dad, Huiki has a child, I saw it, and it looks quite small. Hearing this, Meido Wuxu looked at the confused Meido Xiao through the rearview mirror and shook his head, thinking that Meido Xiao was really drunk. How could he have a child, and one that's not even young? That's even more impossible. I haven't seen him hold a wedding. Most importantly, according to the timeline, even if he has a child, he would be around 1 year old. Besides, everyone would know about it. You are drunk, go home and have a good rest. Aman Kotaro scratched his head while looking at the notification on his phone. It was decided that he would be assigned to work in another area. Aman Kotaro did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Instead, he immediately packed up and prepared to leave. Seeing Aman Kotaro's efficient execution, Huiki nodded with satisfaction. In the new area, the eye-patch Ghoul Kaneki-ken was there. With the strength of the two of them, it was enough for them to play for a while. I believe that they would forget about the Anjiu sisters after they came back. On the street, Hinamai wandered aimlessly, but there was always a hint of sadness in her eyes, as if she was worried about something. This is the coffee shop. I used to come here with Kaneki-kun. I'm going to the bathroom first. After Chukiyama Xi took Hinamai to her seat, he went to the bathroom. While Hinamai was waiting, an unexpected figure appeared. It was Takatsuki Izumi. Looking at the worried Hinamai, Takatsuki Izumi slowly persuaded her and told Kaneki-ken's inner fragility. He is a lonely person, you may not be able to help him, but you can contact me if you have any questions. After that, he left a business card. The communication between the two was very brief, even a little hurried, and Hinamai took the business card and stared at it blankly. Takatsuki Izumi hurriedly, it seems to be heading to the CCG branch in Area 20. Huichi was still drinking coffee leisurely in CCG Area 20. Today, she received a good news, that is, her Quinqua was modified, and the ground line A and B named it Night Guardian. You are really becoming more and more unsophisticated. Huichi felt a little amused and said with a joking tone. Is there one? Then I will look for the information and rename it, and remember to take Quinqua. Good. Chapter 92. While Huichi was talking happily with Dising Jiyi, a group of uninvited guests arrived in District 20. Takatsuki Izumi arrived at CCG without knowing when, and was followed by fans. Is this CCG? Can I take a photo? No, 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 the receptionist stood aside with a smile. Ordinary people had been driven away long ago, but the person in front of him was the famous writer Izumi Takatsuki. It was really difficult for him to take action, but the information had been reported to the higher authorities, and soon the corresponding investigators arrived. This news was reported from the bottom up and reached the ears of Kotaro Aman and Akira Meido. The two went downstairs without hesitation to deal with Izumi Takatsuki. Aman thought that he was leaving soon, so he would do his last bit of strength to relieve Huiki's work pressure. Soon the two saw Izumi Takatsuki on the first floor. The other party's figure was small, and he sat there like a mascot. I am Senior Investigator Kotaro Aman. May I ask what you want to say? I am Second-Class Investigator Meido Akira. The two introduced themselves one after another, and then looked at the protagonist Takatsuki Izumi. Hello. Hello, I'm Takatsuki Izumi. Sorry to bother you today. Does Huiki work here? What's up? Not really. Maybe I want to complain about someone's unhealthy life. The seemingly glorious special investigator is secretly a domestic violence man. For a moment, both of them were dumbfounded. Aman Kotaro didn't know what to say, and Meido Akira's face changed several times, and finally he got up and left. Domestic violence? What's your relationship? A special cohabiting wife? Madoka's face suddenly turned red. He had never thought that Huiki had such a side. He was really noble in front of others, but... Hello? What are you doing? Yaman Kotaro hurriedly called out to Meido Akira who was leaving. I'm going to cause trouble for someone. What? I'm so sorry, I said the wrong thing. It was just a joke. I'm so sorry. Takatsuki Izumi's apology was very hollow, and there was no apology in his tone, more like a perfunctory one. You'd better get your attitude right, or you can go back. You can be sentenced for fooling the investigator. Yaman Kotaro looked at Takatsuki Izumi seriously. Then Takatsuki Izumi followed Aman Kotaro through the RC detection door and entered the small meeting room inside CCG. How about I exchange this information for some fun facts about CCG? No. Before he finished speaking, Takatsuki Izumi told his news. Do you know Sphinx Trading Company? They buy equipment from abroad and sell it in China. They are also the owner of the underground equipment and run by the company. Hearing this, Kotaro Aman's face became solemn, because the president of Sphinx was the owner of the villa where he had fought with the bronze tree not long ago, and he was also the father of Nabai and Kurona. Ever since Kotaro Aman saw the Anjiu sisters become one-eyed, he has been very uneasy, and this experience has been bothering Aman. He then investigated the information in CCG, and after confirmation, Kotaro Aman found that the father of the Anjiu sisters was called Anjiu Nanao, and he was also the president of Sphinx Trading Company. What is Takatsuki Izumi? No? Now Aman had doubts in his mind. As the content gradually deepened, some of the news told by Takatsuki Izumi made Aman's heart surge. Because Anku Nanao had secretly imported Ghoul solution is to melt the Ghoul corpse and put the liquid into the bottle, which can also be called RC containing liquid. Hearing this, Aman Kotaro's mind was confused again. Why would an ordinary trading company import these things to make quinqua? RC inhibitory liquid? But the next words made Aman Kotaro shudder. The price of RC solution is quite high, and the main target of sales is CCG Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau. At this moment, Aman's mind was once again in doubt. Why does CCG want to buy RC solution from outside? Without giving Aman Kotaro time to think, Takatsuki Izumi revealed a bigger secret. The villa is indeed owned by Anjiu Kishin, but the huge underground facilities are all owned by CCG. However, for some reason, Anjiu Nanao leaked the experimental information to the outside world, but was discovered by CCG. Later, only 2 children in the family survived. At this moment, beads of sweat covered Aman Kotaro's forehead, and his back had become wet unconsciously. A whole set of logic formed in his mind. If it was Kano Akihiro who used CCG equipment for the experiment, in other words, was CCG conducting human experiments? But CCG didn't know that Kano Akihiro was cooperating with Wiki privately, and the key experimental data was all in Wiki's hands. This was also the backup left by Kano Akihiro to save his life. After saying this, Takatsuki Izumi casually inquired about Wiki's living conditions and habits, and wrote it in his notes. The dogman has a bad work attitude and a bad service attitude. He likes to eat some barbecue food and doesn't like curry rice. After Takatsuki Izumi left, Kotaro Aman sat alone in a corner thinking. The more he thought about it, the colder his body became. The CCG behind him had become mysterious and unknown at some point, like a giant mouth that kept swallowing people. Terrifying thoughts kept popping up in Kotaro Aman's mind. Now when he recalled it, everything he had experienced before could be pieced together like a puzzle. Now Kotaro Aman could no longer look directly at the CCG itself. After careful consideration, Kotaro Aman decided to keep the secret in his heart and wait for a chance to investigate again in the future. On the other side, Kaneki Ken found Shifang Renshi according to the address given by Bei. It was a simple container house. After not seeing each other for a long time, the two seemed to have more barriers between them. Who told you the address? Shifang turned around and asked. Mr. Bei said that you live in a container, but you really live in a container. Kaneki Ken already had an element of gambling when he came. How can people live in a container? Well, living in a container is more convenient for us. I want to see Ms. Rise. Is this the reason? If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Shifang rejected Kaneki Ken's request without hesitation. But the truth was in front of him, and Kaneki Ken didn't want to give up. No, I want to see. It's no use. Meeting that guy won't help you. Without, no help. Kaneki Ken was stunned, digesting the words of Shifang in his mind. That what? Help me. You didn't help me at the critical moment. You didn't tell me the important things. All for my own good. You really are, is that my companion? Just as Kaneki Ken was yelling out of control, there were bursts of noise coming from the cargo hold next door. Chapter 93. It started again. Shifang said with a headache, then got up and went to Riz. It must be Miss Riz. Stop. Don't go. Shi Fang hurriedly stood up and tried to stop Kaneki Ken, but Kaneki Ken ignored Shi Fang's dissuasion and was obsessed with seeing Riz. Following the sound, Kaneki Ken found Kami Shiro Riz at the cargo door next door, but Kami Shiro Riz in front of him was wearing handcuffs and kneeling on the ground like a dog. Prophet, rise, miss. Hearing Kaneki Ken's voice, Kami Shiro Riz suddenly raised her head, her dark pupils filled with resentment, and her hoarse voice made an ah-ah cry. Kill him. Varied, what's the meaning, who is it? Kaneki Ken asked stutteringly. Miss Riz used to be beautiful and powerful, but now she has lost her original beauty and power and has become like a madman, like a wild beast. Sifang, who arrived late, also sighed and told Kaneki regretfully. She is half crazy and in a state of hunger. She is very dangerous now. Can Ms. Li, to kill someone. I know, there can only be two people, one is Kano Akihiro and the other is the mysterious masked man. The former has disappeared, so we can only start with the mysterious masked man. Speaking of this, Sifang shook his head. As of now, there is no news about the mysterious masked man, and the range of the target is very small. The opponent is undoubtedly very strong, and he can defeat the ghouls and the search officers with just physical attacks. I know, the mysterious man, right, those two one-eyed men. Kaneki Ken recalled the man next to Kurona that night. It seemed that the two knew each other. As long as they could track down the Angiu sisters, they would definitely find the mysterious man. Come on, you're putting too much pressure on yourself, to become so strong in such a short time. I saw it all. Shi Fang comforted Kaneki Ken. No, I'm not good enough. CCG 20 Division. Huichi looked at Zhen Huxiao in confusion. The other party had been staring at him since he entered the door, looking at him as if he was looking at garbage. Busy. Fine. Then why do you look at me like that? I'm looking at scumbags. Nerve. Huichi shook his head, ignoring the sick Madoka, and planned to go to the first district to get his latest quinqua back. Looking at Huichi leaving, Madoka snorted behind him. Scum. First District CCG Headquarters. Huichi had just arrived here when he received a new notification on his phone. The special meeting will be held at 2 p.m. at the headquarters of the First District. It's just on the way. After turning off the phone, he headed to the laboratory with a clear goal. Do you want the latest version? No side effects, I secretly used public resources to make it for you. You are really talented, I want the one without side effects. After hearing what Dising Jieyi said, Huichi nodded with satisfaction. It was not in vain that he let this guy torture his quinqua. The reward finally came. Hey, try the new quinqua, it's tailor-made for you. After saying that, Dising Jieyi pressed the button with his finger, and the platform slowly rose. In the middle, a long spear was placed. The appearance was similar to Eri Makisho's IXA, but the overall color was silver, and the handle was carefully designed to increase the grip and comfort. The appearance design is good and meets my aesthetic taste, but I don't know how practical it is. Oh wait. Chi stretched out his hand and held it, feeling the heaviness of the weapon, and it took some time to get used to it. It's quite practical, let's take a look. After that, Dising Jieyi brought Huichi to a small quinqua gang. Huichi held the weapon, aimed the gun tip, pushed it gently, and stabbed it in without any hindrance. It felt like stabbing tofu with a bayonet. The sharpness is very good. Next is the shield. The shield does not need to be tested, it is very strong, and the shield part is made of new. So, that's a spear. Don't. After saying that, Huiki pressed the button with her finger, and a strong flash of lightning flashed. In an instant, a lightning as thick as an arm blasted out, directly shattering the quinqua steel in front of him. It's quite powerful. Huichi looked at the quinqua in his hand with satisfaction, not understanding the frustrated expression of Dising Jieyi at all. This small piece of quinqua gang had to be distributed, and now it was broken into slag. What should he do? The quinquas in the collection will be your compensation. Just take a few of them. Huichi said nonchalantly. Then, he left the laboratory to attend the CCG special meeting. As the name suggests, the special meeting only has special investigators or people with the strength of special investigators. They represent the highest combat power. The meeting was hosted by the director of the CCG Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau of the 1st District and Chiyoyoshi Toki. The members were as follows. Yasuuraki Yoko, the head of the 1st District, was the only female special investigator and the search commander of Countermeasures Section 1. Countermeasures Section 1 is the frontline combat member, and Countermeasures Section 2 is the rear support person. Members often play the role of commander. Fukame Hizaki, head of the 23rd District, the warden of the Kwikuriya prison, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Section 2, and has served as an interrogator in the past. Tanaka Marumoto, head of the 2nd District, the chief of the CCG branch, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Section 1, and his hometown runs a temple. Marut Isai, head of the 1st District, the head of the Countermeasures Section 2, the CCG military advisor, has worked with Director Kazuo and Arima Kisho. Ui Gun, a quasi-special investigator, head of the 4th District, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Section 1 Search Command, and is also in the Arima Takamasa team. Because the strongest investigator Arima Takamasa has been absent from the meeting, he attended on behalf of Arima Takamasa and reported to him afterwards. Now Ui Gun is very restless because someone has been watching him and he feels pressured. Shinohara Yukinori, the former head of the 20th area, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Division 1 Search Command. He has served as an instructor at the CCG Academy and is known as the unyielding Shinohara. Kuroiwa, the head of the 13th area, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Division 1 Search Command. He has experienced many battles and has fought in the battle against Owl. He has made great achievements in the war. Huichi, the head of the 20th District, is affiliated with the Countermeasures Division 1. He is an undefeated investigator who has captured several SS-level ghouls and eliminated several SS-level ghouls and countless S-level ghouls. He is the 2nd investigator of CCG after Arima Kisho. Together with the above, there are 9 people in total. The theme of this meeting is very simple. After a careful investigation, everyone discovered one thing: there are actually 2 owls. At the same time, Kaneki-ken returned to the antique coffee shop and confronted the store manager. Is the leader of the bronze tree your child? Mr. Fankin. Chapter 94. Did anyone say that? Looking at Kaneki-ken's aggressive eyes, the store manager put his hands behind his back and his tone changed again and again. No, it's my own guess. So, let's listen to a story. The protagonist of the story is Gongshan. He is like most ghouls. He eats people to survive and eats his fellow ghouls. He will do anything to survive. He is on the road of killing every day. Everything he does is to ensure his survival. Gradually, he became stronger and stronger, but fate also cursed him, loneliness always accompanied him, until one day, Gongshan's name was passed to some ghoul organizations, and he was soon targeted by a mysterious and powerful organization, the V Organization. At that time, the V Organization invited Gongshan to join the organization and become the organization's scavenger. Gongshan agreed, because after joining V, he could have a better life without having to worry about survival. After becoming a scavenger of the V Organization, Gongshan carried out the organization's orders to kill humans. Sometimes, he would not let go of the Ghoul organization. As long as they were hostile forces, they would die. It was just like the literal meaning, a scavenger. Although his living materials were guaranteed, Gongshan was still very lonely, and the organization did not become Gongshan's home. And one day, Gongshan met a beautiful human woman while drinking coffee and reading a book. Her name was Yuna, and she was a curious and emotional woman. As the days passed, Gongshan would pay attention to Yuna every time he went to that coffee shop. The time they spent in contact increased gradually, and soon, the two of them came together and talked about all kinds of things. For some reason, Gongshan, who had always been vigilant, gradually let down his guard towards her. In the end, Gongshan was exposed when he was carrying out a mission of the organization. Just as usual, he wanted to kill Yuna, who knew his identity. Yuna did not hesitate, and immediately hugged Gongshan, who was covered in blood, and comforted him gently. You must be lonely all the time. From that moment on, Gongshan accepted Yuna, and their relationship quickly warmed up. After a while, they had their own child. However, because humans and ghouls cannot reproduce, Gongshan could only silently persuade Yuna to give up this idea. However, Gongshan found that the stubborn Yuna was eating human flesh with tears on her face one day. Soon after, a miracle happened. The two gave birth to their own children and lived a happy life. The good times didn't last long. Gongshan accidentally discovered Yuna's hidden diary one day. Gongshan was surprised to find that it was full of various evil deeds and secrets of the V organization. It turned out that Yuna was a reporter who secretly investigated the V organization. When the two met, they didn't know each other's identity, and the organization only recently learned of Yuna's existence and her relationship with Gongshan. The organization is very powerful, and even Gongshan can't compete alone. In the end, under pressure, Gongshan painfully ended Yuna's life. In the end, Gongshan didn't understand Yuna, but he knew that Yuna loved him deeply. Later, Gongshan concealed the matter of his child. After that, Gongshan left the V organization, hiding from them while raising the child, and in order to keep her away from danger, he sent her to the 24th district in the underground of Tokyo, along with the notebook full of memories. Time passes slowly. When the elderly Gongshan learned that a ghoul called the One-Eyed Owl had appeared, he immediately realized that it was his child. However, the One-Eyed Owl was severely injured by the CCG at that time. In order to protect his child, Gongshan disguised himself as the One-Eyed Owl and transformed himself into an owl that would not kill to atone for his child's sin. It ends here. I once said that you are the only one who has a foothold in both the ghoul and human worlds, so I hope you can think between the human and ghoul worlds and save those lonely people and my children. On the other side, the CCG Special Investigators meeting was coming to an end. After a comprehensive discussion by the director and others, the plan was finalized. Organize a crusade against the 20 ghouls. Eri Makishao will be in charge of the underground V14 passage, which is the only passage from the 20th area to the outside world. The surface will be led by investigators such as Huichi. This battle is of great importance, and many investigators will participate and write suicide notes. Top floor. Kazuo Yoshitoki and Maritsai reported the matter of the owl in detail in the meeting room of the general speaker. The final result of the investigation was a coffee shop called Antique in District 20. One of the owls was lurking there. This time, the two of them were requesting approval for the special forces against the owls and planning a campaign against the owls. Okay. The chairman and Xiu Changji agreed. After the two left, a man in a black suit appeared in the shadows. I will go meet Feng and Gongshan and find out the whereabouts of his child. This world does not allow uncontrollable factors like the One-Eyed King to appear. Thank you, Mustard Seed. The old man replied calmly. 3 days later, CCG suddenly announced the establishment of the anti-owl force. Everyone was silent for a moment. Along with the news came the will. However, there was one person who was extremely excited. He walked with the wind and couldn't stop smiling. What a great opportunity! I couldn't do it last time, but I will do it this time. Be careful, don't die. Huichi glanced at Zhen Huixu who was sitting opposite him. Even if I die, I die. I must avenge myself, for my Madoka way. Tisk, go to the first area and get the armor to increase your chances of survival. Huichi shook his head and turned his head to look at the will in his hand. 3 minutes later, he threw it on the desk and left CCG with the silver and gold-rimmed quinqua. Not long after, Huichi appeared in the antique coffee shop. A cup of coffee. Looking at the nervous crowd, Huichi said indifferently, but the suitcase in his hand looked malicious. Good, okay. Dongxiang started to speak, and just as she was about to make coffee, the store manager came down the stairs. Old friend, you haven't been here for a long time? Have you been working overtime recently? Not recently, but I can't say for sure tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Listening to Huichi words, the people in the antique coffee shop paused, as if they thought of something. Thank you for your hard work. I hope this cup of coffee can help you forget the unpleasant things. I believe in your craftsmanship. Huichi smiled and drank it mouthful by mouthful. After finishing the coffee, the store manager wanted to refill it, but Huichi stopped him with his hand. He looked at several faces at the front desk and finally stopped at a strange face. Newcomer. Well, I'm a little clumsy. I hope so. After that, Huichi left the antique coffee shop with his suitcase. Are you here to see me off? The store manager murmured. Chapter 95. Mado Akira stared at the will Huichi placed on his desk, wondering what Huichi would say to his family. Would it be the same as most ordinary people, writing about the distribution of property and wishes after death, the care and concern for family members, and what family members should do after death? At least that's what Mado Akira wrote. Now I don't know what my father wrote for me. With this curiosity, Mado Akira reached out several times to see Huichi's will, but gave up at the critical moment. Takaizawa Masamichi returned home after a day's work. As soon as he entered the house, the Akita dog rushed over and licked his face. The mother was also nagging beside him, "Why did you come back so late? How was your work today? Are you happy? Mom made your favorite food for you. I worked overtime today, and the work went well." Takaizawa Masamichi answered his mother while eating a delicious meal. "How is the job at the search bureau?" "Very good, I was picked by the special class. Every time he would ask me if I was adapting well, etc. Have you caused any trouble to your boss?" "No, I admire my boss very much, how could I cause trouble to him? The taste of home is so warm." While eating, Takaizawa Masamichi remembered what his boss, Jisuke, said, that he was sent to fight antiques and L. For himself, he had been working as a civilian and had almost never fought against ghouls head-on, and this time the enemy was an SSS-level owl. Although Jisuke comforted him, he was still uneasy and his expression was solemn. After finishing his meal, Takaizawa Masamichi looked at the suicide note in front of him for a long time without writing. Writing a suicide note is a routine task that all CCG members have to do before every major operation. Takaizawa grabbed the suicide note, thinking left and right, pretending to be calm. "Please excuse me for going ahead." Takaizawa was not the only one who was worried. Everyone in the bureau was worried, except for a guy named Mado Ryuguzu, who was still excitedly debugging new equipment. Suzuya Jozo, Kuroe Iwa, Gori Misato, Hirako Giotto, and Arima Kisho were all thinking about what to write, but Arima always handed in a blank paper. Time was getting late, Takaizawa's college sister also returned home. Takaizawa Masamichi listened to the noise outside the door and still didn't know what to write. Midnight, dim lights, dark ink. Takaizawa's suicide note has a lot of content, just like an elementary school student's composition. He wrote whatever he thought of. Death remarks, death messages, curiosity about death, what family members should do after death, what to say to friends after death, what else he wants to do before he dies. Die, die, die. The ink of the fountain pen danced wildly, leaving a deep mark on the paper. Then Takaizawa held his head with both hands, tears streaming down his nose, crying, I don't want to die." There were also 5 big words written on the suicide note, "I don't want to die. We don't want you to leave." Huichi looked up at the sky, his deep pupils watching. Behind him, the 2 sisters Anju hugged each other tightly. Hearing the death note Huichi mentioned just now, Anju Hainai and Anju Naibai were restless, their eyes full of pleading. "Please. Don't leave us, can you please not go?" Hearing this, Huichi lowered his head and looked at the 2 children. "I am an investigator, how can I avoid the battlefield? If I don't participate, many people will die. But, you, what if I die?" Naibai hugged Huichi tightly, speaking with a crying voice. "Death, that is impossible, before reaching the source, I will not die no matter what." The 2 sisters did not listen to what Huiki said at all. They only knew that Huiki would not come back tomorrow and they would probably never see her again. Thinking of this, endless fear rose in Anji Unibai and Anji Unai's hearts, and their hearts seemed to be occupied by emptiness again. During the time they spent with Huiki, the sisters felt what it was like to be loved. They had never been so happy during the time with Kano Akihiro. Now they finally have a life of being loved, but it will disappear and be shattered, just like when they saw their parents die with their own eyes before. That feeling of powerlessness once again surged over the 2 sisters. "I beg you, as long as you don't leave, let me do anything, as long as you like it. Please. Don't leave, I don't want to lose again." Seeing Anjuhina and Anjunabai like this, Huichi shook his head helplessly. "Things I like, I will wait until his results come out before I come to you. If I really die, I will contact this person." Huichi patted the sisters on the back and said comfortingly, and then handed them a USB flash drive. It contained the experimental data and the antidote for restoring Kami Shiroris. In order to prevent Kami Shiroris from revealing the news, Kano Akihiro used special overseas technology to temporarily cut off some nerves. However, the sisters seemed to have a temper and refused to take the USB flash drive no matter what. "Be good, okay? Don't make your father angry." "Oh wait." Chi squatted down, touched Anji Unibai and Anji Unahina's cheeks, and then hugged them. The 2 felt this hard-earned warmth and sense of security, and their eyes gradually closed. In the middle of the night, Nebe and Hina fell asleep on Hwiki's arms. Feeling their breathing gradually become even, Hwiki carefully covered them with the quilt and returned to her room. Die? I will not die before I achieve my goal, Arima Takashi. Yashimura it. One-eyed king plan. Rude. Hwiki's eyes became colder. She still had a lot of things to do. It was not her style to die easily. She needed to settle the old accounts one by one and completely crush the root of the ghouls. Unable to feel Hwiki's body temperature, the two began to grope involuntarily, and their brows moved from time to time, as if they had a nightmare. Until the groping hands touched each other's bodies, the two sisters hugged each other tightly, and their brows relaxed. The next day, Hwiki left home early and went to CCG. The Anjiu sisters who woke up late at home knocked on Hwiki's room, with some hope in their eyes, hoping that they had kept their father. He had overslept as usual and needed the sisters to remind him. Dong dong dong, boom boom boom. No matter how hard they knocked, the door still didn't open. The two of them gradually turned pale. Dong 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 dong. The force gradually increased, and the door made a sound of being overwhelmed. But there was still no one to open the door. Squeak. Hei twisted the door hard, looked at the empty figure at the door, and finally knelt on the ground. Gone, everything is gone. Dead. Wow. Tears fell from Nebe's eyes. Chapter 96. Sister. I'm so scared, I don't want to live like this again, that kind of life, woo 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 woo. Find Dad, do our best to find him, Anjiu. Hina wiped the tears from her eyes with a hateful tone. Now, she would not allow her new family to be robbed again. Never again. Never again, she did not want to return to the life of an orphan. In CCG Academy, the two worked very hard just to get the teacher's favor and attention. The deal with Kano Akihiro was to rebuild a family, but in the dim laboratory, they did not get the love they wanted. There were only experiments one after another. In order to maintain the superficial family, the sisters endured the discomfort in their hearts and ate human flesh. In order to make Kano Akihiro pay more attention to themselves, they catered to Kano Akihiro's ideas and took the initiative to suppress their emotions and be as indifferent as possible. In this way, they barely maintained it every day until that man came. At first glance, Anjiu Nabai and Anjiu Hina were surprised. They did not expect that the second strongest force in CCG had cooperated with Kano Akihiro in private. At the same time, they were also afraid that the other party was famous for his cold-bloodedness among the ghouls. As expected, Huichi wanted to kill the two sisters when they met for the first time, just to ensure his own safety, but he did not do it in the end. Maybe he was kind-hearted? The second time, they met again in the underground laboratory. The two sisters followed behind Kano Akihiro and watched the surveillance. They saw Kaneki-ken and others breaking in. They thought to themselves that it was time to prove themselves again and let Kano Akihiro pay more attention to themselves. Before leaving, the two heard those words, "Be careful, come back immediately if you can't win." It was just a plain sentence, but the emotion inside was heartache and care for the two. This is something Kano Akihiro can't give. No matter how many times Kano Akihiro said the reward, there was no emotion in his words, as if it was just a routine reward. Then the two sisters left the monitoring room with their hearts throbbing. The third time, because of his negligence, his sister was almost cut in half by Suzuijozo. He used all his strength to take his sister away from the battlefield and hid in a dark corner to lick his wounds. Looking at his sister's miserable appearance, he had no way to do anything. He didn't know medical skills or first aid measures. At the same time, there were a large number of search officers outside. Hunting down the ghouls, Kurona gradually became desperate and could only hold her sister and beg her not to close her eyes and leave her. Hina prayed for the light to come and save her sister, no matter what she did, are willing. Hina waited anxiously, hoping that Kano Akihiro would find the two of them. However, Kano Akihiro did not come but Huichi came here. The other party was extremely excited when he saw him. When he looked at his sister, he felt scared because Huichi exuded murderous intent that inadvertently enveloped Hina. Then the other party came to him and his sister, took out needle and thread, and carefully sewed up his sister's wound. Seeing Huichi's serious look, his heart gradually relaxed. He felt that the other party was very reassuring. After sewing the wound, a scene that shocked Hina appeared. He bled his sister just to keep her alive, he succeeded, his sister survived, and he was relieved. The fourth time, after sleeping at Huichi's house for a night, they heard the bad news that Kano Akihiro had died. For a moment, the two sisters were confused and thought about what to do. But Huiki let them stay here and bought them many daily necessities. The confused sisters accepted Huiki's proposal. As time passed, my sister and I gradually fell in love with this place. We looked forward to Huiki's return every day. He would always bring some small things or books, most of which were books by Takatsuki Izumi. In his spare time, he would read books or train himself in his sister's survival skills. Here, the material and spiritual life made the two feel the atmosphere of home, which was not available in CCG Academy and Kano Akihiro Laboratory. Sister, come with me, let's go to District 20 together. Anjuhei's eyes flashed with coldness. Sister Anjita found two masks, one black and one white, from Huiki's room, took off their home clothes, put on combat clothes and left District 17. District 20 Antique Coffee Shop. The manager, Yoshimura-kusan, wore black clothes for the first time in a long time and went out with a hat on. Many people in black appeared outside, and their clothes were the same as Yoshimura-kusan. These people came from the same organization, V, which was also the name of the organization Yoshimura-kusan had been in. Gongshan, we are old partners. As old friends, we really want to help you. Mustard, are you here to take care of me? Gongshan looked at the black-clad man in the lead. He didn't believe that the organization was helping him. In the organization, there was only interest. To punish you? How could that be? We are here for the Bronze Tree, the Ghoul organization that is hostile to us. One-Eyed Owl is the child from back then, right? We have already found out the blood relationship. The most important thing is that in recent years, due to the disruption of the organization led by One-Eyed Owl, the Bronze Tree, the balance maintained by V has been broken. So, Gongshan, as long as you tell us the whereabouts of the One-Eyed Owl, we can save your life. If you don't tell us, it's a betrayal of the V organization. This is the final ultimatum, hand him over and be loyal to the V organization. I don't know what a One-Eyed Owl is. Gongshan's expressionless face, the answer is always the same. Hearing Yoshimura Gongshan's answer, Mustard looked at the manager coldly. Really? Then you go to hell, Gongshan, you are already in a cage with nowhere to escape. Yoshimura Gongshan watched them go farther and farther, then returned to Antiques, and quickly arranged for Shifang to take care of Tuka, Nishio Nishiki, and Riz. The manager went into the inner room without looking back. At this moment, Miss Ruhian and Mr. Furuma, who were sitting on the sofa in the room, seemed to have noticed all this a long time ago, and smiled peacefully. The two of them tasted the coffee that Manager Fankin rarely made for them. Looking at the two people with enjoyment on their faces, Gongshan recalled when he first arrived in District 20, he was still the vicious ghouls Iruma and Furuma, as well as the growing Tuka, Kaneki, Shifang, and Roma. It's time to close the store. I will follow till the end. And what about us? They both looked at Fank and Gongshan. Hearing their answers, Gongshan smiled kindly. Above was his wife, Yuna. Yuna, my wish has not come true after all. Chapter 97. Night falls. Area 20 welcomed uninvited guests, not only the Anjita sisters, but also the Bronze Tree. On the other side, all the members of CCG Countermeasures Division 1 gathered beside the command vehicle. This time, there were two commanders working together. They were the Chief Commander Enshiu Jishi and the Deputy Commander Maritsai. CCG's subjugation war against Owl is about to begin. One day ago, Takatsuki Izumi looked at the latest news from CCG thoughtfully. The General Speaker has issued an order to launch a campaign against the 20th District Owl, which will begin in one day. Dad, you look like you're dying. It does not matter, I will rescue you, let the hedge's body exert its remaining heat, he. Have you thought about how to deal with the executioner? I am no match for him. Compared to a few years ago, the executioner is even more powerful now. I personally feel that he has surpassed Eri Matakasho. Shabu appeared behind Yoshimura Kanzi and said in a heavy tone. I have a plan. I found a fun toy in Area 24. I will let him lead some ghouls from Area 24 to intercept the executioner. Behind the mask, Takatsuki Izumi showed a creepy evil smile. Everything is under control. Be sure to be safe on the battlefield. If you die, I will, sad. Hey. Suzuya. Jozo stared blankly at Shinohara Yukinori, seemingly not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Why are you sad? Why do you care about me? Why are you saying these things to yourself? Even if my hands and feet are broken, I will fight. Yes. Mr. Mado. Dad, is this a bit serious? You can escape from the battlefield with broken arms and legs. As long as you survive, there is hope. Xiao, this is different. I have been preparing for many years to kill Xiao, so this time I must. Kaneki Ken walked through other districts, thinking about how to find the Anjiu sisters and the mysterious man. His eyes swayed and finally stopped at a screen. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. A sense of fear emerged from deep inside Kaneki's body. The screen was reporting that CCG had designated all 20 districts as special alert areas and targeted a cafe for attack. Iruma, Furuma, the store manager, I'm going to save them. At this moment, Kaneki Ken has thrown away all the trivial things in his mind, and only has this one thought. Helicopters were hovering in the sky, monitoring the 20th area in all directions to prevent any ghouls from escaping. The battle begins. Hishiaji raised his left hand and pointed forward, his tone serious. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. In the dark night, a well-equipped team of investigators came to the antique coffee shop, and everyone aimed their guns. Click. 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 In the silent night, there was the crisp sound of leather boots stepping on the stairs. Everyone saw two figures walking down the stairs step by step. It was a combination of a man and a woman. The man was wearing a red monkey mask on his face, and the woman was wearing a Doberman mask. Welcome. ×2 After saying this, the two rushed into the crowd in an instant. They were agile and powerful. In just a few seconds, several investigators in the front row were killed by them. Don't panic, there are only 2 ghouls. A captain shouted to his team members in an effort to stabilize their morale. 2. Haha, you're so slow. After saying that, the two jumped to the buildings on both sides, stretched out their hands and snapped their fingers. The search team stretched their heads and looked over, and suddenly a group of ghouls appeared. They were wearing Doberman masks and demon ape masks, staring at the search officers below with eager eyes. Demon ape, and black dog, they should be hostile to each other. How could this happen? Request for help. Boys, your kung fu hasn't rusted yet, has it? Listen carefully, die for me. The next moment, all the ghouls fell from the top floor and began to kill the investigators crazily. At the same time, a report came from the command room. Team 1 is in a tough battle. The enemies are the demon ape and Doberman. Isn't it a bronze tree? They 2 deputies in the command car were surprised, and then they hurriedly called up Director Hishu. Got it. Let the first team hold on and disperse the enemy, while the second and third teams take the opportunity to shoot down the enemy. No need to waste time, I'll go and take care of those bastards. Huichi heard the voice in the command vehicle, then looked at Hishiajishi. Ken. There is still Xiao to face, you can't. 10 minutes is enough to crush a group of ants. That, okay, let's make a quick decision. Seeing Huichi's firm attitude, Hishiaji didn't continue. If Huichi went to support, there would be 2 special forces left to take charge of the main battlefield. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Looking through the command screen, the person who spoke was Bakuan Special Force. I want a black dog. No, Huichi has already gone. After repeated hesitation, Marut Isai rejected the proposal. On the front battlefield, the situation had already collapsed, and the first team was slaughtered without any suspense. Next one. They. Demon ape Gu Jianyuan grabbed an investigator's hair and looked at everyone arrogantly. Haha, what a black humor. I have been looking for the demon ape organization, but I didn't expect you to be the leader. Huichi's eyes were filled with endless coldness. He vaguely remembered that he was ambushed by a ghoul when he first came to District 20. Ha, the executioner is coming, monkeys, get ready for a fight to the death. However, just as the words fell, a violent golden lightning pierced through the street, and all the ghouls along the way were cut in half. Half of their bodies were flying in the sky, blood, intestines, and internal organs were falling. These ghouls didn't know what kind of enemy they were facing before they died. You should be thankful to be part of my plan, not part of the killing. The Night Guardian in Huichi's hand was still smoking, and the golden residual electricity on the gun was flashing. What do you mean? Gu. Jianyuan was about to speak, but Huichi rushed up at an almost unreasonable speed, and the spear hit him several times in a row, and snowflakes bloomed on Gu Jian's body. But in the blink of an eye, Gu Jian had fallen to the ground, and all the key muscles and tendons in his body were destroyed. Now Gu Jian was a useless person. Since you are still useful, I will spare your life. The demon ape has been dealt with and is heading to the Black Doberman battlefield. After reporting to the command center, Huichi stretched out his hand to signal several search officers to come over. Carry it to Quicolia and use it as a backup Quinqua. Good. Just after he finished saying this, many ghouls appeared again on the streets on both sides. They all wore demon ape masks and looked at Huichi fiercely. Chapter 98. You bunch of monkey cubs, go to hell. Huichi took out his spear without hesitation and blasted at the ghouls. 2 golden lightning bolts passed by one after another, and the entire block was blasted into ruins. Small brothers, quick, run! The paralyzed Gu Jian yelled at the top of his lungs, not wanting his younger brother to come and die. Brother! We are here to save you. No. Tears flowed from the corners of Furuma's eyes. He could only watch his brothers die one by one. Huichi's force was so ruthless that he didn't leave any whole bodies. The spear slightly passed through and instantly separated the body of a ghoul. Then the tip of the spear was pointed at the head and slightly touched, and the brain and blood spurted out instantly. Wherever he passed, only the corpses of ghouls were left. These corpses were scattered in the surrounding corners like the fragments of Lego toys. The search officers around the command vehicle looked serious, but there was still shock in their eyes. Even the commander, Kazuki Yoshitoki, admired Huichi. It took only 3 minutes from action to resolution to take the lead in dealing with the demon ape. Well done. Team 4, form a blockade as soon as possible and don't let any ghoul escape Area 20. Hishiaji calmly analyzed the situation and arranged the team reasonably. Received. After giving the order, the director looked forward again and saw a ghoul in a black robe. Just standing there gave people a deep sense of oppression. The act of plundering life is a sin. Since we were born, we have been plundering other things. Life is a constant sin. Yoshimura Koen's body was gradually covered by Kagun, and finally turned into a huge monster and appeared in front of the investigator. Come on, let's fight each other. At the end of the voice, a one-eyed owl appeared in front of everyone. They. Yuhi behind it attacked overwhelmingly, instantly piercing through the front row of investigators, causing terrible casualties. At this moment, Dongxiang looked at the scene on TV with despair. The belated Anjiu sisters looked at the devastated battlefield and had a premonition that it must have been done by Huichi. Seeing that the blood was still steaming, it must have been killed not long ago. Be careful, little sister. There are investigators everywhere. Okay, sister, you have to be careful too. Kaneki Ken sat on a tall building, looking at the war in District 20, feeling uneasy, and wanted to rescue the store manager and others. At this time, Nishio Ken seemed to have guessed Kaneki Ken's thoughts, and sat down next to Kaneki Ken, looking at the brightly lit District 20 in the distance, but from time to time he could see a golden lightning rushing into the sky. It was like setting off fireworks. They were just a bunch of ghouls making coffee. The white pigeons really have no tolerance. Nishio. Nishiki sighed. What are you going to do? Jinmyo Ken asked Jin. Of course I'd run away. If I rushed in head first, I'd just die. Wouldn't that mean the store manager, Mr. Furuma and Ms. Iriken would have wasted their lives in vain? Nishio Kinshi answered without hesitation. Besides, my dead sister told me to live. Having said that, Nishio Kinshi patted the dust off his body and looked at Kaneki Ken with a smile. I'm going to see Takasua for the last time, and then I'm going to run away. How can I not hug such a good woman in the end? Kaneki, don't you have someone waiting for you to come back too? Well, who is the store manager for? What kind of idea does he have to run that store? Love humans, it will be like this, Kaneki. Ken thought about it and vented his frustration. You know, there is a cup in the cupboard that the store manager treasures, a small, retro coffee cup. I have never seen this cup being used. The store manager must be waiting, been waiting. I won't let you go. Kaneki. While the two were talking, the voice of Jukiyama Shu suddenly appeared behind them. Kaneki Ken looked back and saw that it was Jukiyama Shu who came to the roof. Can't you see that amount? What if something happens to Kaneki? I know how dangerous this is. In this case, then you will die here. Crazy Jukiyamashu waved his armor and attacked Kaneki-ken madly. However, it was too late, no one could stop Kaneki now. Looking at Jukiyamashu's attack, Kaneki-ken knocked him down without much effort. Thank you both, but I don't want to stand by and watch anymore. After saying that, Kaneki-ken put on his mask and rushed to Area 20. On the other side, Takatsuki Izumi looked at Area 20 filled with the sound of gunfire, waiting for something. The battle situation of the 4th squad was very tragic. Here they had to face small ghouls and prevent low-level ghouls from disturbing the battle between the special grade and the owl. The members included Mato Akira, Amin Kotaro, Gori Misato, Takaizawa Masamichi, and others. Tanaka Marumoto and Hatakawa were assigned to the flanks to assist the entire battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, 4 people, including Kuroiwa Special, Shinohara Yukinori Special, Hodora Zyongjajunt, and Mato Wo, joined forces to fight the owl with difficulty. Unlike the last time at the Bronze Tree, this time Gongshan got rid of the title of the owl who would not be killed. Now the pressure on the 3 of them has doubled, and they began to pray in their hearts that Huiki could get rid of the Black Doberman as soon as possible to support them. Suzuya Jizo and Yui Gun are on their way, the 3 of you don't have to worry. The director and Shiujishi told the 3 people through the command channel. The one who came to support you turned out to be you, CCG is really extravagant. Iruma looked at the person in front of him solemnly. Surrender now and go back to Kokuria, or I will beat you half to death and make you crawl back to Kokuria. Huichi looked at the Doberman in front of him coldly. Haha, even a desperate dog will jump over the wall. After saying that, Iruma released Yuhi to attack Huiki. The attack of the SS-level ghoul was quite difficult, but Huiki was too lazy to dodge. The Quinqua Night Guardian in his hand instantly turned into a silver shield, blocking all the attacks. What a terrifying Quinqua! The next moment, Iruma tried his best to dodge, because he felt the threat of death. He saw that the shield in Huiki's hand had turned into a spear, and the tip of the spear flashed with golden lightning and pointed at Iruma. Fleas! Huiki raised his gun and aimed. The opponent Yuhi was good at speed, but in Huiki's eyes, he was just like an ordinary person, slow and weak. Considering the plan, Huiki planned to penetrate the opponent's abdomen with one blow and destroy his combat power. The spear in his hand released lightning beyond the range and approached Iruma in an instant. The strong electric current paralyzed his body, and Iruma Xian fell from the air to the ground. Go back honestly. Huichi walked in front of Iruma Xian, and the spear pierced through her abdomen, penetrating the key joints. Tisk. After dealing with the demon ape and the black Doberman, Huiki planned to leave here and go to the central battlefield for support. Not long after Huiki left, the Anjiu sisters also followed the footprints and rushed over. Seeing the familiar fatal wounds, the 2 were one step closer to Huiki. Chapter 99. Anku. Kaneki-ken who came over unexpectedly met Anku Kurona and Anku Nashiro. Kaneki-ken. They. 2 sisters looked at the person behind them unexpectedly. The masked man, wait, let's go to the front battlefield to support the store manager first. Kaneki-ken hesitated and decided to put aside the matter of the mysterious masked man. Now supporting the store manager is more important. Why can't Iruma-san and Furuma-san be seen? Kaneki-ken had a question in his mind. The front battlefield? Could Huiki be there? Hearing Kaneki-ken's mumbling, the Anjiu sisters subconsciously thought of Huiki's whereabouts. Thinking of this, the 2 of them rushed towards the main battlefield, and Kaneki-ken unexpectedly found that the other party had the same goal as his. Then the 3 of them ran towards the main battlefield, but encountered the 4th team headed by Amin on the way. The Anjiu sisters stopped and shouted in a heavy tone. Get out of the way. Ghoul? It's better to die honestly. Amin held the Quinqua in his hand and looked at Yasuki and the others with murderous eyes. On the far flank, Hatakawa and Tanaka Marumoto received orders from the Commander-in-Chief and Shu Changji to come to support Amin. At this moment, the battle between Yasuki and Amin began. When Kaneki-ken behind him was about to sneak into the main battlefield, a loud shout suddenly sounded behind him. The Quinqua in Tanaka Marumoto's hand rushed towards Kaneki-ken with a bang. The powerful force penetrated the wall and blasted Kaneki-ken in front of Amin. Yo yo yo, 2 little girls. Hokawa stared at the Anjiu sisters with suppressed eyes, and the feathered Quinqua in his hand attacked without hesitation. The yellow feather made a sound of breaking through the air, and it was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of the 2 in a blink of an eye. Annoying investigator, Dad will never blame me for killing the investigator. Kill them. Nai said fiercely. The scales behind him stretched out. After Huiki training, the scales of the two had grown particularly strong, and the dark red stripes were even more charming. The scales waved lightly to block all the attacks. Damn, these two ghouls are at least S rank. Hakikawa's frown deepened. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai didn't give Hachikawa time to think. Their powerful scaled he swept the wall, ploughing a gully in an instant, and blasted past with great force. Kaz, boom! The first-class investigator behind Hachikawa, Ayamusuoki, chopped forward with a long sword, and the long sword rubbed against the quinqua violently, but the next second Ayamusuoki's body was knocked against the wall. Anyone who gets in the way will die. Xiaobai's eyes were filled with ferocity, and his scales were stretched straight like a sharp sword. Higher spiritual dimension. A deep male voice sounded, accompanied by a powerful attack. Seeing that her sister Xiaobai was about to be hurt, Xiaohei did not hesitate to release the scale Kagun to block the attack. The contact between the higher spiritual dimension and the Kagun released a strong impact and heat, and the impact left deep marks under Hina's feet. Crunch, a piercing sound was heard, and the canvas shoes under his feet broke apart, revealing Hina's delicate feet. Hina's face behind the mask instantly became furious, and a Kagun appeared behind him again, breaking his attack, and then smashed it towards Tanaka. Boom! Boom! The ground under his feet even trembled a little, showing how angry Hina was and how much power he used. Oh, boy, you have incredible strength. Tanakamaru Motomoto, who dodged the attack, was quite scared. And Hatakawa, who barely saved Tsuoki Ayamu, was also cut by Xiaobai's scales. After the initial test, Hatakawa and Tanakamaru Motomoto's faces were not very good. The two opponents had a very good grasp of the attack strength and fighting timing, and could even be said to be indestructible. Amen, can you handle that ghoul? No problem. Okay, let's lead these two ghouls to another place and split the battlefield. Tanakamaru Motomoto shouted. The venue was too small to be friendly to the investigators, and Quinqua didn't have the space to release its full strength. The remaining Amen struggled to resist Kaneki Ken's attack. The Quinqua alone couldn't deal with Kaneki Ken's full firepower. The physical exhaustion also accelerated the speed at which Amen Kotaro fell into a disadvantage. Gradually, the defense began to be strenuous, but Amen became more and more certain that he must not let Kaneki Ken pass, as he had the power to change the situation. Amen fought desperately against Kaneki Ken's attack, no matter what, but Kaneki Ken seized the opportunity of Yamen and cut Kang in half with one blow, and his body fell heavily to the ground. CCG Chief Researcher Ji Xingjiyi drove into the battlefield. This time, Ji Xingjiyi brought Amen's new black gun Quinqua Dojamakai and also threw a black box to Amen. This time, he brought two Quinquas. The other one was prepared for the frontline special forces, but seeing that the situation here was not good for Amen, he gave the other one to Amen in a hurry. Seeing the new Quinqua, Amen Kotaro's heart rekindled the dawn, and immediately put on the automatic armor Quinqua, Nu 2 Proto. At this time, the battle became tense again. Seeing Amen's Quinqua, Kaneki Ken's heart sank, and he immediately felt that all hope was grasped by Amen. He had seen Shinohara Yukinori's armor in Kano Akihiro's laboratory before. This Quinqua has extremely strong defense and can also enhance the wearer's power. Kaneki was still analyzing how to destroy the armor, but Amen Kotaro did not give him any extra opportunities. He flashed in front of Kaneki Ken and waved Dojima to hit Kaneki hard. A hole was opened in the body by Dojima. Even though the scales have strong recovery ability, it is still difficult to face such a wound. The pain of the body tore Kaneki Ken's spirit, and the Kagun instinctively entangled with Kaneki Ken, becoming a half-Kagun, a centipede. At this moment, it was clearly night, but it was drizzling, and the water droplets suddenly made the atmosphere more tragic. The battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. The speed and strength of the two were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Kaneki Ken's wound was stimulated by the rain, and the pain became more and more unbearable. In order to find a larger fighting space, the two chased each other and unknowingly arrived in an abandoned factory in the desert. Looking at the eye-patch ghoul who had lost his mind, Amen tightly grasped the Quinqua in his hand, looking for a fatal fighter. Looking at the crazy half-Kagun eye-patch ghoul, Amen used all his strength and jumped into the air. The spear and the centipede Kagun missed each other. At this moment, the battle came to an end. Amen lost his arm and Kaneki lost half of his abdomen. At the moment of being seriously injured, Kaneki will also regain his sanity. The extremely serious injury to his abdomen made Kaneki can lie on the ground without the strength to stand up again. Dojamakai was transformed from the Kagun of the Bin brothers who were defeated by Amen, so even if he has super recovery ability, it is useless. Chapter 100. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he began to talk nonsense. Continuous screams and cries echoed in the abandoned factory. Taking advantage of the fact that the pursuers had not arrived, Kaneki dragged half of his bloody body and crawled out from the depths of the factory, like a destitute worm. On the battlefield of Anko Kurona and Anko Nabai, the two were panting. It was still very difficult to face the quasi-special class Haidagawa and the special class Tanakamaru Motomoto. Although they had special training with Wiki, their actual combat experience was still a little lacking. They relied on the powerful power of Rinhi to continuously resist the special class attacks. Seeing that his directional attack did not work, Tanakamaru Motomoto immediately compressed the quinqua in his hand and converted it into an eruption attack again. This time the attack was a covering attack. Rinhi behind the Anko sisters wrapped themselves up and blocked the attack, while Haidagawa and Suoki Ayamu did not dare to fight in close combat at all. The close combat ability of the two sisters was far superior to that of the two sisters. This was an endless war of attrition, but the two sisters did not want to waste time here, and then they patiently led the special class team into the alley. Stop! Don't go in any further! Tanakamaru Motomoto and Hachikawa ordered the troops behind them at the same time, because going deeper would most likely lead to the annihilation of the entire group. Well, but should we let them go? Sui Mubuletin looked at the. There is no way, this pair of ghouls appeared too suddenly, and there is no corresponding preparation at all. Hachikawa could only shake his head and stop chasing. Seeing that the investigators behind him did not continue to chase, Anko Hina and Anko Nashiro crossed the alley and continued to head to the main battlefield. The hedge was fighting fiercely with Hiwa Iwa, Jikesuk, Ui Gun, Suzuya Jozo, Shinohara, and Meido Wuo. Both sides were slightly tired, but Meido Wuo was still the same, desperately overdrawing his body just to hurt Owl, and the quinqua in his hand hit the critical parts every time. Now it depends on who can hold on to the end. At this time, Ui Gun used his own hedge, Chui Bing to give Yashimura Kazan a fatal blow, and Meido Wuo followed closely and cut off one of Owl's arms. Great! Just die like this! Be buried with my wife! Meido Wuoxu yelled out of control, swinging the quinqua in his hand more violently, hacking at Owl like a madman. Yashimura Kozan hurriedly used his other arm to clear a space, leaped into the air, and flew to the roof of a building to temporarily avoid the attack. But Suzuya Jozo followed behind Yashimura Kozan like a ghost, waving an SS-level quinqua to sneak attack Yashimura Kozan and successfully cut off his other arm. At the same time, this opportunity also gave the store manager an opportunity. The experienced Owl immediately used Yuhi to cut off Suzuya Jozo's leg, and then Shinohara and others who were late saw only the seriously injured Suzuya Jozo. Suzuya Jozo! Cheer up! Suzuya Jozo! Shinohara Yukinori hugged Suzuya Jozo and shouted, his eyes full of anxiety, just like caring for his own child. Well done, you have to fight even if you lose your hands and feet. Meido Wuoxu was generous in praising himself, which was completely different from the grieving Shinohara Yukinori. Go and get rid of the owl, go, Suzuya. Jozo didn't seem to feel Shinohara's concern, but kept urging everyone to solve the problem. Hey, I like your child, Xiao Yuan. Rooftop. The dark rain covered the last ray of light of the store manager. His life was about to end. Gong Shan, who had lost too much physical strength, could not show his strong side no matter what. Poor bug, hee, go to hell quickly and be buried with my wife. Zhenhu Yuxu opened the new second stage without hesitation, letting Xin tear his flesh and blood just to gain powerful strength. Under the cover of everyone, Zhenhu Yuxu's long sword successfully broke through Xiao's abdomen and severely injured him again. Looking at Xiao kneeling on the ground, Zhenhu Yuxu shed tears. Zhenhu! Wei! Did you see it? I succeeded. So far, the Ghoul organization of District 20 has been wiped out in the war against the owl. The ape-faced, black Doberman, Ghoul centipede and the unkillable owl have all been wiped out. The radios on the streets of District 20 were all playing the trumpet of victory for CCG. The investigators at the top level were excited, cheering, and shouting. Shinohara and others were also dragging their exhausted bodies, preparing to return to the base for healing. But the drizzle did not stop. After the drizzle came heavy rain and noisy high cries. Just when everyone was relaxing, the bronze tree leader, an SSS-level ghoul, with a body several times larger than the unkillable owl and a terrifying face, suddenly descended from the night sky and appeared behind everyone. The terrifying one-eyed owl. Requesting support. Requesting support from Wiki. After a brief moment of distraction, the special forces shouted out of control, shouting into the microphone. He, he's busy now, ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. The one-eyed owl exuded madness, staring at everyone with bloodshot eyes. I'm sorry, I'm stuck. Huiqi's voice answered everyone. This voice shattered everyone's fantasy. Now the second top combat force can't provide support, and the first combat force is in the underground V14 channel. It will take some time for them to arrive. Now Huiqi is facing the underground ghouls in Area 24 and unknown high-level ghouls. The opponent's name is Nanashima Yu, who has a composite Kagun, feather Kagun, and scale Kagun. Genhu Yuxu stared at the huge one-eyed owl with a dull look. It was completely different from the owl just now. The visual impact made people feel that it was impossible to defeat it. What the hell, the second owl looked like this. Made away, immediately, I killed this owl. After that, the long sword of Genhu Yuxu hit the body of the one-eyed owl, making a crisp sound. Hey? I seem to have heard something interesting. Who is Genhu Wei? Did I eat her? They. One-eyed owl lowered his head and looked down at Genhu Yuxu with his one eye. Bastard. Go to hell. Bastard. Let me think, 10 years ago, a woman did stop me, but her meat was really delicious. I only ate her face, he. Ah. Genhu Wei. At this moment, Genhu Yuxu burst into tears. He tried his best but couldn't hurt the one-eyed owl. It was more like tickling. The former enemy was right in front of him, but he was powerless and helpless. Genhu Yuxu's heart was filled with resentment and humiliation. You are so boring, follow your wife and die. The one-eyed owl swept his arm lightly, and the new one wrapped around Genhu Yuxu was destroyed, and at the same time, one of Genhu's arms was also cut off. Kill Xiao! Kill Xiao! Even though he lost his arm, Yuxu didn't shout. Instead, he used his other hand to pick up Quinqua to support his body and attack again. Boom! 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 Every sound was accompanied by Yuxu's injury. His original limbs disappeared, but Yuxu still didn't give up. He bit Quinqua in his mouth and continued to attack. Stop it, don't continue, they. Special agents in the distance looked at the miserable scene of Genhu Yuxu and said in a low voice. How is it possible? Even if, broken arms and legs, I also, gotta fight. For my wife. Annoying maggots, so disgusting. Takatsuki Izumi's patience with Mado Yuxu ran out, and then a huge hand was aimed at Mado Yuxu and slapped him. If you enjoy the content in this channel, support me in Ko-fi, so I can upload more videos. The link in the description.